Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the Elite League Swiss stage. We had a lot of series yesterday, Mr. Lizard, and now once again we're going to have a lot of series as well. Firstly, importantly, how are we doing today, brother?
Oh, I'm doing fine, man. Having my protein shake. I don't know if the green screen is going to ruin this. No, actually it didn't. Wow, even the protein brand shows. Damn. Anyways, how you doing, Aries? What's up? How was the bush, man? Like, hello, viewers. By the way, I'm sorry for being this hyped. This man right here survived the Australian bush for 2 weeks. He was literally on that show Survivor. He was fighting kangaroos, fighting spiders. Like, did you sleep in a tent, or did you have like a nice bungalow? You can't sleep in a tent in the bush, right? You can.
No, I slept in a tent. There was no messing about. We go raw out there. We're definitely trying to fight off spiders, raw, huh? fight off everything.
I see. Did you hang the tent off of a tree or something, or was it on the ground?
No, it was on the ground. It was on the ground. Who hangs a tent off a tree? What is this?
Didn't you see like those cliff people that like sleep right next to the cliff? That's the only way I would sleep in Australia. Just high above everything, so I can see what's crawling coming next to me.
That's a different scenario. Different scenario for a different time. You know, when you're rock climbing, facing some other demons up on the mountains. You know, for me though, it was alright. You know, perfect scenario, lovely time. I'm sure maybe in a break we'll be able to discuss a little bit more. I have some interesting animals that I encountered there, but you know, we do have to speak about the teams and of course our day 4 Elite League as well. It's going to be another long day. We have a lot of series. In fact, we have 8 series all up here for our action. We're even going to be able to take a look at the results yesterday as well. This is just round 1, so the first matches from every single team, getting kind of the seeding, so to say, for the Swiss stage, whether you're going to be that 1-0 placement or that 0-1 placement. I think results, some surprises, also... You know, some teams I think are expected to win got the dub in the end.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest surprises yesterday was Team Secret. Finally making things happen, winning a bit, or also Nigma. I mean, every time this team wins is a surprise at the moment, especially in big tournaments. So, very nice stack working out for them. Looking forward to this tournament, by the way, because we have a lot of teams that we haven't really seen compete a lot against each other, pitted in the same tournament. I'm looking forward to all of our games today, and yesterday's as well were a lot of fun. Like one of the teams that we will cover very soon, and that's this is round 2 matches for today. Where is it? It's not here. Anyways. Team Secret Boom Esports also fun, right? Like Talon, Nigma, probably together with Nouns and OG, the most looked out for matches today, right? Or would you disagree?
No, I would agree. I mean, they're just really the big Western. Yeah. Yes, yeah. Out of these 4, I'd probably say. I do think another like sleeper competitive series, of course, is the bottom one, Heroic and Entity. I think these are, of course, you know, they won their series yesterday, so that's a given. But Heroic are very intrigued to see how this team is going to be able to head into Elite League, and then what the opponents are going to do. And then we get to take a look at the losers, of course, playing up against each other as well. So we're going to be starting with 9 Pandas versus Tundra. You know, let's see how Virtus Pro versus Aurora is a very, very. I mean, that's going to be a good series. That is going to be a good series without a doubt. You know, we'll see how these 2 teams are going to be able to go up against each other. Of course, the mid laner in Loranov being an Eastern European player up against an Eastern European organization and VP as well.
Yeah, you're going to see some Cyrillic in old chat every time he feeds. The classic stuff, nothing crazy. But yeah, like this first match that we are covering is also going to be interesting. Touching on, for me, Talon, Nigma, and the other one, the OG. Nouns has the most stars in it in the game. That's why I'm looking at it. Like,
okay,
that's why those are my favorite matches of the day. Because like you just see these teams and they're bringing in the viewers, they're bringing in the eyes. Everyone wants to see Seb Mold on Twitter after his OG games. everyone wants to see GH and if he can still click buttons and control the heroes, you know, or if he's finally fit for retirement. Overall, I'm kidding, of course. I wish them both all the best. Their careers are amazing, but okay, stop it. Stop talking about everything else. Lead us into this match, Aries.
My friend, we got 9 Pandas. We got to speak about this new team who had a bit of a roster change. Really, the big one is your Eki coming in, replacing Antares, who has been that position for a very long time on 9 Pandas. Glad to see Eki's already found a home after Secret. I must say I didn't have the opportunity to cover many of his games on Secret, but what I do know is that he is a person that comes in with a very unique idea of how to play Dota, and of course he's really, really high up on the leaderboards as well. So great to see he's found a home. I'm very intrigued on what the language barrier is going to be like, but he's got a incredible captain alongside him in Seoul. And of course, their opponent, Tundra Esports, a team is continuing to grow. They also had some roster shuffles as well, right? With Toby coming in for Tundra and MC stepping out. So this is kind of Toby's redemption in a way, because there has been a bit of slander on his name in some of the previous teams.
100%, yeah. Like sometimes you look at one of these big ass offlaners such as Mind Control, and I don't know. I don't think his playstyle or his gameplay or what he was doing in the game is what mattered. Of course, that's what he said as well. It was more about some other things that were happening in the team. But I wish them all the best with Toby. I think that, like you said, redemption arcs are important for players, because we can all experience slumps in all parts of your life, right? Like, and when sometimes you maybe become burnt by what you're doing, like you just can't continue doing it at the same level like you have before. Maybe that's something that Toby experienced, but it's always nice to get second, third, fourth chances, whatever. In Dota world, it really works that way, that you can always find a team, and this looks like a really, really good opportunity for him to come back into the scene strong.
Yeah, I mean, look at the plays that you have on Tundra. I mean, it's the world-class talent in every single role, and a really up-and-coming star in the position 4 role as well, being 9 class. So we will see, more than likely, his tech is going to be picked up, although Y1 is a very good tech is too. Now, I do want to touch on the bans really quickly, because I think they are very unique. Tundra, so far in all their games, the Monkey King, Morphling, and the Brewmaster has been getting banned out. And already we see this game and in the previous series as well. A lot of emphasis on this. And our Sniper needs to be considered as well, considering they played it twice yesterday. And Thompson really likes this Kanda Scepter build for him. Yep. And then we see Tundra, the opposite, right? Chen, Disruptor even needs to be banned out, because this hero is actually on the rise. And of course, you look at Solo, and this is probably the man who's ran the Disruptor the most in the scene. So more emphasis on the support bans for Tundra in the first phase.
Yeah, you have your Disruptor, you have your Undying. It's like 101 solo gameplay right there. Yeah, if I imagine Solo, look, he's a very skilled player. Of course, with years, some deterioration happens in skill. Like, that's why most of these flashy players transition into position 5 as years pass. Besides just having a lot of experience, of course, and wanting to captain. But Disruptor for him is always on point. This Undying, always on point. I love to, not in this patch, but his Ogre as well. Really good heroes like those, that he can just run in, create stuff happen, make stuff happen, just give a lot of vision to his teammates and fight off of that. When it comes to Sniper, I was honestly just waiting for one team that is going to abuse this hero, because I'm spamming a lot of pubs, and every time I see Sniper, something feels too off. Like, even just with the Phylactery, even without the Phylactery, by the way, even just in the laning stage versus him is obnoxious. Like, he was always obnoxious, he was always annoying to play against, but you could deal with him easily. Now with that Egg Skanda, like, he stuns you every 6 seconds or something, and dishes out 500 damage, 600 damage. It's ridiculous. It's too much. I love the Luna into Timber, by the way. It's a good lane. Luna overall is in a really good spot. Like the shards just makes her viable. Opens up the life stealer maybe for 9 pandas, but then you have to think about Slardar as well. If you can pick him up, they have 2 picks now. They can't pick Slardar. That's the problem. Maybe on mid, but there are some ways of dealing with him too. Let's see what they do. It's an interesting situation to be in.
What is the power of picking Luna here, though? Because there must be trade-offs with showing they carry this early in the draft.
Of course, there's always a trade-off. Like you not only have your life stealer, there's also some shadow demon pickup that can happen, which is also good. Like some terror blade as well. Everything that can make her weak and turn her against herself. Turn your power into your weakness. Turn your strength into your weakness. That is what is the reason they're picking it here. I think Timber saw like one of the main reasons. Like you're seeing this hero and you're thinking about the carries that can lane well into him, and also thinking that okay, they have Timber, they probably won't pick Lifestealer because they don't have space for Slardar. It's like 3 steps ahead or something like that, which might not work in this case for them because they already got Shadow Demon. For me, this is already a big issue for Luna. Like this hero already makes your life pretty damn miserable. And by the way, Shadow Demon is borderline broken support at the moment. I really think that this guy should be banned out in the first stage.
Is there any changes you've been seeing, particularly with the playstyle from the Shadow Demon, that is making you feel like this?
What changes, man? He comes in, disrupts you, hits you with your own illusions for more damage that you can deal to him. He's stupid strong in the lane. The arcane boots build up works really nicely for him. Like just spams that shitty poison in your face 24/7. But it has a save as well. Like a lot of heroes that are being played right now are centered around their big ultis, and Shadow Demon deals with them. This is just saying pick Life Stealer. This is literally begging 9 pandas to pick it. Yeah, I really think this is... If your carry is playing it, you're picking it.
So, the one thing is, like, maybe there is a lot of flex from Tundra. You know, we've seen tops in the past play the Rubik as a mid, and we've seen the Centaur also be played as a support, and I know this is something that Whitemon has done in the past too. So this is, you know, if they do lifesteal, this is something maybe Tundra are going to consider, but it still doesn't avoid the lifesteal Luna matchup, which is a little bit better with the Ag Shard now for Luna, like you've been saying, you know, against the melee heroes, but you can't avoid the lifesteal. Like, it's going to come. You may try and swap the roles, but this last pick for Tundra now, like, has to be goddamn good, man, because at the moment, even if you change your Rubik and Centaur and whatever, this is a incredible lifestealer game.
I honestly, sometimes the draft just isn't working, and I feel like I'd love to be proven wrong. Let me not be cocky like this. Let's see. Maybe Tundra Esports have a plan. Maybe they can switch things about somehow. It's Thompson mid lane Rubik, Centaur 5, Techies 4, and they last pick Slardar. You know, like, you can still do things like this. I don't know. Like, it's still... You can adjust things, I guess. Yeah. But it's looking really rough.
And they're reading that too. Like, Omni Knight getting banned out. This is something that Toby played yesterday. So they definitely have an idea that this, you know, Rubik's going to be flexed. Same with the Centaur, and, you know, that they're still looking for the offlaner on Tundra.
Yeah, but okay, sure. You're still playing Luna into Shadow Demon for me, which is a big issue. And another one is like, okay, you put Centaur safe lane, and your Centaur is playing with Luna into Timber. Maybe it's not that bad. I'm not sure. I feel like Centaur wouldn't do extremely well into Timber in the lane, because you're hurting yourself with double edge, and then he hits you around the trees. Like, he takes your strength away. I haven't played this particular lane as a 5 Centaur ever in my life, literally. Maybe I have. but only because I random Centaur or something. He wasn't really a popular 5. But in general, it just looks bad. We'll see. Enigma banned out by Tundra, and like you said, they're expecting the same thing. They're expecting some Tundra shenanigans, and that's what you expect from Thompson, really. Like, you expect him to be picking these heroes that are a bit off on mid lane and baiting you into thinking that they're supports.
Oh boy. It's a scary Zeus pick. It's a very, very scary Zeus pick. It's just a Centaur at the moment. You see they kind of cover their tracks as well with the Faceless Void ban. I mean, would have been an incredible against all 3 cores. Can have some issues with like the Shadow Demon save. Maybe there's just some like concerns about how slow they would have been with the Void, but overall, if you got to late game, that hero would have been very difficult to deal with. So, Nine Pandas they're not quite sure what this last pick's going to be, at least in regards to what role.
Yeah, they're not. They picked themselves some Zeus, very stable, run-of-the-mill mid laner that does a lot right now. There's some flex potential with Tiny, of course, but I do believe Zeus is mid. And now if you're Tundra, let's see. Do they counter it? Actually, just pick Puck. So, all these things considered, said and done, it's gonna be just your run-of-the-mill standard Centaur offlane. Which is, like, you just have to adjust to the lane. Like, okay, we have a bad lane, what do? Some creep skips, blocking the small camp constantly, not playing against, or trying at least not to play against the life stealer face to face. Like, it's still doable. And in the end, you have this Puck that will scale really well even after the nerfs. He's good against Timber. He's good against Zeus if you give him a good time on that mid lane. Plus, you have the Stampede to get on top of Zeus. Your Stampede guy will also be buying some utility item, probably like Pipe, which is something that we're seeing very often now. And then you can crush this game before Lifestealer Zeus come online, because that's the way you're playing Luna. Basically, you want to end the game as fast as possible. You scale well, but into Shadow Team and into all these heroes, you probably don't want to take it too late.
Yeah, no, I heavily agree. Very, very much agree. I think also to add to some of the weaknesses that Nine Pandas do kind of have with their draft, I think there's an inability for them to make plays in the early game. You are very reliant on, like, Phylactery Zeus is a scary early game, like, damage spike, but it's not like kind of the ability that Tundra have to be able to make some of these early game movements. So I do think that is something for Nine Pandas where they could have a difficult time in that area. And Tundra, like, this Luna Taki's lane should win. Like, this should be a winning lane for you. Mid should be fine. I would imagine it's going to be slightly Zeus favored, but I really feel like a lot of this game is also going to be on 9 class, and this is a person where I'd like to see him given a little bit more pressure almost, because I think he's so talented. I've seen him absolutely body games from a position 4, and is just so new to the scene, and he has so many great spells to steal as well this game. So I think if they're going to have success on Tundra, I think it's really going to be off the back of 9 classes Rubik as well. But with all that being said, I really, really like this Nine Pandas draft. I think the late. Go.
I just have one question for you. Just
okay,
one.
My friend.
Very, very simple. Like, you've said a lot of things. You're going back and forth. You casters are bipolar. I like this team. I like that team. I like this team. I like this team. Like, every 5 minutes, a different team is winning. Just one single, very easy to answer question. Which hero would you play in this game? Like, if you could choose right now to hop into a player's shoes and actually play this pro game, which hero would you play to win? Like, what would you feel the most comfortable on?
Probably the Zeus. But I probably, we've spoken about this. I've been playing a lot of Zeus lately, and I don't think it's entirely difficult game for Kiyotaka. There are some, I think late game you without a doubt need to go Wind Waker because of the Puck, and I think that's a fine build in general for the Zeus. there are going to be some awkward stages, I think, in the middle game where if he has, like, if you slip up slightly, you can die. But yeah, I'd say the Zeus or Rubik. I think there's some very fun spells to steal this game for Rubik.
Okay. Yeah.
What about you?
Without a doubt, Shadow Demon.
Yeah, okay.
It is solo playing a position 5, but I'm just looking at the game and I'm thinking this is the simplest, easiest, chill game of my life. Second one would probably be Life Stealer, because I don't play a lot of Life Stealer, by the way. It's just my point of the question wasn't like which heroes you spam, you know, but which heroes do you think overall are going to have the cleanest or easiest game to perform in?
Okay.
These two for me look like exactly the heroes.
I'd really add Puck to that list as well then, like, you know, for free games. I think without a doubt this is the only thing you're worried about for Puck is like the tiny stuns, and that is it. Like, what else are you going to be worried about, man, this game? So yeah, really Thompson, he should have a great time too. So yeah, let's start from
That's
Thompson.
true, but I suck at Puck.
Yeah, see, that's that's a hard hero.
I'm gonna walk over all of my words. Yeah, it is a really good Puck game. I agree. He did get nerfed, so maybe that's one of the reasons why I don't feel as strongly about him, but it's still just such a good Puck game. No catch. You're good versus all of these guys. Feels good.
Feels good indeed. Something we'll bring up, of course, to start the series is some of the communication issues that might be there with Eki on the team. I'm very intrigued. Of course, that can really come into play in the laning stage as well.
9 class?
And of course... Oh. You're going to be killed?
There's no mana on solo. No.
You baited me.
Sorry,
what are you doing?
Yeah.
Even Observer didn't go down because Observer knew there was no possibility. Like, oh, he went down now. We baited him.
That's on you.
Why is that on me? What? You said 9 class. I followed you.
Well, if we follow him eventually, he's gonna get a kill.
Oh,
Eventually.
top lane?
Yep.
Bit of a jump from Whitemon, Alberca. We find that Pure's already used the beam. Selv's going to be expended. Lotus up in about 15 seconds. So already a decent chunk of resources are expended from either side, in both side lanes as well, to be able to win this fight for the Lotus.
Yeah, both offlaners actually doing fine in these first couple of waves. Also Timbersaw, by the way, going for reactive armor in this lane. But what they did really nicely is they cut down all the trees on the right side, so he doesn't really have a lot of space to play with Whirling Death. Just interesting lane so far, right?
Yep. I think they're playing bottom incredibly well, though, as well for Tundra. You just mentioned top with the tree cutting, and I think bottom Tundra, the early wave, we just saw like Toby using Hoof Stomp and 9 class. They were just spamming Fade Ball. That was a big reason why Dark Lord has had to go through so many of his region. Selv used early. He's out of Tangos now. You see Toby's even leveled up a second point in Hoof Stomp. So they're really trying to play off the back of like this early burst and just making sure Dark Lord is on too low of a health pool to really play into this lane.
Yeah,
he is. I mean, look at that. I mean, that's a prime example. Look how much damage they just did to him.
Yeah, something's off on this lane. Like I had to cover other lanes as well and look mid and top, but when it comes to bot, I feel like they should have done a lot better on Radiant. Maybe it will change a bit, but right now the Centaur is just bodying. He's having too good of a lane. But also, top lane, Alberca.
Oh, Blastoff actually does connect from Whitemon. Alberca's going to attempt to duck into the trees, but Pure with another beam. Not even required. Now actually has it potentially for the kill into Eki. Whitemon's still got some spells to be able to spam. That'll help them close the distance. Eki's got a big stick and a fairy fire, but it will not matter in the end. A double kill for Pure. And this, this is what we were kind of expecting. This lane should go very well for Tundra, and that is proving to be the case with an early double kill for them.
Yeah, like, damn, much better than I expected this lane to go well, but I didn't expect Luna to be getting such easy kills. Like double kill for them. That's one of the weaknesses that Tiny brings, I guess, to the laning stage itself. Once those first couple of tosses don't connect and you don't get a kill off of them, you can fall off with level 3 on the enemy cores, on the enemy heroes, that is. Nicely done, very nicely done. A lot of magic damage. One of the reasons why they picked these two into the Timber, of course. Yeah, so far, Tundra just winning bot lane, winning top lane, mid lane kinda even.
Top lane is a little bit scary though now for Pure.
There's no way he gets it.
Yeah, but I mean, he got a big wand, had the raindrop as well, and meanwhile, Eki went down. Still, we're also seeing kills on the opposite side of the map as Dark Lord now. This is only a level 1 Rage. It's going to be out pretty shortly, but they will not continue in the Hunter. Tundra are bodying 9 Pandas in both side lanes. This is incredibly impressive. Mid as well. Thompson is doing as good of a job as what you'd hope as well. And Puck can have some weaknesses in the early laning phase. Might be blown up, but Kiritaka lacking some in the mana. Yeah.
So basically what happened in this last fight is Rubik was TPing top. He got disrupted. And then they just turned on the Shadow Demon and killed him off. Another thing that happened is Eki was very unfortunate. Like, he was running away from techies. 6 creeps, 6 neutrals were hitting him. And techies. And he dies to the techie right-click instead of anyone else. I mean, it is a very strong right-click. It's no longer 43 damage techie, but... Alberca, I'm gonna take some damage here.
Is he actually wanting to turn? Man,
Zeus,
they got the Thunder Gods, I suppose. There we go. And now Eki still got the toss back as well with another round of spells. Alberca and Eki, the assistance from the Thunder Gods. That is a much-needed double kill for them, because this laning phase was really starting to feel kind of disastrous for them. Top goes incredibly well, bottom goes incredibly well against a matchup you wouldn't expect. So much-needed kills. With that being said, Thompson just kind of brings him back a solo rotation with the coil, gets a nice little freebie kill onto Alberca. A lot of experience for him now, level 7 already.
Yeah, I love their nicknames, by the way. On
Dark Lord?
Yeah,
Dark Lord's dead.
Yeah, I love his nickname though.
My. Yeah, well, you like his nickname, but I don't know if that's giving him too much power in the in the start of this game.
It's okay, he's the Dark Lord. He doesn't care. Dark Lord. It's wait, I need to open Wikipedia. How old is he?
He's pretty young.
He is 20. I mean,
that's
okay, kind of young, I guess. I mean, I made Lizard when I was 12. That's my nickname since I'm 12. I wonder if it's the same with him. Dark Lord, very edgy, very nice.
Aki's making his first rotation of the game, but it is getting scouted out though. So Tundra full awareness of what's going on.
Do you like? It's not about liking it or not, but they have no stacks on Dire.
Luna mid lane?
Yep.
Pure's just getting dived. Stampede instantly used to try and protect him. It's also potentially getting them a kill down bottom as well, so they'll kill Dark Lord. Meanwhile, Eki dies mid lane, and the value out of the Stampede, my lord.
That's a very valuable horse indeed. Nicely done by Tundra so far. Everything just working out for them. Some lanes I honestly didn't believe or didn't think are gonna go this way. When I say some lanes, I mean bot lane. That's why you picked the Life Stealer, right? Like that's why it was an obvious pick. But sometimes meta evolves, and so do laning matchups. Like at the beginning of a patch, a hero might look completely busted, broken versus an offlaner like a carry, and then as the patch progresses, you switch your item build a little bit, you find some different ways to play, and then your hero becomes stronger. But at the same time, Dark Lord was playing. Yeah, they just get Whitemon. Nice toss by Tiny, but he was playing without corrosion or anything like that, so there was no pressure to be applied on the Centaur and the Rubik. I'm not sure. I really think they messed up this bot lane.
I also don't know though how much the Shadow Demon being bottom affected them, because like SD is not the greatest lane at level 1 and level 2, and that's really when they did all their damage on Tundra.
He's honestly not weak. Like,
no,
I disagree a bit. I think Shadow Demon is in the current state, he's really not weak. Like, he actually dishes out a lot of damage, gives you control as well. Like, level 3 is
it's another
huge
poison.
And Zeus
could have won, he's fine. Oh, Thunder Gods is not fine. They do see them coming through the portal though. Dark Lord's Rage is still on cooldown for a little bit of time. Even Whitemon rotated out. Level 6 on the tech is already. Kiyotaka is going to be... this is an Arcane Rune Zeus. This is a bit scary for Tundra. If Kiyotaka can freely spellcast, the spells will bite them, and that is exactly the case.
Woo! Yeah, they just gave them a huge comeback potential right there. Yeah, the tips on Kiyotaka, Takayiko. He's going on Rubik as well mid, but should be fine.
I see. Kiyotaka is a... Oh, we got a replay. I mean, you see what happens. I mean, Arcane, it's not going to work. And this is a phylactery Zeus already at this stage of the game. And I must add, because I'm a big enjoyer, this is a no lightning hands Zeus as well. At least at the moment. Maybe late game. Yeah, but at least at the moment he's going, 8th lens, probably Kaya, I would imagine, afterwards.
It's a good game for him to be dealing some magic spells from distance as well. I wouldn't mind seeing some more of that, but every Zeus I'm watching eventually converts, and it is a strong build, like realistically, as the game goes on. Plus you have this Shadow Demon. Won't the Disruption Illusions do the same, by the way?
I would imagine so, yeah.
Yeah. Not sure. I feel like some other illusions don't. Not. Never mind. All of them do. So yeah. The disruption will also be very handy. Mid lane.
Hope is a nice kill, and they should definitely be able to bring him down. Eki's chain control is perfect.
Mid lane
inside the
as
river,
well.
they're also going to be able to get the kill onto Solo's Shadow Demon. But of course, 9 Pandas very happy with that. 9 Class did actually commit his TP. Kiyotaka is going to be able to get the slow from the phylactery. And that'll be another kill to add, and we are starting to see, once his phylactery was picked up from the Zeus, this is where that early game can definitely turn potentially into their favor, especially with these rotations.
He starts to hurt, basically. Like, once he gets that phylactery, every spell he uses on you... one Chincast, like, look at this mid lane, right? Like, pure...
Whoa. Eki, is he going to be able to get the TP? No, Whitemon as well. Stops him at the buzzer. I mean, you got a Thunder Gods, unfortunately, not enough for the kill onto Pure, who gives a tip over as well. So, I mean, Pure is more than happy. He's got a Mask of Madness to be able to catch up. He's got the Seeds of Serenity, and he's seeing what his team's doing on the top lane as well, getting a double kill for them.
Yeah, I mean, that Thunder Gods rat wasn't really only about the Luna. So, even though he's tipping Takayaki, it doesn't really matter. He's fine with this. There's a smoke coming from Shadow Demon. I do believe this is more about the wards than anything else. He might get scouted if he runs straight up now. Let's see. Just wards the medium camp. It's a nice position of a ward. How's their Lifestealer doing on the other side of the map, going slowly towards the Radiance? Not the best farm on him, but Solo.
Nice banishment stops the stun from Toby. Kiyotaka's importantly here as well. Are they going to be able to get the turn as well? Tops and drops the coil. 9 Class trying to get in range. Blink is almost up from Toby to be able to initiate once again.
Infested Rubik in the puck, so they have some infest bomb going on here as well. They could use... Lunan, by the way, is pushing down your bot tier 1, and this is a free tier 1 tower. You're probably not defending this. They don't have Dream Coil, so this infest, I sincerely doubt. Yeah. He just leaves. There's nothing to do in that puck anymore.
How do we feel like Tundra are going to look to try and utilize this early advantage with the Luna net worth over the Lifestealer and play active early on with taking objectives?
The thing is, she has a net worth advantage, but like with this Manta, she starts farming even faster. So you catch yourself as a carry in this position in which, okay, how well is my team doing? Do I have to join them? If I don't have to join them, if they're owning on their own already, I can just make my farm 50% faster with this Manta, because I'm farming the lane and I'm farming the Ancients at the same time. Literally, just constantly send illusions down bottom, farm the double camp of Ancients and the hard camp. So I'd like to see Luna farm up some more. This BKB into a shard, into a Kanda, whatever she wants to buy, feels really damn good for me.
So you would kind of prefer her to have a higher net worth advantage and then start to push down as actually Dark Lord down bottom. Are they actually going to have the damage? Gets the rage off into the Infest. Almost gets blown up there from the techies in the Luna. But yeah, back. So would you prefer Pure just to, it sounds like you want him just to increase his farm and then he'll get to a stage where he has just, you know, maybe one full item and 1.5 and then you can go in 10 minutes?
It's like, it depends on the enemy carries as well and what he's doing. Like, you could perhaps pressure because Lifestealer is buying Radiance, he's got nothing at the moment, and you know they're literally minus a hero. At the same time, yeah, just get the BKB first. It just makes your game safer. You're playing into a Zeus, into a Shadow Demon, you know, like getting that BKB is...
Look at this top lane where he tops in. Are they going to get value out of the Infest? Are they going to have the damage though? Hobie will try and jump in. Stolen Whirling Death, it really helps out with the attempt onto Alberca, but they're a little bit slower. Now 9 Panda's going to be able to catch up as well to protect him. Kiyotaka and Solo standing on the sideline, starting to pump some spells out. Meanwhile, Eki also is able to TP back as well, so no one dies on 9 Pandas.
That's the most important hero on their side, really. Like, Eki isn't having the best of games on Tiny. He also went for Arcane Boots. I feel like he needed to just simply rush the Blink Dagger to enable his team. Bot lane Dark Lord, there's a Blink on Scent.
Can 9 class close the distance, so just out of range, but knowing that the Infest is on cooldown is really the big thing for them. Dark Lord, some TPs, and they will not continue to hunt him. Solo's actually going to see Pure under the tower. And more Eki's also dying top lane to Whitemon Solo, so a lot of experience for him. Kiyotaka is going to be able to get a return kill though, so Zeus is licking his lips.
Yeah, I think you're happy if you're Whitemon, even though you did give this Zeus a solo kill. It's more important to shut down the Tiny and slow him down. Like, just make his dagger as late as possible, and Radiant literally cannot make any good plays on the map. Like, how do you do anything? Like, Tundra has to be super out of position for a play to happen.
And this is kind of what we were discussing before as well, right, Dark Lord? Was able to pop the rage in time.
Maybe.
Is this a fight they still want to take though? Thompson lands a huge coil. I mean, the stolen lunar illusions as well is really starting to add the damage. Thompson's going to continue to jump in. They need the Zeus, but Kiyotaka currently lacking the mana to join the fight, even with the TP on cooldown as well. So, kind of get a little bit lucky there. There was a good fight opportunity for Tundra, but weren't able to capitalize and find a kill onto anyone on 9 Pandas.
Yeah, this disruption is probably one of the best spells that he can steal in the game, if not, like when I'm looking at probably the best, the most, let's just say the easiest to use to give you the most impact in the game. This is like a really nice thing to have for him. Now you can also utilize Luna's illusions to push out waves. Yeah, you see this Pure making illusions, sending them, and maybe Rubik should follow. Let's see. Yeah, he creates a another disruption illusion, and now they can both farm, like mid lane and the enemy jungle.
Yeah, well.
Super efficient.
All right, so I mean, this net worth lead for Tundra continuing to ramp up. 5,000 now for them. You've got a pipe. Ooh, we have not seen a pipe in a very long time, but of course, incredible item to be able to address a hero like the Zeus. Tiny, lot of magic damage, and really, with that being said, a little bit with the Lifestealer too, with that Radiance. Always going to have to consider that, so a lot of value from him this game. Even Whitemon has, by the looks of it, like a casual cloak as well, so he's actually got Glimmer Cape already, so they're pretty farmed on Tundra, and we'll see if they're going to be able to take some fights shortly. Eki,
Nice,
blink
Eki.
reveal. Toss back, Alberca should be able to blow up 9 class. Toby with a jump in as well finds her own rebuttal, but again, Kiyotaka off to the sideline can freely spell cast, and that'll mean he's able to get a double kill. So both supports on Tundra will go down.
Nice reveal, right? Like a pretty decent reveal.
They're back in.
Ooh,
Oh, they're back in.
never mind.
Toby and Thompson. So much burst damage already at this stage of the game. Thompson 3-0 and 4. Witchblade, Growboat, and of course, importantly, Aghanim Shard as well.
There's just a blink really in that situation. Being able to silence the Zeus so he can't heavenly jump out. It was a good trade for 9 Pandas until Zeus died, and now it's a pretty bad one. By the way, the pipe on Centaur, I feel like it's a must at the moment. When you're looking at offlaners, they started to transition from Shivas into pipe lads once again. So,
Okay.
you know, like meta is changing. Maybe not with the heroes played, but definitely with the items that are being built. And like you said, you are playing into a Zeus, so it's kind of a no-brainer item to pick up.
You're speaking of the, I guess, 9 Pandas, Alberca, and his item build this game. I'm very intrigued on if there's going to be some thoughts of like a Blink Hex late game, because this is some of the concerns we had in regards to that catch versus the puck. That is a bit more of an aggressive build though, and when you're playing from behind and you don't have the kills or you've got a lot of deaths, you're going to be a little bit more conservative, and we kind of do see that's a build, Kyre and Sunge into the Yule Scepter, but maybe late game, we could see that be a choice here for Alberca.
If we do get there, I can see it happening. They know where Puck is. Blink has been broken by the orb.
Wait,
but-
Pure? Pure? What is this farming? Oh, we may be relying on a BKB TPR. They're going to get a glimpse of the Zeus, so the Tundra, they'll find a pretty big kill. Alberca's in some danger as well. Solo's going to be able to rotate. Lifestealer just picked up the Radiance as well, so he's going to have at least more impact than what we've seen prior for him, but they'll catch Toby on the retreat, and Pure just... that was some incredibly greedy farming on 9 Panda's side of the map, and they are without a doubt going to be rewarded. That is a big triple kill for them, and the only casualty will be Kiyotaka.
Woo. Yep. Sometimes you feel that your teammates are a bit too strong and they are pressuring the map, but nice smoke from 9 Pandas. Easy pick off on Pure. He has a Manta, he has a BKB. None of that was really useful. He got blown up. Eki gonna die as well, but... 9 Pandas, they're 4k behind, but you are playing into a Luna, so this isn't really a huge issue for them. And the Lifestealer carry-to-carry matchup, it's still pretty solid for him. Let's see, is there a shard? Luna is purchasing it next. That's queued up.
This is the question though, right? Like, let's see how this Luna Lifestealer matchup works now when Luna's an item ahead and with the shard champs. Because I must say, like, not recently have I seen this matchup where Luna has been playing this far ahead. And this can always change a matchup that's supposed to not really be in your favor. And another big thing is, Thompson is... You have puck issues. We've already spoken about it. We know what this hero can do. It doesn't even matter if it was nerfed a little bit. Late game puck is still without a doubt a big issue, and his weakness is the laning phase in the early game. You can really fall behind, and Thompson is not behind at all, so he's going to scale very well.
Yep, like the Luna will be ahead, and she is ahead, but so is Puck, like you just said. Like a lot of damage. Aghanim's next on him. And when I look at the next items coming up for Radiant, I'm not as worried for Tundra as I am for them. Like I see this SNY on Lifestealer, sure, it all depends on the execution really with Eki and some infest bombs. Roshan will fall. This is basically when you start going ham with Luna. Okay. It would be great if you didn't die in the enemy jungle just a moment ago, but now with the sages you start pressuring. He's got...
Let's see where they go.
Yeah. He's got the shard, by the way, queued up next. Let's see if he gets it. Or Kanda.
Yeah, I was intrigued on where they wanted to go straight after the Ages, because they had a really big top wave to farm. They had all those creeps as well at the minute mark about to respawn. But of course, you were right near bottom with maybe a tower you wanted to siege. So they seemed pretty happy just to chill out. You said shard almost completed for Pure.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's... I'm not sure if he'll buy it. Let's see. He has 1400 gold. So basically, why am I not sure? Even though it's so good on him, he's got Aegis.
Can they blow him up? Let's see. They're going to try. Oh, wow. They actually kill him off in the end. I mean, that Thunder God's extra little bit of damage and... Well done. Okay, I'm surprised they had the burst.
Yeah. That's also a Manta completed now on Kiyotaka. It's got the Manta. Yeah, and yeah, as I expected, Luna pure greeding out, not buying the shard. He's not buying the shard because he has Aegis right now and he has a BKB already. So you can... There's no necessity for you to be that defensive.
Look at the positioning from Pandas at the moment. Berker and Eki is going to get scouted out by the Dire Observer Wood. Meanwhile, as well in the river, Dark Lord actually somehow slips past some of the Tundra members. We'll find a nice illusion as well to work with the Radiant, so gonna help out their lanes for a little bit.
One thing that they didn't really use, like you're talking about these illusions, they didn't use the disruption on Lifestealer a lot. Because he's got that Radiance, like you... The problem is it's not as strong as it used to be a long time ago, it doesn't last as long. It's still solid, like some Radiance illusions pushing in, giving Shadow Demon more farm. Like this Shadow Demon having an Aghanim's would be pretty good for you too. But he's using it on Zeus instead. Okay, this also works.
Top lane, they might go for Dark Lord. I believe a couple of Pandas here had showed bottom. And Pure's kind of scouting out behind Dark Lord to see if anyone is playing with him. And yeah, he's not even going to mess around. Instant Rage TP out, so this tower will go down. Importantly, Tundra get control of the triangle. In fact, they want to leave it though. Smoke from them, sweeping across the map now.
Yeah, you can see the way 9 Pandas are playing. They don't want to fight this. They're still chilling, waiting perhaps for that BKB on Lifestealer and just pushing in.
Dude, this is a great smoke. It's actually going to pop Thompson. And they'll guess it incorrectly. So unfortunate. Oh, Pure now. Hang on a second. Okay, they will. Nice instant glimmer to the blink away. He's actually going to be able to live as a result of this.
No
well
way.
Done. Dude,
no way.
That is such a hard smoke to read, though, from Pandas. You have Pure just by himself sieging a T2 tower. You would really expect the rest of the team playing behind him, and then they sweep across the map as 4. Unfortunately, they don't catch anyone, though.
And I love the way they're sweeping. They're covering a lot of ground. But okay, it was just one question. Your Rubik has Yules, and he has Spell Steal, and the Tiny is steeping out. Which one would you rather use? Anyways,
yeah.
Eki Glimmer runs again. Because he had the same amount of time, but it's probably one of those it's easier to use one than the other. Eki.
Oh, what? Some goddamn quick fingers. Level 20 timing as well from Pure with that talent. They're ready to go now, Tundra.
Some illusions.
We're looking to try and chip him down, force some reactions, and there's a reaction. Thompson. Jump in with the core to the backline. Pure's going to charge forward with the BKB onto the first life as well. They'll be able to secure the kill, but when you've got no BKB on the respawn now, Pure's in a little bit of danger. Can they turn to the Luna? Alberca with the jump in, Infest bomb as well. Pure, no way he's going to be able to live. Scurries away, stolen Infest. Toby, he's okay as well with the Centaur. How does no one die on Tundra? Are you serious?
A draft will only take you so far. Sometimes you have these amazing heroes versus the enemy squad, but you still get outplayed a bit, and that was Pure. Well, not Pure's outplay, but pure outplay by Tundra overall. At least when it came to running back, because they did lose that Aegis and BKB on Luna in a pretty silly way, but he did what he had to do, just run in there with the BKB, pop his ulti. He had his Moonglaves on as well. But the way they went back was so good. Rubik with the stolen Infest, by the way, into Centaur, saving him a bit longer, giving him some HP. Yeah, just good plays, covering one another, you know, just not allowing them to chase down the Luna that easily, using lift, drums from Rubik, everything, like every single thing being added into the mix.
And with all the chaos, Thompson also just jumped the tier 3 tower and killed Kiyotaka as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that is just another thing. Like, Thompson, you know, seeing how there's almost nothing they can do against the puck this game. Arcane Rune now with the Scepter freshly completed. Would you like to see Tundra go again, or do you feel like they need to slow it down after a bit of a scary fight that they somehow slipped away from?
Well, look, it was a scary fight, but keep in mind that they also were fighting against tier 2 and a high ground. Like, that was a huge dive. They weren't in an easy position to take that fight. So, if you could take a fight around, I don't know, like a triangle or something like that, then I'd like them to take it. Infest, Eki, Pure.
Okay, yeah, down at the south, Dark Lord. We're trying to turn onto Pure. He's actually going to try and blow up the life, so he might be able to. Dark Lord with the BKB activated, but he's got nowhere to run. And now Toby's ready to go once again with a blink up in a couple of seconds. They need the vision. Close the distance, so not to be. Meanwhile, over the other side, Thompson once again finding solo kills, this time onto Shadow Demon.
They try jumping the Luna with only tiny Infest combo. And 9 class still has his Infest, so he heals up the Luna, rescues her. I mean, she wasn't in any need of rescuing. Barely lost 40% HP. Was in a pretty easy position to live through. It's just much harder for them to take these fights outside of their base. They're 10k behind. If you're fighting on some high ground, sure, Kiyotaka defends. He's menace, dishing out too much damage. But if you're jumping them, like, it needs to be pitch perfect, all of it. By the way, remember what you said about Timber a long time ago? We've reached that point. Blink Hex.
And it's needed. It is very needed this stage of the game. He's relatively close, to be honest, so we'll see. A lot of it's going to depend on how long of a Roche spawn it is, so he might have that Hex by the second Roche fight. This is an interesting item, though. Gleipnir and Puck. Huh.
Okay, some extra catch. It still procs, right? Like the Waning Rift.
Yep.
So
Dark Lord mid. Are they going to go for him? He's got the BKB back off cooldown. Should be fine. And now Whitemon, did he just... Wait, hang on, look at the damage. Dark Lord, oh my god. Gets infested the last second.
Nice
Importantly,
stun.
though, they're onto Kiyotaka. A BKB is going to be activated. It's going to protect the Zeus momentarily. Kiyotaka's going to be cautious, though. Once it expires, they can continue to hunt him down. He's got the leap to get back to the high ground. But again, Solo, he gets caught out. He won't have the capability to escape, so... I mean, these fights are looking very difficult for 9 Pandas to execute.
Eki, he knows, he sees. He had that ward, but yeah, it got rewarded. They still have the Infest on Zeus. Are there any BKBs wasted on the other side? No, right? Like, Luna still has hers. Yeah, that's scary. If you're Radiant right now, that's scary. Like, you drafted these counter picks, on paper counter picks, but they're countering nothing at the moment. You need this Blink Hex, basically. And then you can maybe start off by killing off Puck, but instead he just finished off a BKB. A different playstyle, I guess. With the BKB he can jump in and soak in the majority of the damage, and you can fight off of that, which is also a decent idea.
Smoke popped. Can they fight this on Pandas? BKB's on cooldown for a little bit of time.
Good
Tundra have a great ward set up.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a great ward. Eki's actually going to get the initial jump. They want to try and target down Pure at the moment. Instant shard activation, and Pure's not an easy kill. Stampede as well, just to protect him. And do they want to go back in? Because Thompson found the backline. Kiyotaka gets away from the coil, but once again, both supports are in trouble. They'll get the kill into Solo. Meanwhile,
they're still chasing Kiyotaka.
Battling over against Pure. When it's really going to matter in the end, because Kiyotaka still ends up getting caught. Thompson, another fight that the Puck has zero concerns. There's just nothing they can do to address him. Even looking to try and catch up to Eki. Doesn't unfortunately make it down to the low ground with the Ogre Seal Totem. As Tundra will find a third.
Damn, like just the decision to go and fight there. I guess one of the main reasons is Rosh is up, and you know that they can take Rosh, so you're hoping that they're doing it. You smoke up, you go, you take this cliff, but nice read from Tundra, just warding up the cliff and waiting them there. They take a fight with every advantage that they could have. Not only are they 15-16 ahead, but also you have this perfect high ground ward. Thompson just jumps in, zones out the Zeus completely, and then you have no damage. Like, this Luna is just not dying at the moment. You need to find a perfect disruption to turn the Luna against herself to kill her, and you're not getting there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't know, my friend. I'm not sure if there's really going to be a big turning point. What did the Timber buy? I swear
BKB,
it was...
BKB.
Okay. How do you feel about the BKB purchase?
Well, it already was demonstrated in that last fight. It was useless. Like,
Yeah.
it allows him to jump in and create this chaos together with Lifestealer, but the problem is not that you create chaos. The problem is Puck, who doesn't give up anything about that. He just jumps the backlines. He's the way I see it is, they're jumping the Luna not because they can kill her, but because they don't see any other big options. Like, no other way to play this game. Like, you're not killing the Centaur, the two supports are also elusive. If you could blink Hex the Puck, however, with a Tiny jumping in and Zeus using ult, like, that would be a massive kill. He doesn't have a BKB or anything like that. Like, you could kill him. But you need those
Burka's
items.
getting hunted. And he's going to run headfirst into them. Oh, maybe not. Okay, doesn't matter. Toby. You're able to find the catch. Try BKB. Can he actually get away from this? Oh, no, wait.
Maybe.
Burka?
There you go.
Wow. Well, alright, value.
Value
Instant tip into
BKB.
the outpost. And Ek, he's going to see them first as well. Solo's going to do whatever he can to protect him. At least Kiyotaka doesn't get clipped by the coil. Look at the damage out from Kiyotaka. But once they're able to catch him, BKB comes out last second. It's not going to matter in the end. Pure is able to cleave right through it. It was close. He was able to showcase how much damage you're able to be outputted. But Dark Lord's going to be hunted down to the high ground. BKB's about to expire in the sky. He's slow. They need the infest. He's going to be able to get it. Last second, Alberca just there in the nick of time to keep his carry alive. But I guess the really shining spot is the fact that this mid lane is actually shoved out. So they won't be able to get an objective.
Yeah, for Tundra, worst position to not have creeps already pushing in. But yeah, that's the least of their worries. They still have 3 minutes on the Aegis. That's a Swift blink, by the way, completed now in 200 gold on the Luna. You're extremely happy with the state of the game, but also you have to be a bit careful. It was demonstrated that Thompson can't die if they do jump him. And he is the MVP this game. Like, with his level 25 Dreamcoil Pierce's debuff immunity, this hero became even more valuable.
Yeah, Pure's pretty close to it as well. I definitely, I don't think the Luna's is nearly as valuable as the Puck. Speaking of Puck, Thompson looking for a solo kill into Alberca. Gleipnir. BKB will cover it. Still lasted long enough. Still far too far away for the Hex on Alberca. And they might try and jump Dark Lord with the
Swift
rage
blink.
expiring. Dark Lord.
Yoink!
Oh.
Where's your infest bomb now? Solo.
Hobson might even tick him out with the Witchblade solo. Purges himself. These buildings are falling fast. Pure starting to go to work.
I mean, we're in some alternate universe, man, when Luna is jumping the Lifestealer like that, bombing
Damn,
him.
Pure. Okay, Eki. And of course, Pure's playing with the Aegis. And they might not even go through the first life as well by the looks of it. Pure, he's got the boys to protect him.
Yeah, nice and fast. Once again, 9 class. I was saying that Disruption is probably the most valuable spells to steal, but this Infest is proving to be way more valuable.
Telekinesis into the coil. Yeah, Zeus is gone. It's just going to be too much damage here.
Is he?
Thompson's items. Is he actually not dead? Oh, alright. Thompson's going for it. Never mind. He finds a lucky crit as well. Front of the fountain. No concerns for Thompson. No concerns from Tundra. Very impressive. Very impressed with this Game 1 performance.
Now top. Lifestealer still dead for 5 more seconds. Can complete maybe the S... Nah, not even the SNY will he complete. The Tiny is deeping in. Let's see. Infest Bomb
Look at
is
the
ready.
Infest Bomb. With a buyback as well, they'll be able to get at least the kill to start, but Pure as well. He just has such an overwhelming amount of net worth that Dark Lord can't even beat back into him. Pure is going to be able to reposition. Toby with the buyback. No hesitation for him to be able to rejoin the fight. And that should be it. Dark Lord out. 80 seconds without your life stealer. G's are going to be called. Tundra, take Game 1.
Nice comeback from Tundra. Well, not in this game, but in the tournament after yesterday's games and what happened. 9 Pandas, this was really on point. I have to say, I'm legit surprised by the state of the lanes. The top lane, sure, whatever. You know, Luna, that's why they picked her into the Timber. It looked really nice together with the techies. So much spam, very nicely done by them. Bot lane, however, I expected something completely different. I expected this Lifestealer to just be constantly harassing Toby and getting him out of the lane or just being a nuisance. But instead, Toby, with that, what did you say, the comeback hunger, right? Like he's finally back into the tier 1 scene, and he's proving to be a nice addition to Tundra. Like very nicely done in that lane. Like and the stampedes all over the place were good. The itemization was solid. Everything looked on point for them.
I'm really impressed. I'm really impressed. I mean, I was... In the end, I did say I thought 9 Pandas was going to be able to win it. I said the pros that I thought of Tundra's draft, and I do think a lot of them really came into fruition, though. Like I think the free puck game was really, really the big one. So we saw what Thompson was able to do. But for me, when I saw this 9 Pandas draft, I was really thinking that just the pure, like, carry matchup in particular for the Lifestealer being even net worth was going to be enough to get them over the finish line. But we did see a lot of weaknesses with their draft when they were playing from behind. Their team fighting and playmaking and ability to come from behind was really lacking. It was just kind of what felt like the only way in was the raw potential of some of these matchups going well. And when you play this far behind, we saw that wasn't the case. Yeah,
like I've seen them, like, this kill here maybe gave me some glimmer of hope for 9 Pandas when they blow up the Luna, and after that maybe I was thinking, yeah, they can jump her, kill her off, but just from Tundra they played it way too well. The high ground push when they killed the Zeus, I think it's the fight after this one, or maybe 2 fights after this one, was one of those where they had to be punished. Like you cannot allow them to have such plays and get away with them, like jumping the high ground, killing your Zeus, and then still getting away with everyone. It just should be allowed. It's illegal. But oh damn!
Yes,
that's the siren. Be right back,
brother. What's going on? What's going on? We'll,
you want to hear it?
No, I don't want to hear it. You give you your mic. Hopefully, you got no one coming to hunt you down, my friend. That is a scary ass siren, but that's okay. I'll close this one out. No stress. So we'll see. We'll see what Tundra are going to be able to do heading into the second game. Of course, a very, very impressive performance from them. Like I was saying, to close that game, I think just everyone played incredibly well. You're alive? I mean, how long are you alive for? Is this a common occurrence? Should I be worried or no?
Don't be worried. It's gonna fizzle out in a moment.
Okay, fizzle out. All right, no stress. We don't have to worry about me not having a co-caster for the next game. That's all right. We'll. I'm glad Lizard's still going to be here for it. So yeah, there we go. I mean, at least we can see your beautiful face, even though you are muted. But with that being said,
There
Tundra,
we go. It's done.
it's done. All right. So just a quick siren. Do you want to? I'm sure a lot of people are intrigued. Well, what's the siren for, my friend? You're not getting raided, are you?
I just have a siren here, right next to me. Yeah.
Okay. just the siren. That's it.
Just a siren, casual siren.
No meaning at all to the siren. You actually wanted to annoy everyone. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. I want to annoy everyone. There's a siren outside of my house. Literally, I have to cover my ears every time it goes off. It's goddamn insane. No, the story is it doesn't matter. We're here for happier things. We're here for Dota, for some nice things. These are the sirens that are warning us of possible puck heroes without any counters. Every time a puck gets picked up without any counters, the siren goes off. That's what's happening.
Oh, I see. So they're warning pandas. They want them to be listening in to to try and get that insight to ban Thompson's puck, and you can't blame them with a performance like that. 13, 2, and 12. Thompson, incredible showing, and Tundra as well, an incredible showing. It's just game one though. Let's see what 9 Pandas is going to be able to do to bounce back. First, a quick break from us. We'll see you guys soon. And we're back with Game 2 Tundra. Of course, a incredible performance from them up against 9 Pandas. Can they replicate it though, Mr. Lizard? Can they do it? What do you say? Yay or nay, or do they have what it takes?
Yay.
Say yay?
I'm in the yay. I'm in the yay. I feel like that game was not as much about the draft as much as it was about the gameplay, and because of that mainly, I think that they can recreate it because it can only get better even for them. I feel like one thing that they really have to address in the drafting stage for 9 Pandas, that's to get rid of Thompson somehow. Like, you cannot just get rid of him or control him by banning out the sniper that he's playing a lot. If you do that, you also have to take care of the heroes that he is known for or that he plays as well as any other ones. Like, if the puck gets picked up, you really have to address it. I don't think that besides the puck, that game was too difficult for them. Like, when it comes to the draft, I think that 9 Pandas had what it took. Unfortunately, they got outplayed way too much. I feel like this Toby plus 9 class lane beats Solo and Dark Lord, and I want to be proven wrong in this game. I want to see Solo and Dark Lord actually dominating and doing better as well. That's the second thing. Like, first thing, make sure that Thompson is countered somehow in the game. It doesn't matter how. Like this Zeus, he had a puck, he had a centaur to worry about. Puck had nothing to worry about. That's the first thing. And second thing, I actually want to see Solo and Dark Lord winning the lane, but I'm not sure if I'll see that. Like right now, I'm feeling. By the way, what happened to your shirt? Did you like splash your face a little bit? Like get a bit wet? What's going on?
It's
turn on the
outside.
faucet. Yeah, it's raining.
No.
Yeah, you live in a shed. I forgot.
Yeah. Yeah, I
You
had to go in
from
and
a shed. My bad.
Oh, of course, that's okay. I had to go and get some water, and quickly walk through a rainstorm that's going on in Melbourne. But it's okay. It is what it is. We don't have to worry about the weather. We're going to draft, my friend. We should jump over the draft and see how this one is unfolding. We got Tundra on the Radiant side. They got first pick, 9 Pandas on the Die side with second pick. We'll see if they go for some water heroes to add to the, I guess, what I got going on my jumper, a little bit of water. So we'll see if they want to try and do a mix.
I'm wondering, like, you don't have like a rain season and like a dry season out there, right? Like you have normal.
Yep, normal.
Just normal weather. Okay, yeah.
We ain't too fancy. Well, I guess we are fancy, right? We got 4 seasons instead of just the 2. I feel like the 4 seasons are really the fancy stuff. That's.
Do you get any snow? Or just in the mountains, I guess.
Just in the mountains. Not in the suburbs, but like 2.5 hours away from Melbourne. I guess depends where you live in Melbourne, but yeah, there are some mountains out here where you get some snow.
Okay, yeah, nice. Yeah, similar here. We have four seasons, and like the summers are really hot, the winters are really cold. It is changing a bit recently, but some things never change. Ares and Undying played by Solo, Disruptor being stolen by the enemy team against him, those things never change, right?
No, they do not change indeed. I mean, we've got to keep in mind as well, I know we highlighted Solo's heroes last game, but Whitemon Disruptor is something that he's also ran kind of since his introduction to the scene. I mean, really the big one was T1, of course, for Mr. Whitemon. So I know they have even been giving it to 9 class a little bit as well. I would kind of prefer him to be on a little bit more flashier position 4s, but there are definitely always games where we can see the value out of Disruptor in that role. What
are the 2 heroes that you would imagine Whitemon with? I would say Disruptor and Phoenix, maybe, right?
Yeah.
Like Phoenix would be the second one. Yeah. No, of course, he plays both of those really well.
Even ET could be a consideration. I know he was running ET for a lot as well, but yeah, I mean, definitely those
Shadow
ones. This is interesting.
Yeah,
wow.
Like we've seen it in the Chinese region, played quite a lot. FY Midas after the Blink and then the BKB. I literally, by the way, did the same thing he does with this guy after we watched those games. I started recreating it. It works really well in pubs. as well. Just give you some catch, and 9 Pandas already are like, yeah, let's make sure that we have catch, guys. So they get the Shadow Shaman. It's so nice. Like, a drafting for me can be very, like, how to put it, like, you can have a lot of talent when it comes to drafting. Like, you can make these crazy drafts and you can make everything look fancy and fit somehow by that last pick, you know? Or you can be like, do I have good lanes? Do I have catch? Do I have stuns? And some push. Like, just get these things together, you know? Just make sure that you have a bit of everything, and your draft is always going to at least have a chance at winning if your team plays nicely. But if you miss out on one of these, like they missed out on catch last game, chances are the enemy team can abuse them. Like, sometimes it doesn't happen. Sometimes there's no puck mid. Instead, it's some Kunkka or something like that. But still, it's always much, much better to have all the boxes checked.
It's very interesting, though, that this is one of the few drafts where we see the first 4 heroes are all supports. Very rarely we're getting that lately. It really seems like, you know, there's this flex hero in the first phase. Your Centaurs, your DKs, your Timbers, really the offlane mid flex. But yeah, both sides showing all their support. So now 9 Pandas, they're going to have to reel a double core. Would imagine we're probably going to see their safe laner, at least.
I mean, look, they're obviously not phased by the Lifestealer because they picked the Centaur once again without it being banned out. And there is, again, not a lot of room for big counters to the Lifestealer. You have Disruptor with his ult already, with the Silence, which is a bit of an issue. Once again, I really don't think that this is a bad game for him. However, he doesn't see the carry. Like last game, you saw that Luna instantly picked. This time around, you don't see what you're up against on that carry-to-carry matchup. So for 9 Pandas, they might be a bit reluctant to pick it. And like you said, Dark Lord is only 20. Maybe one of the reasons why they're not picking the Lifestealer right now, or might not pick it, is because there are probably heroes that he excels at that are not the Lifestealer. And when I look at his Wikipedia, it's like PL Terrorblade Morphling. So maybe these heroes would fit him better. They snatched the
Luna,
Luna.
though.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I know the life still had some difficulty last game, but
Yeah.
he's still wanting to go back to it. Pretty good versus the Mars. The Shaman, of course, there is an instant hex, so that is one thing. You could be hexed into speed into blown up, but let's see what Pure wants to go down.
I still feel it would be decent, like with that rage against the arena. I think it's pretty solid. This is another option as well.
What?
Good, yeah, good versus the arena. What are you afraid of? The matchup or the Shadow Shaman catch?
I just want to first to say I was shocked the Morphling was in the pool. Like every game so far that Tundra played, Morphling has been first phase banned. So
Okay.
that is kind of why I'm wadding, and I completely missed that it was actually still in the pool.
Okay. So that's the reason. Yeah, they kind of play similarly, I would say, like Luna and Morph right now. They both buy the Skanda. They're both these heroes that just completely eliminate one of your supports. I do like Morphling here. I think it's a pretty damn good pick.
Yep.
Like you're picking it into a Mars as well, another hero that doesn't care too much about the arena, at least when it comes to the mobility aspect of it. They ban out the Coddle. They don't want these vessel early pushers to be on 9 Panda. We've seen like a couple of them, like the two of us, we have casted, right? Like the Coddle did quite a lot. Like you weren't sold completely, but some of those games Coddle looked really damn strong from the mid.
What do we want though from Thompson in the mid lane? Looks like once again it's going to be his Pure picked up last. What are they currently lacking that they need to cover?
They have catch. Like with Disruptor and Centaur, you already have it. Maybe some of the spirits would be difficult versus the Shadow Shaman. Pango was a good ban, actually. By the way, you talked about Morphling being banned out, not being banned out. Also, Pango here going up to the last stage. even with the Mars picked up, like Pango was actually an amazing pick. What could you do? Could you Kunkka here for Thompson, or do you just want to give him something flashy after that Puck game? Is he banned? But Kunkka is banned first stage. My bad. But yeah, like you can go for these flashy. He doesn't have a last pick, by the way. It doesn't. It kind of changes the.
Oh, oh my god, that's a classic right there. A Thompson Pugna. Okay.
What do you Kiyotaka here? Do you like do you Quop or Storm? Does that still work? Like do you Lina? Like you have options, I would say, into Pugna. Because like you could go for a hero that jumps him easily, right? And whatever jumps Pugna easily jumps Morphling easily as well. Instead, they go with the Invoker. Thompson Pugna versus Invoker. I feel like he knows this matchup inside out, considering he's well known for both of these heroes. But Thompson Pugna, though, it's gonna be a fun watch. Like that's the man right there. Those are the eyebrows. Let's see. This is basically the hero that he became popular with, right? Like it's the Pugna, the Monkey King, perhaps.
I think, though, you could also really say the same thing about Kiyotaka. You know, I really think that Invoker is one of his best heroes. So let us see. Let us see how he's going to be able to perform. A lot of threat at the moment with some Sunstrikes this game, and with the Shaman, with the Mars. Probably going to see, though, that Coswex build. This was kind of why you were looking at like the Coddle, because it's a natural vessel builder, really good versus Centaur Morph thing, and being able to blow up those heroes early on with that nuke damage. So I think there is a high potential. We are still going to get that Coswex with the vessel on Kiyotaka, and then late game, we will see how the Sunstrike is going to be able to come into play. I've not been really a big fan of the Invoker Coswex lately. I feel like this hero falls pretty flat unless you like really, really snowball. But yeah, Kiyotaka is a baller on this hero. So I just like overall that 9 Pandas kind of fixed some of the issues we saw last game as well, where like their ability to take fights was very lackluster. They had no team fight, no stuns. You've got that down this game, with your Mars, with your Shaman, Invoker and Undying as well. So I like their adaptations, but I feel like we'll see if they're going to be able to execute. How are you feeling about it? Do you have a preference?
Yeah, I still think this Tundra draft is just fun to watch, fun to play. I want to see how much Pugna will be able to do.
What is kind of the thought process behind like the Pugna getting picked? Because I'm not seeing this here at all.
Same. I haven't seen a lot of Pugna, so I can't say for sure, but I can tell you what the hero usually does and has always been good at. It's harassing mid, it's pushing in mid. Heroes such as Kotl are really good against him because they can either counter push or just Pugna sucks against Coral in general. Like he gets one blast to the face with that magic camp and you lose 90% of your HP anyway. Which is something that Invoker also does well, like you stated it, like he goes for that vessel. It can do a lot. Let's see what he goes for. Has Exert at the moment, at least the Sunstrike.
I don't think we're going to get a vessel game. And so, which, with all that being said, I know we were saying that there's a lot of value with vessel, especially your Pugna as well. I suppose, the Tornado to be able to deal with the decrypt, but vessel, because kind of a big thing about the Pugna is also the potential to be able to refill your health. Whenever I've seen an Invoker work lately, it's really been the Exort that I've been most impressed by. So even though it does look like a really good Quas-Wex game, I do kind of like that we're getting the Exort from Kiyotaka.
I feel that every team does the same against some Quas-Wex Invoker. That's ball up and play as close to one another as possible. Don't let him get any big moves, any big pickoffs, and then the hero just falls off and you have a glorified support from your mid. So that's possibly one of the reasons why every Invoker is shying away from Quas-Wex at the moment. Bot lane, Eki. It's a lot of damage, but should be fine, right?
Do we think Eki is a FY fan and goes for this Brown Boots Blink Midas?
I think Brown Boots Blink is fine if you're FY fanboy or not, but what he buys afterwards is a question mark for me, at least.
Waimon is kind of solo winning this bottom lane. I don't know. I'm just 57 damage still from a Techies, double circlet, double branch, cat. that is a new one. That is a new one, I must say. I've got the keyboard, the mice, the headphones, lag, Carve. Cat is one I have not seen.
It's a very realistic problem that most of these players can have. They have a cat. I do know that felines like to cuddle all the time and just require a lot of attention. Cat fed. There you go. Easy. Can play.
Thank you for the update, Toby. I appreciate it. Solo. All right, we're good to go. We had a quick pause break. Cat had to get fed. We're back underway for some Dota.
All my dogs do is howl and bark all the time, so the viewers can't hear it because I mute myself every time it happens. You can hear maybe the first bark, and that's it. Whitemon, they are going on him.
Yeah.
Sunstrike.
I mean, there's a Sunstrike, but it's far too late. And now Burka is overcommitted. Meanwhile, Waimon actually, he thought they could get the double kill, but he missed every spell.
Everyone missed everything.
Like, what?
That was literally some symphony of skills by these 4 players down bottom. You don't really get to see this very often. Alberca is still pretty low, but that's the threat of the Sunstrike. Gotta be careful.
Q-Talk also kind of needs to keep an eye on mid lane because 13-7 compared to the 8-3 at the moment. Hobson off to a great start in this mid matchup.
Yeah, he's bodying him. For now, at least. Every time he summons Fourth Spirit, they instantly get decrept. Not decrept, just Nether Blasted, really. Taken down. And this Invoker is not a happy Invoker. For now, at least.
No. And that last side lane, we see Centaur strength here reverse the Undying can often struggle. Speaking of the Undying, Doomsword laying down. It's going to be our first blood. It's just a question of who's going to find it. It would be Dark Lord. Racer actually even picked up for the Luna. Did not recognize, so feeling like he's going to have to go up against a bunch of harass, wanting that the extra stats. How do you feel about the Bracer, actually?
I see it very often. More often now, even on edgy heroes. I guess with one of those nerfs to Raid Ban, people started shying away from it. When it comes to the top lane, yeah, I could see this happening just because of the Undying versus Centaur lane. It's not an easy lane. You lose a lot of your HP and then you get spammed by Luna as well. Basically what you want to be doing as 9 class is probably creep skipping a bit, pulling the creeps around, and sometimes you get caught doing that.
But for Toby, you have to be so happy with this start. 19-4, you compare the other offlaner, Alberca, 9-2 right now for the Mars, so really not having an early game that he would like to remember him. It's kind of same with the previous laning phase as well. So we'll see what differences he's going to be able to get. But Whitemon, again, like I said earlier, he's currently 1v2 in this lane. And you're now at the stage where you have Adaptive Strike level 2 as well. So even Pure is really going to be able to offer his assistance from afar.
Yeah, which is also very interesting. He's outranging the Shadow Shaman, which is the main reason why he's winning this lane so hard. Alberca, they might go on him here. Nice. God's Rebuke. Whitemon. There's a Sunstrike, right? There is a Sunstrike if they want to use it.
Eki's going for it. Eki? Alright, Pure's licking his lips. He just sees a Shaman move on forward. Now a Burka as well almost ends up going down. And no Sunstrike for the assistance. Kiyotaka was a little bit worried without a stun to be able to set up.
Dyer's courier
Yeah, he had it. He actually used it versus Thompson, so no more Sunstrike anymore. Can't even kill Whitemon even if he wanted to. Top lane. They did use the Tombstone, but can they kill the 9 class maybe?
Looks like they can. And taking a little bit too long to be able to address the zombies. So they will be able to get another nice kill onto the Disruptor. We see the strength that is now being showcased with this Lunar Undying, especially whenever the Tombstone doesn't get addressed instantly. Bottom lane again, Alberca. Pure's going to be able to waveform forward. Alberca survives on a slither of health, but Whitemon is going to be able to find him. 71 damage for the techies with all the stats. You did have Pugna rotating down to bottom, but Thompson wasn't required.
Yeah, they might go mid. 9 classes here. You have Glimpse only level 1 though. Very interesting. I was just playing Disruptor yesterday and he did the same thing. Like I did the same thing, like 2 levels of Thunderstrike. It feels weird though. Like this value point as it doubles your damage, but bot lane, Whitemon.
Yeah. With 9 class here. Looks like that extra little bit of assistance from another hero. And that's a full wave he's going to miss under the tower. And a catapult wave too. Back to mid though, Thompson. Oh, he's going to haste. Oh, very cool. Thompson sneakily is able to dodge that with the haste rune bottled up.
Which baits them a bit and maybe rotates top. Let's see. He has Toby only being level 5, so no Stampede. They could kill Luna. Dark Lord has a lot of wands. Let's see.
He's gone. That's too much burst.
He's just gone.
Does look like Whitemon at least is going to be able to get the wisdom. Sunstrike will be on the mark as well. This is... you got to get some big kills now for Dire, and you're really hoping a lot of them's going to be coming off the back of the Sunstrike, because this game is getting pretty scary. You already take bottom lane, Pure's free farmed, you've got Thompson who's going to be able to rotate wherever he wants to across the map.
Disruptor ticking in, solo, yeah. It's got decay, double decay, but maybe with some Sunstrike. Is there a Sunstrike ready? No. You can see Toby even worrying about that, so he's moving back a bit.
Dude, Solo? When are you going to die, my friend? This is so much space! Oh my god, how long has it taken for them to kill him?
Finally, they get him. Mid lane, there's 4 heroes here now.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I mean, Eki in the river, but Whitemon's already read this. A great read from the tech. He's instantly there to be able to break tech. Thompson. And Whitemon's level 6. We are 8 minutes in. Another great tech is performance from Mr. Whitemon.
Yeah, the problem is, or the problem was that is they will kill this ward as well. So the Radiant ward was scouting out the Shadow Shaman, but the Dire ward wasn't scouting out Whitemon. So it was like such an easy play to make as Whitemon. He was just waiting for it to happen. And now this tower mid lane will fall as well. Thompson just doing the Pugna stuff. Going Phylactery, by the way. Every time he uses Life Drain or Decrep on you, it's gonna hurt. Solo, Tombstone.
Maybe this might be an opportunity for them. Thompson, caught on the high ground. Once he's able to get the Decrep off, minimizes some of the effectiveness out of the Cold Snap. Get out of range. Sunstrike's still going to fly. Connects onto 9 class. More frustrating than anything.
Yeah, these Sunstrikes are not connecting from Kiyotaka. None of them pretty much connected. Rough game for 9 Pandas at the moment. They need this Mars. He needs to get... He's not even level 6. You lost bot tier 1. You lost mid tier 1. 2 wisdom runes were taken by 2 enemy supports. This Disruptor doesn't even have kinetic field level. 3 levels of Thunderstrike, 2 levels of Glimpse.
Well, Thompson looking for Solo. Actually going to stampede for him. Oh, Solo, man. Just getting stampeded on. A lot of hate at the face of the T2 tower. Meanwhile, Eki as well runs into 9 class. Sunstrike will be sidestepped. Oh boy, 4,000 net worth lead. Any single move that they're even attempting to make is instantly thwarted, and this map is going to continue to shrink. Top tower is going to go down for free. And how do you play the map with an Exort Midas Invoker now?
It's not even just Exort Midas Invoker, it's like Exort Midas Invoker and a Luna. At least in that last game you had a lifestealer with a built-in BKB. Like that hero, no matter how the lane is bad, at least he can rage escape or rage do something fast in team fights, you know. Luna is like pretty damn useless post-laning stage. But yeah.
This is it, my friend. This smoke has to work with the arena now. I mean, if you do not connect on this, then...
What do? You GG out?
No, you don't. You don't. No. Not just yet. Not just yet.
They do tip him, by the way. They tip him after the smoke. So I have a feeling.
They know.
Yeah, they know. The mines, White Mon with the mines as well, scouting them out, and this will just not connect.
It's such a great read, right? I mean, you see the Mars off the map as soon as he hits level 6. First time he's really left this bottom side, or bottom lane in general, I should say, and then. Yeah, the tip of the voice lines. 9 class, a little bit of flair to the man.
Yeah, he's got his glimpse here ready. There we go.
Ward going to be dropped as well. Glimpse back. Here come the defenders. But the Rainbow TPs will be too late. Wyvern's going to run into the Sunstrike, so at least Kiyotaka will get a rebuttal. Of course, they'll get a D-Ward as well for their efforts, but that is a position 5 for the carry on 9 Pandas.
What's the silver lining here? Like, you have the Midas on Invoker, right? So if you get him to some super late game, he will have a lot of farm. This Luna, yeah, she died right now, but still third on the network charts, not too terrible. And they don't have any stacks for her, do they? 0. Like that's something that these two teams aren't really doing a lot at all.
Pure?
Specifically 9 Pandas.
Is this... I don't know. Is this questionable stuff? I feel like it's a little bit questionable, right?
Not even close. I don't know what
How's he
you're talking about.
alive? Oh
Never
my
worried.
god. Are you
Maybe
serious?
Luna?
They might be able to get him. Wide one. Can they get the vision? Level 2 glimpse. They got him. Oh my god. Oh boy. Pure lives. And they even get the kill onto Dark Lord. And now
Maybe
Pure's...
solo.
And he's gonna get soloed. I mean, look at this. They started with this attempt onto the Undying, and it looks like they might even finish it as well. Thompson with a wraparound. Oh, he actually killed 9 class. What a nice guy. Thompson didn't want the kill. Wanted to heal his support. Looks like he's still going to be able to get the damage in nonetheless towards the end. And now Burka doesn't even find the spear as well. Glimpse before the stun.
Maybe... Nah. I was thinking maybe he can spear him to the high ground. But you can't even spear him, the static storm is there, the sunstrike is missed. Get me out.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah. Oh, it's a 13-minute Manta for Mr. Pure.
Literally
timing?
everything that could go wrong for them went wrong. It's such a rough game to be in. I love the Pugna Morphling combo, by the way. You just shift full agi, you get healed up in a second.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
What's the probability? So let's see. 92%. Well,
Yeah,
they're
even
going to
the
lose their
matchup is
T2.
good. You know, even the matchup is good for carry to carry, like when you go late game. And I see this Invoker with a Midas and Blink being bought next.
Dire's bottom
Like,
tower has
he has to do some really wild stuff to get his team back into it.
Look at, again, the read top lane. It's Wymon already preemptively TPing in, anticipating them to try and make the goal into Toby. 2300 health, Eternal Shroud, Seeds of Serenity, and with the techies behind him and potential TPs, that was not something they wanted to try and follow through. And now Burka is going to be caught out. And we see the strength of the Disruptor. When you play from ahead, and when you've got deep wards to be able to find these glimpses, he's even going Ag Shard. So I must say, again, you know, Camp for a week, wasn't up to date with the recent meta we've been seeing. I don't know if this Max Thunderstrike and Ag Shard is something we've been seeing on like some disruptors, but
this is not the meta, right? Right here, it's using-
Okay. I was
This
gonna
is
say.
ba- yeah. This is them just owning, being
Dire's structures
way too far ahead, like having zero kinetic field. I don't know if it was ever the meta. Maybe when the shard gave you attack speed, if you remember, back in the
Yep,
day,
yep.
when you could use it on someone like Wraith King and he just jumps in, owns the game. By the way,
Dire's
It's-
middle tower
haven't seen the Skeleton King in a long time.
Yeah,
Skelly
he'd been
bro.
dead for a while.
Eki?
Toby? Yeah, Toby doesn't die. Not with 2300 health, and when he lands a stun like that, Whitemon's going to be able to assassinate the Shadow Shaman. Now, this Tombstone's in a very good spot. We see instantly the ward's going to get placed down to be able to deal with it. Toby still alive somehow thanks to Tops, and the medic finally shut down. Alberca steps in, spear as well, kills off the Pugna. And now Pure
Nice
looking
kills.
for some revenge. And they close the distance. Glimpse is ready. Unclass doesn't actually want to go for him. Instead, spies out Solo retreating to the east. And they will get the catch onto the Undying. So, yeah, not too bad in the end, though. That was a great Tombstone placement. Took them a little bit too long for them to address it.
I feel like he was just missing. They had vision, but he was just missing one Morphling. Like, 3 misses in a row or something like that happened. But what's really sad for Nine Pandas is even when they kill most of these heroes, they're still so afraid of Morph. Kiyotaka bot runs into the Static Storm. Afraid of Glimpse, right? Like, what can you do?
I mean, that shard lasts for such a long time.
Yeah,
Radiant's
it's actually like you can't escape him anymore. When you're playing up front, in front, and you're buying this shard, it does make sense when you're completely dominating. But look, it's 17 minutes in, 11k ahead. This doesn't happen very often. But when it does happen, like the shard looks pretty good. But I guess anything would look good, whatever he bought. If he bought the Dagon, it would be broken. This Glimpse though,
Wacky.
yeah.
I think they saw Dark Lord. The only thing that is lucky for him with the Glimpse still being on cooldown. Is it going to matter though? Whitemon stuns
Mars.
off the mark. Alberca's going to try and run inside the base. They should be able to get the kill into Whitemon, but Pure as well. I mean, they're deep inside. Replicate with the Undying. Their base is now Tundra's. Tombstone laid down. Who cares about a tier 2 tower? Who cares about a tier 3 tower? I mean, Tundra, no fear. Game 1, Game 2, doesn't matter. And what a series for them to be able to bounce back from the performance we saw from them yesterday as well.
I'm surprised Nine Pandas are not at least considering, you know, the letters, the two letters. It's looking super rough for them. But you are playing with Midas Walker, so he's got 3,000 gold. He's not that far from his Ags. Perhaps Cataclysm Mars Arena can change the thing. Alberca as well didn't.
Yeah.
No, him not dying here is actually big because he has 20 gold away from Dagger. Like, he's 20 gold away, so. Mid lane.
Oh
Lynx.
no. Oh no. Toby? Should be fine. Should be fine. Arcane Rune Topson. Will the brother back up?
They just need to
Darkwood
find
showed
some.
for a second and instantly 9 class TP top. They are hunting him.
middle tower is under attack.
Do they have any? They don't have any travels or nothing like that, right? Yeah. Stampede. The scan
the
is
scan.
there.
Radiant's top tower.
They still know he's there. Thunderstrike laid on the ground, so they get a glimpse of him. Toby's going to be able to try and cut him off. Oh, wow. Wait, what's going on in the back? How
Dobson?
Top's get here?
Spear, I think. Like we were too busy watching top. By the way, this is kind of huge. It's just a kill on tops and whatever, right? But they don't kill Luna at the same time, and it's huge because they can finish these items that they were waiting for. Even the blink on Shadow Shaman somehow is like Eki has had an awful game. He's 0-6. He's still gonna get this blink very soon now.
Top tower is under attack.
Like, you have a Blink on Mars, you have an Aghanims on Invoker, Blink on Shadow Shaman. Maybe it's playable. Maybe.
Well, we'll see if they're going to be able to protect their heroes, though. Eki and Solo looking to address Whitemon, but meanwhile, the Tundra Claws will kill off the Mars. Kuretaka's going to attempt to enter the fight. Main damage source is going to be here for the Invoker, but doesn't really have the mana nor the spells, and yet they need a run. Solo's going to TP out. Dark Lord farms the last little bits, but he's in trouble because Toby should be able to catch up to him. Maybe able to Manta off. Nice, Dark Lord. Well done. Very well done.
Nice dodge, nice dodge. Like, they got one kill, they got away! Nice Sunstrike!
Oh, alright.
And in the instant dip, yeah, you have to be careful. You're playing Morphling into Invoker. Nicely done by Kiyotaka. You know, just keeping their chances alive with all these small little plays. Like
It's a big one.
The lead is deflating a bit as well. Eki, maybe
I guess wrong.
Yeah, 9 class.
You're happy with that. I mean, the Shaman's incredibly farmed for support, but if they kept running to the north, they would have ran into Thompson. Which they did use Stampede. I mean, Thompson could BKB TP out. How are they going to be able to address this? Eki needs to poke out from the trees. In fact, it's actually going to be Alberca that starts, so... Alright! Some signs of life. It is still an incredibly tall hill to climb back from, but 9 Pandas are showing some decent signs here.
Yeah. If you're Tundra, you're not worried until one point, and that point are the BKBs. Once the BKBs are up on 9 Pandas, this game is anyone's. Like, at the moment, you're still in very comfortable lead, and you can do whatever you want to on the map if you're Tundra. As long as you don't make any mistakes, which they were making in the last 5 minutes. But once the BKBs are up, then actually 9 Pandas can start controlling the game a little bit even, and they can start feeling very comfortable on the map. Invoker has 3k gold, Luna has... well, she's 1,000 gold away from the BKB. Mars is probably the furthest one away, but slowly getting there.
Oh, Eki. Oh my god. Okay, so Tormentor for Roche, seems like. Which is not a bad one, to be honest. I mean, Tombstone Burrow for this game. Let's see what the bunker can do.
Yeah. So, I just love that addition to the game. The bunker. Save ally.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Really
If only
nice.
they brought back Labyrinth along with it getting introduced. That's okay. That's a horse that's been beaten, killed for far too long, actually. And I apologize for bringing it up. It's okay.
It'll happen one day. Don't worry.
One day, my friend.
One
We
day.
can all rejoice.
I got baited on Twitter today. Like, in the morning, I saw the TP will happen. I saw some Dota 2 news, Ringmaster.
Ah, you got baited. See, no, you're a noob for that, my friend. It is.
I mean, I saw the account wasn't legit, so I knew it's. I clicked anyway. I knew it's fake, but I clicked it anyway. It was,
Ah, yeah, right. You said you knew it was fake, but I don't believe you.
you click it, you see it's not. The
Oh,
official channel.
no. The Dark Lord don't run up this high ground, my friend. A scary high ground. Ooh, lucky timing of the smoke expiring. Oh my.
Burka, it's got that blink.
Can they really fight this into ages? I mean, they feel strong with this high ground ward. Maybe with like Arena and a perfect Tombstone placement.
They do have those BKBs we talked about, like BKB on Luna, BKB on Invoker. It's a bit easier for them to play. All about division though. Who gets jumped first? Like, on one side you have this Mars Shadow Shaman actually. Ooh. Links out.
That's important though, because you now have control of that area where 9 Pandas felt pretty strong to try and take that fight. Pure a really aggressive waveform over. Kirotaka's under the
Nice
cover of the
stun.
invis, but is he actually going to be able to find an opportunity to get any spells off? Dark Lord pops out, but the Eclipse is not enough to be able to blow up Fury. Will still go down. Meanwhile, Toby as well is in some trouble. Dark Lord's going to be able to catch up to him before he enters the tree line. Can they get away, though, before the rest of the Tundra show up? Because the BKB's out from the Luna. Thompson's going to be able to continue to hunt her down. Trying to duck in and
Nice.
out. And with the mask
Still,
around his movement speed, actually might be able to get away. The Thunderstrike doesn't get a
Invoker.
glimpse of them. Meanwhile, Invoker should be fine, though. BKB, if required, and won't even be necessary. So, another pretty good fight for 9 Pandas. You get the Aegis, and you get the kill onto Toby.
I feel like maybe Pure is overestimating his team in that situation. Like, you are dominating the whole game, but you cannot continue doing that. First, you can't just kill the Undying that way. You even with the Kanda, you're not that strong. And secondly, you are playing into these BKBs, so 9 Pandas can actually turn and fight, and that's exactly what happened. Even though their initiation was super lucky, Toby, by the way, I don't know if you noticed, he jumped and he's clipped the stun on Shadow Shaman, who blinked in at the same time. So super unfortunate for Eki to even be there. Eki?
I don't know how he got here, actually. Right into a lot of mines, and then they just instantly TP'd down. Dark Lord mid will be fine as well. Should we be concerned? Like, I don't know. I just took a look at the net worth, and Luna's second. Like, I know you mentioned Morph Luna late game. It's very nice for the Morphling, no doubt, but I'm kind of surprised this game is even this close with what we saw earlier.
Yeah, I think Tundra...
Oh, Toby again. Another huge jump in. Oh, and they should instantly be able to address Solo. Bunkers himself, in fact. And now Dark Lord's going to think about entering as well. Thompson wants to deal with the Tombstone. Still going to be cautious over the burst potential. Thompson is gone, and now a Burka finds an angle to catch Whitemon as well with the spear. And my friends, we have a ball game.
Well, we definitely have a game. What's the graph saying now? What's the win probability? It was like 92%.
68.
We're 68, yeah. Well, much better. Pure?
Oh, okay. Oh no. Oh no.
What does the graph say now?
We're
yeah,
down.
that was-
67. Never mind, 69.
Okay. Nice. Like it was just the Shadow Shaman jumping in and hexing the wrong Manta illusion. So Morphling got him because of that. He was also he at least wanted to farm some stacks when his team was making that play mid, so they didn't have the Morphling. And I really think this Radiant team relies on Morphling more than 9 Pandas rely on a Luna, if that makes sense.
Oh, Kiyotaka. Oh, wow. What a read from Whitemon. Well, I guess
Nicely
he
done.
kind of just went over there really to try and steal the Wisdom Room, but Kiyotaka with the BKB still on cooldown. He's going to be caught out. Pure actually. He's in a tornado against him. Only got 2 spells. So he might hunt actually with the Ghost Walk. This could be interesting.
Let's see, he's pinging out the Luna. Do they have vision on her? Not really. Not anymore, at least. Ghost Walk will be scouted by the creeps. Yeah, they can just push in. One thing that I feel like Tundra overplayed this game. Like they could have closed. They had an opportunity to close this game out easily, but they continued getting these crazy pickoffs. They got punished for them.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And now the Pugna, I feel, is in a weird spot. Like, you have this BKB, but you can't really survive even when you use it. You have no mobility, which is probably the main issue I'm seeing with Thompson at the moment. He's going Parasma, by the way.
Yeah, I've been wanting to bring this item up on for him, but we've just had a little bit too much going on. I think we might not get a chance as well with the potential defense top, but
So you
Pandas
like
will
it?
think otherwise.
You're
Well, no.
all in for it.
No, I'm not. I've zero idea. I've never seen this build at all. I was very, very surprised when I saw him go for it.
Yeah, because he had a lot of different items being queued up previously.
Dire's top
Smoke
tower
on
is
Thompson maybe.
Could be a big kill. Yotaka's going to charge forward, but Stampede to try and retreat away in. Unfortunately, Alberca was a bit too far away to be able to land the arena. Yotaka still wants to go, though. Finds a decent angle, a little bit messy. Pure is in, but the rest of the team are not. Pure's going to be fine with the BKB activated. Dark Lord alacritied up, but he doesn't have nearly enough damage, and it's a nice response from 9 class. That Static Storm will just buy them some important seconds to reevaluate if this is a fight they want to take into the buyback out of Eki.
Yeah, probably because of that buyback, you can chill a bit. Maybe a smoke is possible. Do they have a smoke? They have one on techies. Like, they didn't use anything big, right? Okay, they did use the BKB on Pure, right? Still smoking up.
Pandas are together, though.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Darkwood's got the boys behind him. They're going to see Eki as well. Try and deal with the Shadow Shaman, which offers a lot of the control, and like you said, that is a dieback. And with the BKBs on cooldown, how easy is it going to be able to for Dark Lord to take the fight? Alberca, I mean, that's a great speed with the Cataclysm. That's what you need to be able to turn the team fight, but it doesn't matter. Toby and Pure will stand strong, and they will clean up. Kiyotaka tries to slip away. The glimpse as the BKB expires. The most ideal timing you could ever ask for. And it looked great. A double stun, but unfortunately it just was not enough. 9 Pandas crumble bottom.
It didn't connect. That's the problem. Like, Tundra is just playing a little bit faster. Everything that they do is just a little bit crisper, and they outplayed them in these team fights. Even just taking this team fight was wrong for 9 Pandas. I feel like because no Tombstone, Shadow Shaman being picked off first, like everything that can go wrong went wrong. Morphling did get speared, but he didn't get clipped by the Cataclysm. I think he used Waveform before. He got saved, like he managed to dodge it. I think maybe the Cataclysm was half a second too late as well. Now you are losing 2 sides for sure. There's the glimpse of
maybe
Solo.
even some heroes?
Yeah, maybe.
Nothing they need to fear, right? With the Invoker and the Luna both dead.
He does have buyback. Once the Invoker is up, I don't think they get Megad without a fight, at least. I think they have one more fight in them.
See how they can execute this fight. They've been able to have some okay ones playing with the deficit. This one looks even more difficult. Toby's going to be able to scout them out. And again, Toby gets a jump before Eki's able to react. And now Alberca, it's just a prayer of an arena to try and help protect him momentarily. Pure's going to attempt to waveform over the top. Cataclysm will raid down. Doesn't really do a lot of damage. Not that they were needing it. And now Pure, he's going to be okay. Everything used on Pandas. That Cataclysm needed to be better. Thompson actually might be killed off. Okay, I mean, the Tombstone really messing with them. They will not be able to continue in their hunts as Tundra. The rest of the members will escape.
A Tombstone is 100% one of the most valuable things they have in these team fights. That's why it's on such a long cooldown. Not only because of Aghanim's shard, just the Tombstone itself is doing quite a lot. So just the zombies giving a lot of vision, a lot of slow. If they could get some sort of a pick off now on 9 Pandas. Rosh. What's happening with the Aegis, by the way? When's it coming back? It's coming back right now. Yeah. So Rosh just respawned. If they could get a pick off into sneaking maybe an Aegis on this Luna, the game could be competitive again, but it's so difficult now. The BKBs are too low.
If a fight breaks out right now, Kiyotaka is not with them. Of course, he can always boot to travel. But we've seen Tundra have the ability to be able to blow someone up 4-0, and Solo's been so vital with the Tombstones in some of these previous fights, and they won't have him alive for 70 seconds. So this will be a Rosh that goes for free to Tundra.
Yeah, he used that buyback, by the way, so 60 seconds without undying. Do you maybe even go for the last set of Raxes? Taking Rosh would be the most by-the-book play, definitely, right? Like, you go take Rosh, you have that Aegis, you don't even care about the Undying, but there's a double damage on top, scouted out by the Mine. And
one small thing is this Hex that just got completed on Kiyotaka. Maybe they all or nothing onto the Morphling. Does have Ag Shard on Pure. Let's see what Kiyotaki can do. Needs to work some magic. This is a Scepter Static Storm as well. So they can just blow the Luna up, and yep, they're going to do just that. Pure with the DD. That trumps your Hex on Kiyotaka. Won't even have an opportunity to be able to use it. Dark Lord buyback is there. They're about to be megged.
Dire's top barracks has fallen. The Radiant now have Mega.
And now you go Rosh, right? Now the Rosh is up. It's on top lane as well. You have Megas. Kiyotaka actually moving out. Okay.
They saw him, right? Yeah, they have an Observer Sentry, so they're well aware.
Let's see. He's scouted.
Oh, no. Kiyotaka. Okay. Happy with the BKB. Getting expended. And now, that'll be Rosh.
Yeah, you can't really contest that. You have to stay in the base and just continue pushing out anyway. Just a rough game to be in. 9 Pandas, they clawed themselves somehow back into it, right? Like, they had a couple of really nice plays. A bit of throwing happening from Tundra as well. Sunstrike to try and steal it. Not in time.
Roshan has fallen to
They're kind of setting up onto Kiyotaka mid lane. Pure
Nighttime,
as well.
no vision.
Really aggressive tip into the outpost, but get anyone.
He's got that
Think he's up.
Aegis. Right, not really afraid.
Oh boy, they're coming. Can they get someone? I mean, this is going to be a huge glimpse. Tombstone. Very crafty use of it, but it does put it on cooldown nonetheless. And you're going to commit in 20 seconds. You could just maybe avoid it to the right.
He's still inside. Hiding.
I'm blaming a man for fearing. Especially when the team's got a 24,000 net worth lead. Strength Morph is out. And now the response is there from 9 Class. We saw what they could do prior with the Static Storm onto the Luna. And there'll be another repeat of that. A quick and easy kill into a quick and easy series for the boys on Tundra. They will be able to make amends for that loss yesterday with a convincing 2-0 victory over 9 Pandas.
Really nicely done. Congratulations for this win on Tundra. Game 1, I think, was maybe even a little bit more cleaner considering what the draft was like and what was happening in the game. This second game, I think they should once again be very happy with their performance, but a couple of mistakes really did cost them that easy win, and it became like this drawn out, slow campaign that they had to go through. Still though, Agadim is on 9 class as well. Eventually it changes things quite a lot, but they were so far ahead. I feel I understand them. You know, sometimes you're winning so hard that you just want to take it a bit easier, have some fun.
This is what are some, if there's any, that we can get from this series as a whole from 9 Pandas that are like some shining spots, even something little that we could see them try and, you know, blow out even further to potentially get some victories under their belts into the upcoming series?
Yeah, they had some really nice comeback movements, right? Like the way they fought, even though they were, look, 20 minutes in, 15k disadvantage is huge, and they still managed to make a couple of really nice team fights. They managed to claw themselves back into the game. That takes a lot of mental fortitude. That's something that they've obviously got. Now what they have to do is they have to start winning these lanes a bit harder. Once again, the lanes in game 1 were really bad. Lanes in game 2, it's like you lost your bot tier 1 and mid tier 1 tower to solo heroes, basically. You lost both wisdom runes. They fall apart a little bit too soon, and I'm not completely certain what the issue is, because you are playing even with this Undying. He should be a lane dominator, and they're still unable to really do a lot. But okay, Nine Pandas aside, this is also Tundra and how they played. And Toby, once again, was completely on point on his Centaur offlane. Just did a lot of work.
Got to be a really big confidence boost again for Toby as well. Game one, we without a doubt saying his praises with being able to win a lane that we both felt like should not go his way. Yeah, this game he had a great showing as well into a pretty tough lane too with the Undying Luna. Like that's not that much easier. You just have Whitemon on his classic techies, which is 1v2ing lanes. Pure gets a Morphling, which has been 3 games out of 4 now, first phase banned. Like I feel like this is a prime, this game in particular, ending 19-1 and 11 is like a prime reason of why it's getting first phase banned. So look, this Tundra team, looking very good, man. Of course, with all this being said, they did lose their first series, right? You dropped it to, you dropped a heroic. It was a valiant effort in that series as a whole that went 3 games too. So you were very close being able to take it, but now you get a bit of a break. A sigh of relief. You're going to tie 1-1. The most important thing is that teams with 3 wins will move forward. So they've already got 1 win on the board for Tundra. And now for the boys on Nine Pandas, it's do or die, right? You've got to win every single series now for them.
Yeah, and it didn't look that great, like in the series. Game 1 was probably a bigger issue for me than Game 2. Sometimes Game 2s happen. You lose your lanes. Game 1, I feel like they had a draft that was just supposed to do a lot more, and it didn't. But I'm sure that they can come back because they have a very seasoned captain who can get them back into it. Just make them set them in the right mentality to make a comeback.
Yeah, let's see if they're going to be able to do that though. Of course, today they will not be playing. Actually, no, they will not be playing. They're going to be playing tomorrow. So next up, at least on this series, we will have the boys on Talon taking on Nigma. So that is going to be our winners, at least, series of the day. So that's going to be very exciting to see how these 2 teams are going to be able to battle up against each other. But at least for our first series, a 2-0 for the boys on Tundra. When we come back from break, we should have our second series ready to go. We got an interview after the break, actually. In fact, so not straight to our next series interview, and then we come back with our series after that. But break, interview. We'll see you guys soon. Back from a quick break and ready to go with our winners interview as well. It's going to be Whitemon from Tundra to join us here, so we get to ask the lovely position 5 some questions. And Whitemon, there we are. So congratulations. First off, I'm very intrigued on how of course you've been over away from Southeast Asia for a very long time now. Had some incredible showings on T1. Was always a big fan there. But personally, like for you, how's it been like? You're moving over, living on the other side of the world. What are some of the things that you enjoy with like the culture changes?
Yeah, thank you. For me, I think personally, it's been quite hard for me because I need to adapt to their playstyle first because it's kind of different, the SEA, NA, and Europe playstyle, something like that, right? So I need to adapt and adjust. But I think so far it's been quite good. Yep.
Can you give like a very brief like outline on how you feel like the play styles are different from North America and Western Europe and Southeast Asia?
I think the main difference, maybe with the like gameplay is like how you want to play the map, something like that, or how do you like giving the comms like for the team fight, something like that. Yeah, I think that's the main difference.
Okay, cool. Listen, you got any questions?
Of course. Hi, congrats on the win, man. Nice disruptor. Had some better ones, but that one was really nice as well. Where are you at, by the way, right
I'm
now?
playing techies.
Nice techies, my bad. Where are you at right now? Are you in Istanbul or are you with the guys somewhere? I know you were flying to Istanbul, right? Turkey or something.
No. Right now I'm in UK alone.
Okay, so are the guys joining you soon? What's the plan? Are you gonna have a bootcamp there?
I'm not sure, but maybe they will come for the Birmingham.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and UK is famous for having a very, let's say, diverse culture when it comes to food. A lot of different cultures are mixing there. Are you able to find your own or your own stuff? Like, are you able to feed yourself properly? How is it being so far away from SCA?
Think it's fine for me the food because I found like Asian food a lot in here, so food is not a problem for me. Yeah.
Okay, and to be back on Dota for just 2 questions. First one, like in that game 1, were you guys certain that they will pick Lifestealer into Luna and Centaur, or were you surprised at all by that? And do you think that the matchup was good for him or no?
I'm not sure if they pick Lifestealer, but I think it's quite bad against Centaur and Luna. Yeah.
Oh, so it's bad. Like the matchup isn't that great for him.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, learning something new every day. And I had one more question. Yeah, what about Toby? Like, how is he feeling with the team? Like, are you enjoying the new offlaner?
Yeah, he can just is kind of good, and he's like giving good comms also. He's not like talking too much, but he just like talk that when he needed, and yeah, he's fine. He's good.
Thank you. That's it from me.
That's what you need to find and good players by the sounds of it, and we'll see. You guys definitely have 5 incredible players. So Wyman, thank you for joining us. Congratulations on your victory, and good luck with the upcoming series as well.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye.
So, thank you, mate. All right, there we go. Lizard, 1 series down for the day. And now we're going to be looking towards our second series as well. So we got to hear from Wybon with their series victory. They're going to be 1-1 now with that Swiss stage, and we will move over to some of the winners. So we're going to be looking for Talon and Nigma to battle it out for our second series. Before we go to the break, any like quick predictions on how we think this is going to shape up?
We're looking at Nigma that was pretty strong yesterday, and Talon that's been strong for a really long time anyway. But I don't know. I want to see some Nigma gaming on this stream. I want to cast it.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be fun to cast them. It's going to be fun to cast some more Southeast Asian Dota as well, at least, you know, to represent them too with the Talon boys. We were doing a little bit of the qualifiers over there, and now we get to see how they're going to be able to perform against some Western European teams and some meaner teams as well, being Nigma. So with that being said, we're going to send to a break. When we come back, though, we got Talon taking on Nigma. We'll see you guys soon. All right, back for our second series, and I'm I'm a little bit wetter. We had to run through some rain to get back here. You know, it's all right, no stress. You know, it makes it seem like I'm living out in the wilderness. You know, I just come back from camping.
You are
trying to duck inside between the rain, and you know, it's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. It's okay. We know where you live. Everyone understands. Like it's you know, like it's you're fighting off all these different beasts. You're fighting off weather now, thunderstorms as well. Like doing everything that you can to be here to cast some Dota with me. It's appreciated. The Dota community appreciates you.
Oh, you guys, it's okay. You don't even have to show me the appreciation. I do it out of the love for the game. It is an absolute pleasure. And Lizard, my friend, we have a very exciting series on our hand as well. Talon up against Nigma. I must say, I don't know the last time I casted Nigma. Do you remember the last time you casted Nigma? I really do not remember the last time I've casted one of their games.
Yeah, maybe Omega League or something like that. I feel like.
Oh come on, dude! That's a long time ago. Surely it's gonna be sooner.
I really don't think I've casted them after that. Like, I've casted them really long time ago, and the squad was completely different. Like, they didn't have FPZ inside at least, or Matthew 100% the last time I casted them. I think they had Sumail, but then he left and came back. So it's quite a long time for me. But I've heard stories, I've seen some games. I heard that Nigma is doing kind of all right at the moment. That Kuro haters are finally being shut down after 10 years or something. So it's nice to see them coming back. And you know what? Like Nigma, love them or hate them, they bring a ton of viewers to every game that they play. You know, the squad that's around them, like the support that they get is really huge. So it's always nice to get flamed a little bit when you're predicting things to go against them.
So are you saying if I'm doing it purely for the viewers and want to get their, I guess, support, I should be always predicting Nigma, even if I think Talon gonna win?
Well, you'll get Nigma viewer support, right? Like they have a huge fan base and they'll be supporting you. But the problem is Nigma isn't qualifying for a lot of tournaments. So you're gonna get that support, but you're not gonna be able to have it, you know, like in most of the tournaments. But no, I'm just kidding. I'm actually really happy that they're back. I don't know. I like to see these big old school organizations. Well, more or less old school. Nigma isn't one of the oldest teams. I believe they were made during Bukovel Minor, right, which is 2020, 2019, something like that. So they're not that old, but overall, it's nice to see them, and it's also nice to see this regional mixing happening, especially with Pylai and VTune being in SEA in Talon. Just nice to watch, specifically because Talon, they always struggled with what? They always struggled with drafters, with captains in their regions, and they get that with Pylai. I don't think they struggled a lot with carry or mid lane talent, but VTune is a really nice addition regardless.
Yes, he is, without a doubt. So let's see how they're going to be able to perform. We see the players on screen, led by Pylai, of course, with the coach. So this is a team, I must say, I mean, comparing like the last Talon roster to this Talon roster, when I heard the announcement, I really must say I was a bit concerned on how these boys were going to be able to come together. I think you have like, I'm a big Yokam fan, which is the fourth guy from left to right. Their position 4 is incredible. That dude is a baller. I mean, WS is a really up-and-coming offlaner. We've seen Chuen, from previous stints, really the Fnatic one, which comes to mind. I didn't get to see many of his Alliance games, but when he was teaming with Death, they were going to, I think they had a great showing at that Singapore Major, but this was kind of a ragtag kind of team, right? That was put together. That their captain or position 5, Ponyo, not too much known about him, but this this organization, they've had some pretty decent results, and really importantly, you're making it to Birmingham 3-0 over GeekFam. That's the only qualifier that they've been. Well, I guess the Elite League one as well, but besides that, they've fell a bit short on the PGL qualifier, the Dream League one, and the Bedroom Dutch. But very excited to see what this up and coming roster is able to do, because there's a lot of really young stars here.
Yeah, but with a lot of experience as well. And the way I see Talon, they're like this team that I don't know what to expect from their players and from them. Because like you just mentioned, Chuan and his stint with Death when he played like the Singapore Major, even back then, he was. I'm not sure if I think he played offlane in that, or actually it was Death playing offlane, right? And he played mid. But he had some teams in which he plays offlane as well, and he's able to fill out different roles during the game. And I always like seeing that in a team because it makes their drafts way more versatile, way more fun to watch. I like their hoodies, by the way, as well. That looks very cozy. Talon, I'll give you my address later.
Hey, you got to go. You just got to say they're always going to win, right? You just got to ultra fanboy Talon, then maybe you can replace John's shoes for being biased to Talon. John, I'm joking. I love you.
I mean, I'm just collecting hoodies, that's it. Just praising every hoodie I see. Had some have a stack of them right now. It's feels good.
It's not a bad thing to collect. I would like to eventually collect Dota jerseys because I think there's some pretty cool ones, and honestly, I think that Talon one's not too bad.
Okay, so I'm completely on the opposite spectrum. Before we go into the draft, like I'm all about that streetwear coming from teams, stuff like that can be worn anywhere. Like for me, jerseys are like. I don't know. Even when I have a couple of jerseys of my own, not from like not too fond memories with them and wearing them and playing in them, but I don't know. Jerseys for me were always ugly. However, streetwear from teams was always kind of nice. I'd rather play in some team's hoodie than a team's jersey. In any case, the guy wearing the jersey right now, I'm sure a lot of viewers right now are happy to see him in the tier 1 scene. He's been in and out, right, with Nigma for quite some time, not being able to play most of the tournaments that we've seen recently. What do you think do they get for him?
To a question, what do they get for him? What do they get for Samael? At least we already know currently it's going to be Matthew on the Tiny. He's always been a really big fan of these melee position 4s. Tiny definitely suits him. And I think when FBZ looked the best, he was always getting the Brewmaster at a consistent basis as well. Though Talon going to be pretty happy with this. Razor Crystal Maiden gives them a lot of flex with the Razor. And we've seen the Crystal Maiden hero just... the win rate as a support is incredible. This 5 just offers so much at the moment.
Yeah, for me, the Razor is actually the interesting one. Like I see it more often as an answer to something than as a straight up pick, but he's also really strong and is very flexible, which is something that we talked about Talon. Like they have players that are able to flex this Razor on multiple roles. Like you can have it on that safe lane, off lane, mid lane, whatever. And I don't think VTune will be playing it, but off lane or mid are both doable. And I do believe with this Tusk that it will be the offlane. Like you have this Tusk Razor, it's a nice combo, and now all you have to do is ban out the heroes, which they already did with Morphling, banning out the first one that's really good against him. Kuro, what do you pick? So,
what does March pick as well?
Yeah.
March is also kind of guiding them along.
Let's see. They have, like you call the Tiny, you call the Brew. The next one most likely will be your support, right? Something into the Tusk, Maiden, Razor. Yeah, I love playing into Tusk heroes that can greet him once he comes out of the snowball. they don't have to, but things like Lion, Jakiro, like for me, back in the day at least, where even right now you can see it, some Chinese teams picking these kind of guys, like you snowball and you can never be sure that you will actually land in a good spot. Something like a disruptor as well with Static Storm to wait for you, banned out this game for them. Phoenix Void.
All right.
Just a nice combo, right? And you have Time Walk in the lane versus the Razor. You have good egg combo later on with the Chronosphere. A lot of big ultis from them. Like something that I see from Nigma is a ton of big ultis. I like that the Brewmaster is kind of covering, at least slightly covering the Naga pick from Talon. Because you have this, a lot of AoE, you have this spell as well. What else is good here? Like, you need some high attack speed as well into the Phoenix.
Whoa. This,
not bad, actually, yeah.
if I remember correctly, is... Well, firstly, let's get this out the way. In the Game 2 victory versus Rest Farmers, we saw it played in off lane from WS to address the Medusa. But I don't think we're going to see that this game.
No, I don't think so as well.
I do believe this is one of VTune's better heroes, so let's see how he's going to be able to perform on the Anti-Mage, giving him a lot of priority with the 18th pick. Where's Anti-Mage currently in the state of the meta? Like, do you feel like this hero is a little bit undervalued or overvalued? How do you feel about him?
Well, he can't be overvalued. We're not seeing him very often, right? So he definitely isn't fitting that category. But I do feel that in certain games he's solid. Like in this game, you're forcing the Brew to go something like a Soul Ring, most likely in the lane. Your matchup versus Faceless Void is actually not that bad at all. Like it's one of better matchups, I would say, for AM. You have a way of dealing with the egg now as well. Like another hero that blinks on top of the egg is always nice. I don't think it's enough, but it helps out a bit. I'd like to see something like Storm, maybe for Talon from the mid lane, something very active, something that can go deep in the backlines. But it looks like Nigma are actually expecting an offlane and Razor to be mid. I mean, it still is flexible. Like, you could go, I don't know, you could just ball out with some Viper Tusk, just crush the Faceless Void completely. But I'd rather see some playmaker for Talon.
Yep.
Something that actually, can be more flashy and a bit more active.
I feel like the kind of big weakness for Nigma, and this is what you said before, is that they're very cooldown dependent. Like, their ability to make plays is solely reliant at the moment on Tiny Blink and your ultimates being online. And when they're not, Brewmaster's probably going to be farming Radiance. I don't know if the build's any different versus the Anti-Mage, but Nigma are going to need a hero that will be able to cover that weakness for Samael. And then you can say the same, like Talon even want a hero to continue to ump the tempo. So yeah, I'm full agreement that I'd like some hero like the Storm to be able to do that.
And not only will you be able to play against these big ultis, also you have this Anti-Mage that's supposed to be chilling a bit, right? Like farming. You want his Battle Fury, I don't know, Manta Eggs, most likely, what I see very often, with maybe some Bashers, stuff like that. So if you know that he'll be kind of AFKing, you probably want to have a bit more of a playmaking 4, right? Like 4 that can constantly make stuff happen. So because of that as well, one extra reason why I would like that. But they're taking a ton of their time with this last ban. What are they even thinking about? Like Nigma, they have the ultimate last pick for mid lane, so they are worried. Like they ban out the Puck, they ban out the Coddle as well. Okay, something that would stabilize maybe Nigma. Something like this Coddle would make it a little bit easier for them to play without the big cooldowns. Travels, Vessel, Coddle just being constantly annoying everywhere on the map.
Well, I guess the nice thing for Nigma is you're going to be able to see where this Razor goes, and then you can determine what hero Samael is looking for. If it is going to be a Razor mid, things like Queen of Pain spring to mind. But Quad vs Anti-Mage can be a little bit hit or miss. So we're going to get a Death Prophet though.
And now you still kind of don't know. Most likely the DP is mid. Like 90% I would say as well DP is mid. But it could be some offlane DP as well. Like DP and Razor, I feel like are though countered by same style of heroes. Like these long range heroes that aren't that easy to deal with. Such as Lina. Right? Like Lina Sniper. These kind of... Yeah.
No, your read was incredible. I 100% agree. 100% agree. Like DP Razor, yeah, low armor, want to be in the middle of the team fight, and you have your Alina now that's going to be able to play the outskirts. Let's see what even build Samel goes for. I think, with that being said, it probably is going to be the right click build because of how good it will be versus the Death Prophet and the Razor. So your Anti-Mage is definitely a hero that's going to be able to get on top of her as this game goes on. Is VTune going to be able to do a good enough job to be able to shut the Lina down? You'll have Tuss to be able to assist you as well in that regard. And the Lina doesn't really help out that much with their tempo issues as well, especially if you're going for this right-click build. Talon will be able to play very, very active with the Death Prophet. Your Exos to be able to secure the tower. So... let us see. How do we feel about it, though? Definitely feels like Nigma have more of a greedier, late-game scaling team fight lineup where Talon, early game, should be probably their strength. Do we feel like there is a better way to go into this game? Like a better plan, I should say?
I feel like Talon has to win lanes, meanwhile Nigma doesn't. Like, that's the way I see it. Because Talon, they have this draft that's kind of relying on the anti-mage, but not necessarily that much, because they can still play actively. Meanwhile, Nigma, if this game does go super late, I just can't see them losing. Like, you have this Faceless Void Phoenix on their own, that's enough teamfight to win it. Even though the matchup versus AM isn't that great, eventually I feel like that Chrono is super annoying. Like, yeah, you're gonna get hit by Aghanim's illusions and your mana will be gone, and it's not that easy, but you have teammates to play around that can do a lot of work as well. And it's too much on this anti-mage late game, I feel like. I don't know, it's a bit of a weird one. Like, the power spikes for me are a little bit weird. You have these two semi-cores, not really an offlaner, not really a mid, in the DP Razor combo that can just ball out of control in the mid game or can fall flat. And Lina was a good pick, but like you said, it's on Tusk. Like, Hyokam, like, it's on him really to make a big difference this game.
Okay. Indo, tipping the Indo to start. With respect with Hyokam and FBZ. Ponyo, no respect for him. As Nigma, they're going to be able to strike first. Who gets the kill? Samel will be rewarded.
Also, did we mention that FBZ is a sick Brewmaster player as well during the draft? So that's going to be the lane itself perhaps isn't the best one for him, but still. Ward?
Yeah, I was just doing because Miracle leveled up Time Walk and tried to max cast the Time Walk to get to the high ground to go for the deny, but just out of range, nothing crazy, nothing like giving over a first blood. So let's see. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. Talon, I think in particular as well, this is a team, like we were saying, very, very young. And a couple of players that haven't played on lands before. Ponyo's the big one. WS is another big one as well. 2 Malaysians. Hyokam, I believe, has played at some minor, like Southeast Asian ones. VTune as well, we've seen him at a couple, but even then, I know we're not even at the LAN yet, but really importantly for me, it's the fact that Talon, these boys are even overseas in a different country. So let's see what they're able to do. I'm going to talk about that though. What do we think about this? Matthew and FBZ killing the range creep. What is kind of the reasoning behind that?
Just pushing in the lane as well, and but VTune won't really let it slide. He's killing off the enemy range, so they're a bit too late to the lane anyway. The reasoning most likely is, okay, you want to get that range creep ASAP, you want to get level 2 ASAP, but you also want to be pushing in. Matthew, however,
Matthew's just dead. Wow. Well done.
This is bad. That's a double wave as well now, without a tiny. Like, I feel like Vitune should be able to deny or at least burn some of FBC's mana. Oh, on the upside, Brew did get level 2. Well, that's something, but yeah, it's a rough start to give off a first blood to the AM.
Yes. Well, second blood, I suppose, but still an early kill.
Yeah.
And what do we feel like the anti-mage needs to itemize in regards to this lane in particular with the injection of gold that he's gotten? We've definitely seen some different builds, like sometimes corrosion or some stats for some particular lanes. Do we currently like the cornucopia read that Vitune has?
I think if you get like an early kill such as this one, cornucopia is no-brainer.
Okay.
Like, if you get this first influx of gold and you can buy it, right? Like, he's already on 900 gold. Like, not buying it just feels griefing yourself. You get everything that you need for the lane. You get a lot of health regen, mana regen, damage as well. It's like being some centaur offlane, getting a kill and not buying a ring of health back in the day immediately, you know, to just sustain yourself. Or any back in the day Vanguard builders, whatever. It's not really the one anymore.
What about our other side lane here? Miracle in the Faceless Void paired with Kuroki. We've definitely seen that this Faceless Void Phoenix is a very formidable combination as the game goes on in regards to their team fight, but the laning strength is something that could potentially be exploited. Do we think they can do that with the Death Prophet and Tusk on Talon?
I don't think so. Like, I actually think this is a pretty good lane for Kuro and Miracle. I actually, like, if I'm playing Phoenix or Void, I'm feeling really good about this.
Okay.
Like, oh, of course, that Prophet can pressure you, but you're playing with Dive and Time Walk into Ice Shards. Like, you're playing with Dive and Time Walk into Spirit Siphon eventually as well, right? So, like, Jokam is not going to have a very easy lane here.
In fact, he's probably dead as well. Well, nice shards. Kuroki's still going to be able to
dive.
hunt him down, though. It's not going to matter in the end with a beautiful placement of the shards. Jokam will still tick out to the fire. And they got the Lotus as well for Nigma.
Yeah, so bottom lane for Nigma is set up really nicely, and top lane for Talon is set up really nicely with Vitune just having a blast up top. I am worried a bit more for Talon though when it comes to... We'll see. This lane can change with levels, but I feel like Brew can get away with not having as much easier than this lane down bottom with DP Tusk. Jokam securing the rune. Not successfully secured.
I guess at least
That's still-
stops
yeah.
Samel from getting it, right? Yeah, that's the main thing.
Yeah, definitely.
What's the item build as well we're kind of hoping for Chuen in a game like this in the Razor? Because, I mean, we know Lena is an incredibly strong laner. Very difficult for anyone to be able to kind of combat into that. So what do we feel like here with the maybe minimal net worth that Chuen might get to start the game? Is he's going to be some of the early items he'll look for?
Oh, looking at the heroes that you're playing into, like anything that you buy can be kinda countered in some way, right? You're playing into a void, you need that BKB versus these other guys, but playing into that void it can be rough. I've seen a lot of different builds recently, but SNY is the one that I see most often. Just being speedy, using that static link and going in deep. I don't think we're gonna see an axe very early on or anything like that. Just stats into a BKB item, and that's it. Like, nothing crazy coming from the Razor. Meanwhile, Sumail is actually the one that I'm kind of also very interested, because, like you said, he can go for the right clicks because of the Chronosphere. But he doesn't really have to. Like, even some burst damage versus an anti-mage, like, this Lina can be really hard hitting. Like with the Laguna Blade, with something like an Aghanims jumping around in Flame Cloak. chasing you, shutting you down.
Are you currently seeing that build often? Because I feel like at least lately, a lot of the laners that I've seen has just purely been right click.
I mean, Aghanim's does fit that build, right? It's not that bad, so you can get it Kuroki. It's also nice to have him built in a game such as this one, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's rough. I call these moments like the game doesn't want me to win, you know, when these things happen. When I plant a sentry and Yobs disappears right in front of my eyes. When the rune doesn't spawn for me three times in a row, I'm like, Gaben, I know you're watching. Stop it.
They're kind of trying to get Miracle. I mean, he hasn't retreated after time walking, and yeah, they'll get him. Miracle very aggressive with his positioning, right? Are they actually going to kill him? No? What? Okay, never mind. Miracle read it perfectly well, and I was going to get WS. Oh, wow. I'm very surprised. I thought they had plenty of damage to be able to kill him. Was that double Lotus he used? I think so.
Yeah, he used double Lotus. He had like 20 magic wand charges. He also had infused raindrops.
Top lane now? Connor's in a lot of trouble. FBZ with the big Soul Ring, I believe, and a Lotus as well to give him the mana to be able to use those spells. It's currently completely dry, so they're going to be able to get the kill onto a free Crystal Maiden.
I love that he's going like this lane on top for Brewmaster is like 2 bracers and on top of that the Soul Ring. He's like the early game god, 1300 HP. But he needs it. I expected 1 bracer into Soul Ring. 2 bracer Soul Ring is also really damn good.
You gotta say though.
Uh-huh.
Oh no, go sir. Finish your thought.
No, it's fine. He's 6 on Panda now, so he's already active.
Arun will be bottom once again. It's going to be an invis probably for Chuen. Maybe not actually. Kuro tries to take it. Moshidai was a little bit too shy there. Still trying to hunt though, Samael. Threading in with the Laguna. FBZ even wanted to rotate as well for the power rune. Meanwhile, Matthew and Kuroki with the double supports. Combining to hunt Yorkam down. 4 heroes they need for the toss kill. But how do we feel about the start to the lane? You know, very, very even in regards to net worth, but 5-1 advantage for Nigma. Do we feel like they have to be, you're pretty happy with the start considering we were saying this is still a lineup that's probably a little bit slower to come online? So, you know, the big concern that maybe if they lose the lanes, then Talon could play with that tempo.
I think they should be super happy with how the lanes have went. Top lane, of course, the only one that they have really lost. Anti-Mage doing very nicely for himself. Battle Fury will be, I don't know, minute 11 if he doesn't die. It should be like 11-ish, maybe 12 minutes. Soul Ring ult or no? FBZ top? They're not even gonna go for it, okay? Yeah.
I think they saw Samael and Matthew grouping up to smoke around the mid lane. They have a pretty nice ward currently set up, so potentially they instantly saw that and wanted to back off.
Yeah, and if you're Nigma, you understood, to go off on your point, like they smoked up and you know that Anti-Mage is the only one that's having a really good time that you should shut down, so they do exactly that. I'm not sure, like, I'm always in feeling kind of bad when I'm in this situation. Like, you have a carry whose lane was secured, right? Like, the Anti-Mage had a really good time. You're not sad about that, but you'd rather see that farm distributed evenly between DP and Razor, because they're the ones that are supposed to do stuff right now. They're the ones that are supposed to actually make plays.
It's been lovely if Chuen's able to get the Arcane Rune, but felt there was some danger if he entered into the river, and the Brewmaster's ultimate ready to go, and Samael here to fight as well. It was a difficult call for them to be able to back away. Even Miracle was ready. We're seeing Nigma really put a lot of attention on securing these power runes. Previously was FBZ rotating, this time every single core. And Miracle, he's not going to hesitate. Chrono use split as well if they need it. They won't for the kill onto Razor. And this is with the timing, the catapult wave as well, so this tower will go down.
Bot lane? Actually, that Prophet used Exorcism, but Brewmaster just TPs in. They can't really kill him, even if they go on him. As long as he has that ulti, in 3 seconds he will have Soul Ring. Level 4 Tusk plus DP, I don't think that's enough damage. So the bot tier 1 will be defended. They just want to open up the map, like the Radiant that is. They understand that they are really strong at the moment with the ults, and they want to use them to open up the map, and I really like this. I love when teams, I don't know, have these heroes such as Terrorblade or Void, and they just use those cooldowns as soon as available.
And so a big stack just got claimed as well for Smell. Big reason why he's just pole vaulted himself to the top of the net worth. Of course, those 3 kills without a doubt going to help Maelstrom. Now delivered, so he has his farming accelerant. A lot of experience in gold for Matthew too, who's eyeing up VTune, but of course this is going to be... Are they actually going to be able to get it? I mean, Miracle's here. VTune's going to be able to get the blink away though, so let's see. Battle Fury, 100 gold till that recipe is completed.
Yep. I said minute 11, 12. A bit off, but close enough. It's still a really good timing for him. He has power treads already, and on top of that, Battle Fury, like it's really nice. Ponyo.
How good of an anti-mage game is it though? Like if he... If he's like your top net worth and item advantage, can he 1v5 or no?
He really has to outplay. It's not like this free game. You're playing into Brew, you're playing into Faceless Void. I feel like overall, like hero-to-hero matchup isn't bad for him, but what I question is his teammates' ability to also lift their weight. That's what I'm worried about. Because I see a free Phoenix game. I see a free Brewmaster game. The Chronosphere doing a lot, even though it's not great into AM, like it's still... that is Void isn't great. Chrono is amazing. So... Do you feel like a weeb every time you pronounce Ponyo's name? Ponyo?
What? Why are you saying it in that voice? That's a little concerning.
That's how I pronounce it. Like when I see it, that's how I pronounce it.
Say it again.
Ponyo.
Ponyo. No. Well, I mean a little bit. It's definitely like a weeb-like name. I mean, they carry Akashi as well as potentially even worse. But
smoke up. Can they kill? Yes, they can. Can they catch?
Oh, okay, never mind. They should be able to now. Chrono actually Miracle? Maybe not. Again. Last time he lived down bottom on a slither of health. This time he has to use a defensive Chrono, but if it's going to result in them getting kills, you are more than happy with that. Miracle and the boys rotating to protect him. Chuen, well, he's got no one else near him. There's a separate fight breaking out simultaneously. I'm hearing Laguna Blade to the face of Anti-Mage. Nigma are cooking. Their movements really like what I'm seeing out of everyone. Like, no hesitation with the ultimates getting used in the early game. They're not waiting for like this perfect opportunity. They're happy with just using them for a couple of heroes, and everyone is reacting as well instantly if they need help.
Yeah, just a terrible turn of events for Talon. This isn't really what they came for. What did they save? They were saving the Walrus Punch, I guess, which was a bit late. But you look at this Faceless Void. You have to blow him up. You have to use everything, and you have to combo those spells perfectly, or he chronos and runs away. Especially because it's under a tier 1, and they needed the silence from DP as well, I guess. She was just farming, pushing in bot lane. All said and done, this is tier 1 maybe, right? Because of these big ultis taken.
And I like the read from Talon. Even though you are playing your 10-1 kill count, feels a little bit rough. They're going to try and force it. Let's see if they can actually defend it though. So half duration. Yokem steps up a little bit too far forward. Gleipnir reveal. But Talon want to try and charge in forward. Kuroki can get the supernova off. Wilt the last second. Now the chaos. Especially with the LSA clipping onto 2. What a timing of Kuroki's head. Now Miracle with the backstab as well. No retreat for the Death Prophet. As Nigma again 15 minutes in and they bring all 5.
This is the problem, right? Like this is something that we talked about, like Talon having a rough laning stage and then trying to create space for your anti-mage, but it's a good AM game. I'm not sure how good of a game it is for everyone else on his team. That's how I see it. And right now it really shows. Nigma, like you said, cooking 12-1. Finding farm on everyone. Even this Lina right now is a problem for AM. She's got a Gleipnir completed. If by any chance he pops somewhere where Sumail is, if he blinks to farm a creep wave, he can die to a solo Lina. It's just not looking that great for Talon right now.
Where does it need to change now for them? Or are we now at the stage where it's just literally only the anti-mage hope for them? Or is there still some slithers of glimpses of light you can see?
It's sad to say, but I feel like it's already in that stage in which V2 needs to carry. Like, we're already in that stage. Like, Razor, he has Yasha now completed. He's going into a BKB. Like, before this, he even had the BKB queued up, and then he decided, okay, I actually need to be able to move in fights. So he gets Yasha first. But I just don't see them. The only way I see them winning these fights is with some crazy pick-off on this Tusk with the silence from DP, but everyone needs to be there. Like, both the DP and the Razor. And the Tusk needs a blink as well.
And he's quite some ways away until he's going to be able to find that blink on your cam.
Mid lane.
See mid lane. And Matthew with the jump in as well. Blink toss back. And... dude, how many times are they going to bring everyone? I guess Miracle's not here, but we see the importance they are putting on all of these early game fights. FBZ, Radiance with Split will always look to be able to join the boys. 3 deaths now for the Death Prophet.
Yeah, Lina just proving to be such a good pick. And I love the build as well. Gleipnir straight into travels, so if you want to be split pushing with an AM, which is generally what you like to do, you won't be allowed to do it that easily. Like, the Lina can go defend, TP back to the teammates. With those travels, Razor. Matthew has that blink.
And they're going to be able to catch up to him as well. Another pick off. And this is all with Matthew's blink, so great sequence of events from them from start to finish. And they're going to continue even maybe thinking about something across the map. Matthew will go through the portal. Meanwhile, Kuroki's going to start to set up some more vision. Ward dropped up here. And potentially another one next to the T2 tower. Maybe in the jungle. To really help enable these kills that they're continuing to get. Your cam's also going to be killed off as well. I think that was just Matthew with the Brewmaster illusion, which... how he got the illusion.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I don't know, they're in, I see it now.
Probably the rune, right? That's it.
Yeah. I just was trying to look for it in the
only possible way.
like the recap thing, and I couldn't see the illusion rune.
I'm just looking at this anti-mage and thinking he has to have some... Look, Vityun is a really good anti-mage player, but he has to have some godlike performance this game to get them back into it. Just 83% probability already for Nigma. FBZ with the Radiance, Octarine next. Miracle is hunting, he's cooking top. I'm not sure. With travels on that range creep, maybe. Never mind. Lina did have travels, but
a little bit messy. Onyo's going to be able to TP up. Miracle guesses they're on direction. Talon are thinking about something bottom. I mean, tower is getting sieged. How are you going to be able to defend this? 8,000 deficit. Anti-mage still not in a position where he's going to be wanting to fight.
That top just looked a bit weird. I was thinking he's setting up the chrono into a Lina TP, but maybe they were a bit worried about some sort of a counterplay. And they are chasing him.
But they're already reacting on Nigma. It's going to run into the silence. Miracle will activate the BKB. They'll turn to Chuen and just once again blowing up the Razor. Still one component away from his own defensive item. Ponyo will be chased down as well. 17-1. My lord.
Yeah, and the smoke up straight afterwards. They still have the chrono, they still have the egg. Like the only kind of big ult, which isn't really that big at all, was Laguna Blade that was used, but it will be off cooldown by the next time they fight. The Sentimage is just running from one side of the map to the other. He's unable to really have a peace of mind anywhere. Like,
see Eurochem. They'll get him as well. So, unfortunately, they were trying to fish for something a little bit juicier. Just have to try and get the Tusk. I mean, it's not the worst. You're going to continue to slow down the blink, but yeah, would have loved the kill into the anti-mage.
Yeah, Matthew doing a ton of work. So much easier of a game for him to play than for the Tusk, because he has multiple heroes to play with. If you're a Tusk, you're buying this blink, but I worry that even with the blink, he's not going to be able to just do a lot, because there is no burst damage, there is no kill potential. Like, your only big disable is Snowball and Walrus Punch, but like, who do you get a kill on with that? Like, which one of these heroes dies even? You know, like, you're just not killing anyone.
Top lane, they're actually mass TPing in. I thought I saw another TP, never mind, it's just one person. Thought I saw another rainbow, but no. Just Mr. FBZ that's trying to soak up the gold, so Roche does still go down nonetheless. It's going to be ages given over to Sumail. They are wanting to TP bottom. There is a ward though that's going to scout them out.
It's okay, for Talon, 1 TPs feels like massive TP. Mass TPs. VP silence.
How do they take this? He can always BKB it off. A perfect chrono as well, clipping the Tusk on the edge. Sumail can go to work as well. Beecham was considering about jumping in on the outskirts there, but never saw an opportunity.
Yeah, he's not fight ready yet. He needs this, at least the Axe or the Diffusal. Which one is he buying next? Probably the Axe, we'll see.
It's going to get to a stage where he needs the Axe and then needs another item and then needs another item, and it's just...
No, 100%. But with the Axe, at least they can try something. Like, you can send those illusions and the blink fragments, you know, like, you can try to play off of that, but I'm not saying that they're in any sort of a good position, don't get me wrong. This is very rough to play.
Structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Very rough indeed. Great showing though from Nigma. Very impressed. I think everyone's played this game incredibly well. Early game movements, just the...
Yeah, I didn't get this last big DP and how it circles out what Talon needed. I feel like that was because you just pick one same hero for both the Razor and the DP, and you don't care who they sent mid. Lina was just such a good pick for them. Chuan, let's have a BKB now though. So maybe
and the shield rune. I don't know if it's gonna matter though. They rip apart the shield rune and BKB's activated on just minimal amounts of health, and well, he's at the stage where he has to run away from his teammates, because if he runs through them, he's gonna die. If he runs away, he's gonna die anyway, so...
Space! They took the tower mid. Space created.
I see. Honestly, man, your call about, like, the Death Prophet and Razor getting countered by the same heroes, it's perfect. It's exactly what we saw. I mean, just Lina got picked up, and it was just like, both the lane's going to be great into Razor Death Prophet, and the game's going to be great into Razor Death Prophet as well. It does once you get items. So and, you had a great read. Nigma have a great read. Looking good.
One additional issue that they had was the bottom lane with Phoenix and Miracle Faceless Void being completely free. Now that Faceless Void has a Mjolnir completed, he can make solo kills basically.
Matthew? Deep onto the T2 tower. Is even going to be able to activate the Yules. Oh my lord. It's just nothing. They can get nothing going for them on Talon. Just a quick and easy burst onto the Death Prophet. Kaya and Sunj use relatively defensive items. Yes, there's some aggression to them, but back you are getting blown up just like this, and now Nigma up the high ground they go. I mean, it's just... My god.
Yep. Well, this is it, right? Like, they're going high ground. Anti-Mage has his Aghanim's completed. I don't think that he's ready, but it's something at least. Maybe Chrono... no, he's not gonna get baited. Because he sent 3 Anti-Mages mid, right? But of course, you're not gonna take that bait. Cheeky.
FBZ.
Bro.
Split used them to charge up. Freebie onto Ponyo. Which they don't really have creeps to be able to use the remnants of this brew split to do some damage onto the tower.
Yeah, the creeps are coming. They didn't manage to. Basically, why Void even TP'd in the first place was to secure the creep wave. Anti-Mage tried nicely to creep skip, but got countered.
Pass back. Chuan. Early BKB. And Miracle's going to be able to find an opportunity once again for the double chrono. And with the Phoenix and the Lina on the outskirts, all the damage needed to be able to dish into the bubble. This is... Alright, who died for Nigma this game?
Reported.
I'm looking.
Kuro.
Actually, two deaths, but I guess one of them was to neutrals, so...
Yeah, Kuro died to neutrals though, so Matthew kicked.
Matthew. Alright, Matthew. Toss back. No BKB and a freebie. V-Tune. Still, we're not even going to see the anti-mage look to jump in. 27 minutes in, 23,000 deficit. This is not a hero that's going to be able to play in this position. And unfortunately, it's going to be another anti-mage game where we will see not a lot of kill participation. I don't really think this is much on the hero, though. It's just purely how Nigma played overall, without a doubt. Nothing with the V-Tune performance. It's just everything else that Nigma did well, and unfortunately, Talon weren't able to combat.
Yeah, 100%. This isn't even a bad AM game. It's just a bad overall, I would say, Talon game. Maybe maybe a different laning outcome would have benefited them more, but I feel that it was just such a rough game to play for them. As for without the AM, still they're not giving up yet. They still have that Aghanims. Defusal next for the AM. Nothing really big coming on your other heroes. This DP probably will not have the Shivas by the next fight. Razor with the Manta, but that's like, you know, at this point of the game, not really a difference maker.
It was like a bit of a Hail Mary play, right? One more smoke.
Yeah. If he at least had this Diffusal Disperser or a Basher so that he can jump someone. Brewmaster?
Oh, I don't know if he dies. Plate mail freshly completed. They have to dump everything, but maybe the Sunray help, they got him.
They got him.
Right. Now maybe, can they get any more though? Committed a little bit, Exo. Along with everything from the Razor. Trying to catch up to Miracle. Chronosphere up in a couple seconds. Matthew's going to try and disrupt them to buy them some time for this ultimate to be back up, and now Miracle's going to be able to land it. They'll turn to kill off the Death Prophet. Miracle, with the help of Samel, the damage is plentiful. No one would be able to survive through the burst. A triple for the Void. And they're even hunting. They spy out V-Tune under the observer ward. They're already trying to TP to the creep wave is Samel to maybe cut him off.
Yeah, won't be successful, but let's see, because there are no creeps stop. Right? Because of that, they can't really take down the tier 2 and they can't get megas. So their options were to either go for the throne or go back and push. They're gonna go back and push. You can see, even a fight that goes really damn well for Talon. They kill off the Brewmaster first, which is probably your perfect target. Even after that, they can't really take a fight. And it doesn't really instill confidence seeing how long it took them to kill off a solo Brewmaster. Like, he was completely alone.
I must say I'm at least liking the fact you're this far behind. You continuing to try and stick it out, and you're continuing to try and make some plays. They will smoke up as 4. Chuan's going to show down bottom. Unfortunately for them, no one's going to be on this side of the map. Nigma currently 3-2 split for them. Atrium's about to run directly into them. Kurok is not a bad pick. I'd have to use the ultimate here if he makes it down to the low ground. A miracle.
No chrono on him, so won't be that easy. Well, nice little pick-off, right, from Talon. Maybe they can even fight around the tier 2 up top because of that. No, it's just a position 5, but still. That's the most they can get at the moment. Matthew
even forced off in aggressively to try and catch Ponyo. Joachim's going to do whatever he can, but it's really not much at this stage. In fact, just buries his own grave as well.
Oh, they're going in. They have split, they have chrono. No egg yet, but is it really that necessary?
These towers fall fast. These towers fall so fast. Lina, along with the primal split used, you just have to start chucking some bodies out to be able to protect the base. And Nice sure Scepter's going to be able to dodge the LSA. Chuen's a decent amount of damage, but you haven't addressed the Mail. Just ripping apart the Razor. FBZ charging down Ponyo. Even going to be able to get the Chronosphere that connects onto the Anti-Mage, and they will call it quits before his body hits the deck. Nigma. Wow. That was a statement performance.
Really was. That's very clean from them. And not only the draft was really good. I like the smile, the little smirk on Kuro's face, like super happy with their performance, and he should be. Like, it was a nice draft. It was also a very well played game by them. Bot lane was super free for Faceless Void. Mid lane, Lina. They tried controlling Sumail a bit. They didn't try enough. He's 1609. Like in these last couple of fights, those Daedalus hits, they hurt. Like, even Razor trying to just link someone, or DP trying to use her Exorcism Siphon wouldn't work because he's sitting too hard. The combos, the team fight, it's just a beautiful draft and beautifully executed by Nigma.
Yeah, no, without a doubt it was. I think some concerns I had was, again, maybe the tempo that we could see out of Talon, but I'm just so impressed when teams with these really long cooldown ultimates are able to use them to great effectiveness in the early game, whereas not really where you see their strength, right? Like, usually the late game is something where we feel the Chrono and Supernova and, you know, really those two big ones in particular, and, you know, a little bit into the game where the Tiny is really a threat and the Lina, but I think a lot of it was just because the importance we saw from Nigma, like very early on, the decisions from them to bring FBZ to these rune fights, even Miracle to come to the rune fights as well.
And that's in spite of him not having the best lane, but the itemization was good. They started 5-manning very early on, and what's so good about these 5-mans is they won't use all their spells, right? Like, they would use maybe 2 ults and save 2 more for the next tower or the next objective. So everything really on point, just a clean game. However, I have to say the Talon draft for me didn't impress me. I think it was like a good anti-mage game, but the combo of the other 2 cores with the 2 supports just doesn't scare me. Like, you can look at this. This is basically what's happening in every fight. They're running at you, but they can't kill you. The catch is bad without the blink tusk. The silences, okay, are useful, but eventually this Void gets a BKB or a Manta or whatever and just cleans it right off, right? So it doesn't really help as well. They couldn't kill off the Faceless Void down on the tier 1 tower, and he wasn't even level 6. Later on, it just becomes harder and harder. So overall, from Talon, I feel like we haven't seen the best of them. I feel like Nigma played really damn well, but I want to see Talon with maybe a little better start, with a little better draft.
Okay. Really quickly as well, where do you currently sit on the Razor? Because I know some teams in particular, like Falcons, have high priority on that hero. They have a lot of success with it as well. We see other teams also have a lot of priority talent, of course, in this game and in other games where they first phase it. Do you feel like this hero is worthy of a first phase, and do you feel like this hero is exploitable as well, and something that maybe Talon might avoid heading into the next game?
I feel like if it does get exploited by some counter pick in the lane, then your other cores should be shutting down that hero that's exploiting them. Right, because you're baiting it. If you're first phasing Razor, you're expecting a certain sort of a counter, so you should already preemptively think about the counters to that hero. So your offlane should be Centaur or Mars if you know that they're going to have these glass cannon mid laners into you, right? Like, you cannot just hope on this anti-mage to be the one that jumps the Lina later on. So there's definitely a potential to the Razor first phase, but the whole draft needs to be like maybe a bit different altogether. Which is something that Nigma really exploited them well with all the bans that they've made in this game and all the picks that they made. So I still think there's potential in the Razor though.
Okay, well, let's see what the call is going to be for Talon, again, as it is a strategy that we've seen them run in the past in a lot of the qualifiers in Southeast Asia. Let's see if they stick to their guns or not, or if Nigma are going to be able to take another series in 2-0 fashion today, like we saw earlier with Tundra. But for them, game one, incredible performance, really no flaws at all in their gameplay nor the draft, and let's see if they're going to be able to replicate that heading into game two. First the break, but when we come back we've got more Elite League. See you guys soon. Nigma, incredible performance from them. Very clean and dominant from start to finish. Let's see how they're going to be able to perform heading into the second game. Talon have what it takes to get a game 3 as well. Lizard, maybe our trend will continue from one tournament to the next. So far, we unfortunately not getting a lot of game 3s in a lot of series we're covering. We didn't get in our first series. And if Nigma have another performance like that, probably not going to get another one in this series either. I can hear you though, brother. It's okay. You can, even though you're frozen, you're just you're a statue. You're letting all the viewers paint you, paint the beauty of you. It's all right. I just I checked the other results as well on the other stream for the first series, and man, I didn't know that Aurora and VP game were so crazy. 72 minutes in game 1, 69 minutes in the second game. Secret and Boom are just getting underway, and we're already up to our second game of the second series, and we're ready to go. Okay, we got the draft underway. Blizzard is back and unfrozen as well. So Talon on the Radiant side playing with second pick. We got Nigma on Dire with first pick.
Yeah, we were constantly getting these 2-0s. We did have a full best of 5 grand finals recently, right? So there's that. Nigma, they pick up the Batrider instantly. Like, this is a hero that historically I feel has been having a lot of success in Nigma, but overall, when I look at this game, I feel, yeah, like first phase, the hero did fall off a bit, but still is really strong in the right hands on that position 4. Okay, so Nigma were the ones I was gonna say. I'm surprised Tiny isn't banned out, and actually it's Nigma that banned out the Tiny. Matthew, like, he did a lot of work on him.
Yeah, no, that was a great performance from Matthew and Talon. They will go back for the Crystal Maiden. So again, you know, unfortunately Ponyo didn't have the greatest game previously, but this is something that we saw them run in 2 of their games versus Rest Farmers. So. And really, you can't really go wrong with the Crystal Maiden open arm. Doesn't really, reveal too much. Of course, it's going to be your 5, but it's a very stable 5. I'm trying to see. Let me actually check the win rate as well for this year, because I remember it was pretty high already after day 1. 81% with 11 games.
That's actually insane.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know. Even though she got nerfed, the hero is really good. Like the Crystal Clone, okay, it costs a lot more mana, and it's really expensive right now to use it, considering the hero just takes a lot of mana in general. But she brings a lot to the table, like just mana regen for her teammates, especially if they're close in the round. Like a lot of nuke damage, a lot of root from your second spell as well. Like overall, I do feel she's strong. Plus, she combos really nicely with a lot of carries. The slow, like you could see into that last game, the Anti-Mage had a good game because of the Crystal Maiden, more or less. Like she made that lane much easier. Do I like her into Bat too much though? Like it's one of those heroes that Bat can abuse a bit, but he hates playing into a lot of slows right now as well. So it kind of is. It can go both ways, of course, depending on what the cores are and if they match each other up in the lane at all. Shadow Demon DK on one side, Timber Disruptor on the other. Let's see who's got the next few bans. Void. Actually, Nigma banning out 2 of their heroes from that last game. Don't want to play against them, but also like historically, Bat into the Faceless Void was not the best lane for the Bat. It's a bit different now, but still, you don't want to be playing into time dilation.
Yeah, definitely one of those more frustrating ones. And I think Faceless Void is also one of the better carries you can pick when you... I mean, Talon going to have to pick a hero before, at least a core before Nigma are able to respond. So I don't remember if it's like 16, 7. Oh, yeah, I think it's 16, 17th their pick is. Actually, maybe it's a little bit different. I it's so confusing with the change to the draft, with all the 4 bands at the front and 3 bands as well. And then I had it down pat of whether the 18th pick was and whether 15th
Yep.
and etc. was, but now it's.
I never had that. I never cared. Just I would say second stage, first picks, like things like that. But right now I have it even less. Like right now it's almost impossible. But okay, one more ban coming from Talon. What do they get rid of? Okay, so a lot of heroes from the last game actually being banned out. Most of Nigma's trapped. And if you look at Talon, they already have some catch in the form of Kunkka, like with the Crystal Maiden. I do like Kunkka quite a lot. I'm actually surprised that he went through. He was banned in the last series. Torrent Storm is just stupid. Tidal Wave, good. Like the item build is very easy to reach with him, and he instantly has a lot of impact with it. What are we getting on the other side? FBZ Brew again. Like you think that the hero doesn't care about the Torrent Storm, but it messes up with him as well. Like even with the Brew split, it's difficult to have a ton of impact. But okay, so Rubik and Batrider both supports are showing on Nigma's side and an offlaner. So at least for Talon, this should be a bit of an easier carry to pick. But in the last game, carry wasn't the problem as well. Like that position 1.
How are there some carry heroes that do come to mind though, with how they could potentially address the Brewmaster, or is even the carry role the way you do it? Anti-mage.
I mean, they picked it before. They go for Morphling. Like Vitune, Terrorblade, Morphling, Anti-Mage. I feel like Slark maybe. I mean, these are his best, and it looks like a decent Morphling game. You don't care about the Bat, about the Rubik that much. When it comes to the Brew, like there is an option for Brew to buy Vessel. I think that 90% of players aren't going for it anymore. It's almost always Radiance. I do think that Vessel is also an option. But okay. I feel that Morphling is my favorite carry, by the way, of the meta at the moment. For Nigma, what are their options again? Like you have these squishy range heroes or illusion heroes that are good against Morphling. Like you have your Drow, that's a good matchup, right? Or on paper should be. And then you have these illusions like Naga, PL as well, which can have some problems versus Kunkka.
But with both supports are really the ways you kind of deal with illusion heroes. I mean, maybe Kunkka can go like Radiance, or maybe the Scepter is enough. Plus, I don't know. I don't think the heroes, at least at the moment, that Talon have are enough to be able to deal with an illusion hero if it's something you want to go down from Nigma and then ban some heroes out. So it is definitely something you could be considering.
I wouldn't mind some Naga on Miracle. I think it would be pretty good here. What are the other options? Like we mentioned Drow. There are some heroes like Slark as well. They get the entries themselves. Okay. They're like, we're gonna show you guys. Like they take the AM themselves. Like overall, not the worst matchup, right? Like pretty good matchup for him versus Morphling. He's not per se an illusion hero, but he has a lot of illusions with those blink fragment shards as well. They have not a lot of catch on Talon, but they do have the 6 marks to spot into arrow, which is something that you have to worry about early on. And you also have to make sure with these last 2 bans that Anti-Mage has a good lane. The question is, like, do you ban out offlaners or do you ban out mid laners if you're Nigma? Because this could be Chuyan, this could be WS as well.
I like the Slardar ban a lot. Of course, this is just more traditional way to deal with the anti-mage in the lane. Some passive hero that is able to man fight. So, yeah, there's others that, of course, fill that category, but I think Slardar, without a doubt, is definitely some of the better. You also would somehow like some hero with a stun, just so the Mirana can roam with other people besides the Conquer.
Yeah, for Talon, definitely. And also, you want to have something that's actually a complete stun, something that's more reliable. Like Kunkka X marks the spot into arrow. If you're relying on that to catch anti-mage, you're probably not going to have a good time. So that's something that I would look out for in Nigma's draft. In Talon's draft. And if you're Nigma, they have a lot of team fight. Their catch with Lasso and with Lift isn't that bad. Like, it could be a bit better, but not that bad. They have ways to answer the Morphling come late game. I'd get something flashy from the mid lane, like instantly ban out the Storm. Any sort of a Spirit I feel like is alright. You could go for Pango as well, something with the Diffusal into Morphling isn't terrible. Will Sumail play it? That's the only question. Dragonite banned out. Yeah, Tiny banned out into Kunkka. What's your thought? Pango.
Doesn't matter. Okay. I go the Pango. Okay, so now let's see. Of course, Talon gonna have the choice whether they want to put the Conqueror up against the Pango.
Yeah. I feel like they had a bit of everything already on Nigma, and it was the draft with these 4 heroes is already solid. So you don't need a hero that excels at one thing only. Pango kinda excels at everything. He has a lot of damage, mana burn with Diffusal into Morphling.
Ooh.
Control, but Bloodseeker is actually a fantastic pick. The way I see it, at least, it looks like it could be that gotcha pick. It's good versus Anti-Mage, like really good into him. With the Rupture, nice catch. You can go for that Gleipnir build that I'm seeing quite a lot now. You are good into Pango with the Rupture as well. It's weird though, you know. It's not a stun, which is something that they lacked. I'm not sure. If the lane goes poorly for Bloodseeker, it can be a really messy game for Talon, but it could also be that gacha pick on the Bloodseeker.
Sounds like you're not entirely convinced though by the pick.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not entirely convinced. I can see it, like it's a good counter, but I'm not convinced about how it fits into the draft. Like, will it be enough? I feel that they're again in that situation in which the lanes need to go really damn well for them. But if that does happen, and also you have the Morphling, of course, who can scale really nicely, I like this draft more than Game 1 draft. Even though I can see some issues here too. There are issues in every draft, whatever. I feel like I like it more than Game 1 for sure.
Okay, so for this draft to work though on Talon, what do we need to be keeping our attention on? What do we need to kind of be focusing on and seeing what goes well? Is it the laning phase? Is it early rotations? Is it the Bloodseeker, just purely him having a good game?
I really want to see Bloodseeker having a good game. Like if you kind of have this Bloodseeker on a good start, like he can do just so much in this game. Like the Rupture, the constant hunting of the Anti-Mage together with Kunkka. I feel like it can be really solid for them. Also, you counter the Pangolier as well. But to look out for early on in the game from Talon probably is Ponyo and how he rotates with the Mirana.
Okay. A weeb name with a weeb. What even is the personality changed? I know it's not called that, actually.
The anime persona.
Persona, thank you. There we go. So
close enough.
Living up to the name is Mr. Ponyo. This is a very interesting movement though from Nigma. A full wraparound, even awarded the portal as well. Yeah. They are going to continue to go through that. I have such an interesting path from them.
And the 2 wards that they planted, look, no mid ward by the way for the Pango. So they have 2 wards that are all about this Dire Lane, and of course a bit about Miracle, because you'll have an eye out on Twin Gate, right? Like who comes and goes through it. They see V-Tune.
And insta they ping him out and start to run towards his direction. Attribute shift is already leveled. Regardless, I think if it was waveform, he was going to be chased down nonetheless. was a bit of an ambitious shield crash to try and steal it. I was a bit early on, so maybe it was just a slow. I don't know. Regardless, doesn't matter. First blood picked up.
Yeah, and this is where, if you're in a pub, you all chat them. Like
Who's
question
all
mark
chatting?
thing, you know. A Morphling, of course. All chatting nerds, probably. Tryhards or something like that. But the FPZ should be really happy, right? Like he gets a lot out of that, and
Whoa.
they're aggro trying, or
Whoa.
just
Whoa,
switching
whoa.
up. Okay.
Okay, they're just switching up. Firstly, switch up in itself is something very, very different. We do not get this a lot at all. And if they were going to aggro try, I was going to be even more amazed. But talk to me about this. What do we feel like is the big reasoning behind the anti-mage now playing down bottom and busy up against the Bloodseeker?
Easier lane into the Morphling than into the Bloodseeker, definitely. And that's why they're switching it up straight up once again and sending the Bloodseeker down bottom. Like,
I don't know if he's going to die, but man, he's going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Cinder Brew, Flame Break, Blood Grenade.
Yeah. Fortunately for him, it is a Morphling, right? So he should be able to heal up quite easily with some edgy switch and maybe a branch eating under the tower. Yeah, you shouldn't underestimate the laning stage of Bloodseeker. Like even without a lot of items or spells, like this guy, 7 armor, just the thirst has been changed slightly, but not slightly, quite a bit, but it doesn't really affect the laning stage, I would say, that much.
I think the big thing that I've seen, like with how you address kind of the Bloodseeker in the lane, is just having some nuke-heavy heroes where you get him down to a threshold where you're playing about half and difficult for him to enter the wave without being concerned about getting nuked again. I definitely don't think Anti-Mage is one of them. Like this hero is more like just a bit of chip, like a bit of harass here and there, and that's really where the Thirst is able to negate
they're going on
all of
Matthew,
that spam.
actually.
Matthew, yeah. Just sips out of the blood right at least.
No arrow, so not really any control. Mirana, very interesting build, like 1-0-1. No arrow on Ponyo. Usually you do see it. You sometimes even see 0-1, just no starfall into an arrow, but with this he can dish out some more damage to Matthew. Might even have to TP here eventually after. Let's see. It's got a Fairy Fire. Yeah, has to TP.
All the way back to base he goes on Matthew. So Miracle at least full career wave in front of his tower. Seems like the anti-mage is going to continue to be happy. Mid lane as well, Samael pretty happy as well. 20 and 3. It's a nice timing of the torrent to be able to stop the shield crash, but minimal things. Both heroes really should be able to get their farm. And I do think one thing that we didn't mention in the draft is just, again, the change with the Conquer with the X into Pango. I really, really, really like this mechanic. I've always said I think Lyle is probably one of the better heroes at being able to utilize that. So
oh, you
let's
like
see
it actually?
No, okay, all right. Don't start me. I don't. Hang on, because Kuroki top lane is in a little bit of trouble. Firefly to try and get to the low ground, but it's not going to matter with the last right click. So Talon able to get an early kill for them. So no, I don't like the change of the X mechanic. I think it's done with it going through BKB with, you know, that change with Magic Community and all that. But I think I like how the people are utilizing it, even though it's very, very strong. You got to use everything in your toolkit, and I think Lyle does it very well versus Pango, and we'll see if Chuen can as well.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to stay consistent, I would say, in Dota, right? Like, because if they nerf that, if they make X not go through BKB, then they should do it to everything. Like, a stun shouldn't go after the BKB is over as well. Other spells, so. I feel like it is overpowered, it's stupid strong, but it is what it is. Like,
That's one way to put
Gotta-
it. Yeah,
gotta
it is
live
what
with
it
it.
is. You gotta
It
live
is
with
what
it.
it is. Exactly. Ice Rock, give it, and you have to just play with it.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Got
Bot
some
lane, there's a-
action going on, yeah. WS with the bonus to Earth. Matthew's in a little bit of trouble. Meanwhile, Ponyo as well is getting pushed back, but WS is not going to stop. We're able to get the kill into Matthew. Meanwhile as well, mid lane, Smel's going to have to run all the way back to base. Chuen, this was even without the boat as well. Just hit level 6. Might even be able to use it for the kill into Kuroki. Steps a little bit too far forward, and Chuen's going to be able to... Oh, actually not wanting to drop the combo. Use the torrent early on. And concerned about maybe some extra heroes, and not Matthew and Samael are coming back.
Yeah, he has no boots as well. They were flying over. So it was maybe a little bit difficult for him to keep on top of Kuroki. I thought they had a kill though. Both now, actually.
Now Samael. TP's back to the lane. Samael, though, think about turning with the Rolling Thunder. Chuen with the run buff. Let's see if they're going to have the damage to kill the Conquer. Playing with the Tidebringer is not enough. And it's going to be the supports along with a swashbuckle from afar. That gets the finishing blow onto the Pangolier.
That was... I'm not sure. I feel like they saved the boat just for that kill instead. They didn't use it on Kuroki, and then they went for a kill that's much, much harder. Also, the arrow. I don't think it's connected, right? So, not something that they had there to be used. Also interesting that Mirana isn't maxing out, like going at least 2 levels of arrow when you have Kunkka in your team. We talked about her rotations and how much they can do. Of course, he's a 5 this game, not a 4, so not as free to rotate, but...
And maybe we'll put a point in it now. Should be able to get to the Wisdom Room before FBZ.
Nice attempt, FBZ. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, he is building Vessel. So, I love this. I love that he's adapting to every game. Like, we talked about last game and Soaring, how it was necessary, he gets it. This game, Vessel, he's going for it. It just makes your game much easier.
Bottom lane might have a bit of a brawl going on. A lot of commitment from either side with 3 heroes showing. Of course, Nigma are going to have this advantage being close to the tower to TP an extra hero in, potentially Samael with the Rolling Thunder. Frostbite's going to be able to set off for the arrow, but just these 2 supports, they bring Kuroki down to half. Samael is moving over now. Never mind, back to mid.
Yeah, very stable laning stage so far. Just Brew farming top. He's got 6 though, and he is TPing.
And Yorkem again. Oh, nice combo actually. Samael in some danger. Chuen's going to be able to step in and now also turns to Matthew. It's a double kill for the Conqueror, and FBZ needs to put a lot of work into to turn the team fight. Are they going to have the damage though for Chuen? I'm not quite sure. Double bracer with the primal split expiring pretty shortly. Looks like the Conqueror's going to be okay.
Still no boots on Brew, so after that ulti is used, he can't really... has no way of chasing. And you could see X-Mark and arrow combo, just how much it can do. Once arrow...
And bottom lane Miracle reflected the Rupture. And now WS, I mean, Rupture's about to expire, but Samael's going to be in, crashing forward with the Rolling Thunder. All they need is 1 stun. They do need a little bit more damage though, in fact. They got... Is there anything left in the tank? WS is baiting them deep under the tower. Now even V-Tune's going to come in with the teleport. Another death on Samael back to back, and Miracle will escape. Yorkem lacking the man I think was out of range regardless.
Yeah, I think this is maybe a call for Samael to stop rotating and just farm. He needs his defusal. With the defusal, that's a kill. But of course, it's quite some distance away. Bloodseeker now going top. Has Rupture in 19. And Miracle as well. Took so much damage under that tower that the Bloodseeker became too fast. Like you couldn't even... Ponyo.
Miracle jumped towards Ponyo. Silence clips into the trees. Arrow slips on past. No way, it's off the mark. Very far into the blink. Miracle's out, but WS still has the vision for the Rupture. With it off cooldown. I mean, this is so important from Talon. We saw just the previous game, it was all Nigma with the early game rotations, and there are potentially some concerns on the Bloodseeker maybe being a little bit slower. Still, he's strong in the lane, and we're seeing him use that perfectly well. And now this is just going to be able to give him time to be able to get that farming accelerant in the Maelstrom.
Yeah. He's just making this team work at the moment. Kunkka as well doing some heavy lifting from that mid lane. He's going to work it next, which is it's so nice when you're in front, or at least leading by a tiny bit, and then you can get that orchid just before the Mantans, before the BKBs and whatnot. Like it helps out. And the Bloodseeker, of course, just doing so much work. I feel like on Enigma, this Panda, like so far FBZ did nothing wrong. Like he's doing really well. He's, I believe Vessel should be completed. Yeah, he's got it. But every ulti he does needs to be on point. Every rotation needs to be so on point. I haven't seen too much Sumail Pango, by the way. Have you? Like recently?
No. No, I haven't.
Arrow, FBZ.
BZ. They can turn though.
Yeah.
Boys are coming. And Chuen's a little bit isolated. He's going to be able to drop the boat early.
Rupture.
Two ultimates to play with. Sumail's in an okay spot still to be able to use the Rolling Thunder and try and TP out. He's going to die inside the base though. Wasn't able to cancel it fast enough. And now FBZ, at least he'll get his Earth Panda away, but they're hunting Kuroki. Chuen unable to get in range, unfortunately, so Kuro's going to be able to get away.
Even Morphling joining that, by the way. Even he wants to be a part of the fight. I feel like that was a nice play by Sumail, considering he was ruptured. The best thing that he could do is try and TP. He almost survived. If he survives, it's still not a great trade, because you use this Brewmaster ulti, you only got the Mirana, but like this, it's feeling really rough for them. Keep in mind, by the way, last game when Vition was playing AM, he had the minute 12 Battle Fury, right? Minute 12, Miracle only has Cornucopia, so a big difference. Actually, never mind. He has Claymore as well, so a bit better.
Still going to need him to be able to pick up that farm. We've seen what Miracle's anti-mage has been able to do in the past, but they will want to hunt him down continuously, and this Orchid on Chuen, without a doubt, will enable that. Cam's going to be able to run into FBZ, and they will also continue to chase him. Cam's not going to stop. All he needs to do is, can he maybe TP out now? Let's see if they're going to have the damage.
Oh. Yeah. That's why he needs the Gleipnir on Bloodseeker, or some extra disable. Right now, I believe the Maelstrom is completed. After he gets that, it kind of changes things, and it's a lot easier for you to not allow these players from TPing out. They also still have a lot of stacks, but no one to take them on the Dire side.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Still no defusal on Pango, just feels really rough.
The defusal, very difficult defense. Talon actually won't continue to try and butt their head against the tower, wanting to sweep across the map with the smoke from Yokam and Ponyo. Will not run into FBZ. This is a very difficult game though for Sumail to itemize. You need to deal with the Bloodseeker Rupture. You also need to itemize against the Orchid that's now coming out from Chuen.
Yeah, he does have Arcane Rune, and he has that defusal. So with it, they smoke up. What are they searching for? Probably they're searching for this tier 1 bottom and maybe a kill if it happens. They can also ward up the area. Kuro is leading the charge. It's a nice place to have a ward in right now.
See if they can kill him. Radiant scan, but it's a little bit to the right. Flame Break's also off the mark. Continuing to hunt is incredibly scary, because look at the pincer. Not just the Conquer, but also Mirana's coming through as well. And what's the call? I mean, Sumail's going to think about playing around with the Rolling Thunder. Can they get the Rupture out at least before he dies? He won't be able to. It's onto Sumail, so he's out of there, but no one else will escape. You lose the Batrider, you lose the Rubik. Looks like Miracle's at least fine as well.
Yeah, but that's fine for you, right? Like FBZ meanwhile farming, pushing in mid, Miracle as well farming. I think these kind of engagements, yeah, they're 2 for 1, but still 2 supports for this Bloodseeker. I think it's okay. No, not the burst. If Pango didn't get ruptured, I think they can maybe even fight off.
Yeah.
Mid lane.
Yeah, back live, Yokem. Burnt down. Matthew's going to take the streak. A little bit of gold for him. This is a nice stolen ability. Frostbite maxed out. Spirit Vessel and ulted as well from FBZ. Can actually look for some more kills, and potentially bottom is where they're going to find it. Chuen, though, is going to see the Rubik just running inside their own territory, and FBZ wasn't connecting with the team. Will do so now. So should be able to get the rebuttal onto Ponyo. Can they even get Chuen? Oh, let's see. No one playing behind the Conker, so yeah, they're going to be able to get him as well. Very nicely done, Nigma. Some really big kills. Like you said, that bottom trade works in their favor. Now you get a couple around mid. Miracle's going to be able to shove the wave. You'll get the tower. Great sequence of events for Dire.
Yeah, some nice trade from Talon. At least they get that mid lane tower. VTune has a Manta completed. Bloodseeker also was farming the enemy side of the map. But overall, like, if you're Nigma, you wanted this tier 1 tower down bottom. You wanted to create more space for Miracle, and that's what you succeeded at doing. Yokem.
See.
I'm not sure, Sumail. I'm not sure about this.
Oh, no, he's dead.
Yeah.
Oh, again, the rupture. And now Matthew, too. Matthew's gone as well.
I'm gonna say I'm noticing a bit of a difference between the Lina on Sumail in game 1 and Pango on him game 2, but like you said, it was a free Lina game and a very difficult Pango game. Top lane Chuan. There's no split on Panda, they know it.
And that means it's going to be another kill for them. So momentum was starting to go to Nigma a little bit with those skirmishes going their way, but Talon instantly strike back with 2 very big kills. Net worth lead up to 4,000.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Bit of a streak as well, and importantly WS BKB almost completed, just requiring the recipe as his last component.
Not an insurmountable lead, right? Like 4k ahead, it's danger zone, but not unplayable for Nigma. They want to get that Radiance now on Brew. Interesting, like he's going Vessel and Radiance, but I don't mind it. I think this patch, it's fine. I've seen teams have 3 Radiances on their side if the heroes are like that, so I don't mind having 2 ways of proccing your Cinder Brew on Brew.
So I know I brought up the question in game 1 and I'll do it again. How do we compare the anti-mage game previously in regards to being able to potentially carry Nigma compared to what we saw for VTune?
I feel that it's a little bit easier for Miracle to carry this game than it was for VTune to carry the last one. But VTune also had a better game, and Miracle is being probably hunted down once again.
Out the Mantis is going to have some big issues with addressing the Orchid. Might be enough with the Frostbite. Has a big Lotus, it's not going to matter. Extra control out of the silence, and down he goes. I'm desperately needing this Manta.
That's the difference. Like, I do feel that this is a better, easier game for him to carry, because he has teammates that will do a lot, or should be able to do a lot. Sumail, ooh, that was so close. But VTune, I believe he died 0 times last game or something like that. He had a really good laning stage as well, getting a kill on Panda.
Matthew. Alright, bit of another freebie. Talon, anything they want to do on the map, it seems like this game, it's just a night and day difference.
Yeah, Rush is what they want to do. So straight into the pit, Kunkka can tank it a bit. You have your Morphling full agi with Mask of Morbid Mask, that is just super easy to take.
What do you think of the Ag shot though for Vichun? He's gone incredibly early this game.
I'm not sure actually. Very early on, like, and the build as well is completely different. I think it's an adaptation mostly to Anti-Mage.
Okay.
Like, you look at his build. He's going Manta into Diffusal into BKB Butterfly. Like, no Kanda, nothing like that. So, just adapting to the matchup. For sure, adapting to the matchup.
Let's see, Nigma still looking to try and smoke. Maybe catching out some of the stragglers up top. WS was there. He shows in this lane. Kuroki's going to be ready with the blink reveal. Maybe they actually want to fight. I mean, WS, of course, with the BKB. Nothing he really needs to fear if he gets it off in time. No detection, though, with the Rupture already out onto Samael. WS, a quick and easy kill. And now Vichun's going to be able to hunt down Matthew over on the right side. Quick also gets Matthew out of some danger. But FBZ now, where does he run? You got some big issues. Tries to split away. Vichun in pursuit. And this Bruce Split's about to expire, and Vichun's going to be able to hold him into place. WS is coming in shortly.
Maybe a TP? There's no mana on Morph. So I think he should be able to get out.
An Iron Branch at 21 minutes in. Very nice.
Yep. I'm not sure if you're that happy that you have that in your inventory even, but they tried playing. They tried fighting and playing without Radiance and Brewmaster, not even a relic. Like, now he gets that relic, but I really fear for Nigma in this game. They just have to wait for Miracle to get online, and he's not there yet. They can't even kill a Crystal Maiden, and they used Brew's ult.
And you're still 1,400 gold away from Samael having the Lincolns. So you are just mode stall. I really honestly want to see Kuroki just play side lanes, I think, as well, is something that probably needs to be discussed. I think you just need to throw bodies, and Batright is definitely one of the better supports to do that.
He's kind of like, okay, right now he's not playing the side lane, he's mid, but it's kind of a side lane when you think about it. Just sit here and the playstyle that is, just hide in the trees, try to outpush as much as possible, create space for your AM that way. Because you're not taking these fights anymore. It's only 6k difference, but it feels so much more because of how much work Talon's heroes do with the spells and items. Kunkka with the BKB now.
Okay. Unfortunate. Blinks to the right where exactly Vichun had already used the waveform, so Smoke will get them 2 kills, Morphling gets all of them.
Yeah, huge difference between the impact on position 4 as well, Enigma. Like how much Matthew was doing with his Tiny and how much he's unable to do with this Rubik is almost on the same level.
No way. Is Chuan out? Okay. Oh man, I thought he was going to continue going down into the trees. Miracle somehow reading. I don't know if he saw someone go into moonlight. Great read from him.
He's just hiding. This is also time lost, right? Like you can look at it that way. He's not farming. You can have this hard camp, then maybe creep skip behind the tier 2 if he's brave enough to show himself.
Now this is a fleet.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, but even then, how long does he need?
Bottom tower has fallen.
How long does everyone need? FBZ still away from the Radiance. And Radiant ready to fight. Kuro's going to be able to get the start first with the lasso. A quick and easy kill into the Crystal Maiden. WS is already looking to tip into the outpost. Talon want to strike back, and FBZ needs to split due to the X. They're going to be able to get another kill onto his support, though. Is this the fight Nigma can look to capitalize with the numbers advantage? Miracle's going to jump in. Samael as well coming from afar. Lincoln's going to be able to protect him against the Rupture. WS stands his ground with the BKB activated. Can they continue to catch up to the Bloodseeker? BKB out shortly. And he stuns and he slows. Maybe in a couple of seconds, Flame breaks back up for Kuroki, but oh, they got to be so hesitant. This is Very scary to take the fight on this side of the map on Talon, especially with the respawns coming up shortly.
Yeah,
You've
but
dealt with the
Aegis,
men
10 more
onto the
seconds.
Morphling.
Ooh, he went full edgy to lose the Aegis, by the way. He did it on purpose. It was 10 seconds away, and now you have to go back. Like, what Nigma was hoping for is maybe some sort of kill on the Morphling after the Aegis is reclaimed. Still not a bad fight from Nigma. Like, the best fight they've had so far in the game. They managed to utilize the Lincolns, they managed to utilize the split as well very nicely. Still without the Radiance, by the way, only now completed on Bruce, so next fight is going to be even stronger. But the problem is, yeah, you just utilized everything. You used all of the spells that you've had, and
Sameo.
look at the smoke.
They got him. Aggressive smoke instantly from Talon. Observer ward still around the triangle, so great vision from them to be able to utilize.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I love how fast FBZ is as well, with, and when he decides to use his Primal Spirit, it's so on point. Like this last fight, like Crystal Maiden is dying, he's kind of fake pumping it because he knows if he uses it there, CM is dead, everyone runs back top lane. Look at these TPs.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Oh, dude, look at everyone just spanning out from Talon. And Ponyo all the way to the right side. WS and Yokem head first towards the outpost. Miracle will just go through the portal, and they see WS as well.
Nicely done by Kuro as well to secure this part of the map, put some wards down already, so if you're Miracle, you're feeling relatively safe. You kind of know where everyone is and isn't. They're showing top a bit as well. Like, considering the state of the game, it's only 5k difference, and this anti-mage, you know, like, I mean, just completed Butterfly. He's becoming stronger and stronger. How's our boy Morphling doing, by the way? Diffusal, BKB, Manta. So not that one-trick pony with the Kanda or anything like that. Wants to actually be hitting throughout the fight.
No, this man's going to do a lot. This fight's for Vichum. We'll see. We'll see if he's going to be able to get the boys over the finish line. 5,000 net worth lead for Talon. This game is stalling, though. Game is stalling. Probability 23% for Nigma at the moment.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Do you think it's good for them that it's slowing and stalling? Because I'm looking at AM and I'm thinking, okay, it's a good AM game. At the same time, there's like a Bloodseeker scaling really nicely. He's got Mjolnir going Lincolns next. There's Kunkka going for a Torrent Storm. I'm not sure, but I feel like the two cores fall off easier on Nigma, right?
I think the support scale better though on Nigma. FBZ.
Okay.
Smoke's gonna pop. They got the cliff ward. Smell's gonna be able to react accordingly. Unfortunately, FBZ actually just runs headfirst into them, even with the information. And they're gonna get a D ward as well, so bit of a misstep from him.
Yeah, there's a double damage in the river as well. Only AM knows, though. Okay, so he gets it. He's so close to everyone, though.
All I can give us is a chance.
It's so annoying. Like, can you feel the frustration if you're Talon right now?
Yes.
Like, they're in a good spot. The game is, like, not that difficult for them, but then you have to deal with this rat, like, constantly blinking, killing your waves. Like, you can't push even when you get a really good pick off.
Yeah, everyone has played too many of these games. It's just... yeah, it's just frustrating. I mean, it's really... no one else needs to be said. These games are just really shit to play. They don't feel fun. You're just running across the map, and then you start getting a little bit restless. No plays are connecting. You just have an anti-mage going through portal, through the other portal, TPing across the map, and... his read as well. Again, Miracle this game has done a great job to be able to dodge some ganks, but you know, if they're not going to fight you, if they're just going to avoid, one of the better ways to look to at least force out a team fight is trying to take Roche, which will be up shortly.
Yep. They do go through the portal instead.
Smoke pops. Brokey can potentially give them the information. FBZ, early split. And an early kill onto the Batrider as well. They're going to call it quits though, Nigma. What's the call? And yeah, they're out. Miracle's going to shut bottom. Not happy with the split. Usage 2 would have expired and have much left to be able to do with it. So Miracle will force at least some reactions. There's one with the glyph.
Yeah, this is some full-on rat, by the way. Morphling was Cyclone, so he couldn't even think about TPing or helping with this. Rosh will be down bottom, so they're in a perfect spot to take it. I feel if you're Nigma, you're probably very well aware of this. There is maybe some shenanigan possible in which they TP to catch him instead of rushing, but with a scan, it's confirmed.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
We do see though, this is going to be a little bit of time for Nigma where your bot has to be pushed, mid has to be pushed. Miracle hopefully is going to cut this next wave top as well. So even though you get Roche, it's potentially going to take about a minute for Talon to be able to get their lanes into a position, which will waste a little bit of time of that ages. And again, importantly, get towards those next set of items.
There is one thing that that makes this rat from Anti-Mage become a bit harder. That's the banner as well, right? Like you can use that banner to either outpush one of the lanes or maybe help your own push in down bottom or wherever you opt to go. Butterfly will be completed very soon on Morphling as well. Or is it? Yeah, it is Butterfly. I was thinking maybe he goes Disperser, but
Radiant's top tower is
Butterfly
under attack.
definitely way more valuable this game.
Another huge item, man, is his Scepter on Chuan. I mean, this has been a make or break item for a lot of the Conkers, and he's going to have it 31 minutes in, and they've been winning the game without it currently. And you another way to deal with the rat is just going for something like a Hex on the Conker. If you even see a blink on the Crystal Maiden, so they are starting to itemize to address him. We need to look towards the high ground defense, though. He's going to be able to play around with the attribute shifter. They got the damage, though. Stun. What happened there?
What happened with the blink? Yeah. I'm not sure. I just noticed that he didn't get the blink off on him with the Rolling Thunder. That's how it looked like, at least.
I don't even think it matters, though, because he could have hit the stun and then blinked afterwards for almost the chain control. I know it's not perfect now with the Rolling Thunder change, but it's just a big issue. Why did the first stun not connect?
Yeah, he didn't BKB, right? Yeah.
Oh, don't get the split off, and now... Wow! Man, that arrow just slithered on past. Torrent Storm stolen, but... Primal Split used. Miracle is starting to cut the next wave. They do still have one more that they need to defend against, though.
Yeah, FBZ is trying to send the Pandas in. But they have to kill this wave. This wave should be enough, though. Let's see, it should be enough, I feel like, for Talon to push the side.
They've got Glyph. Want to use it? They should want to before the tier 3 goes down. And now another jump. Lasso back up. CM just steps a little bit too far forward. Can they get the kill at the Yokam, though, with a swashbuckle from afar? Miracle is starting to TP back. Samel is going to try and charge in as well, but the Torrent Storm stolen. It's decent until the BKB comes online from WS. He's going to turn to FBZ, so they'll be able to deal with the Brewmaster, but it's not the most vital hero. With the split on cooldown, FBZ really wasn't doing that much, and now VTube, he's in danger off the respawn. Nigma, they have held. They might get WS to bash from Samel. In fact, it wasn't him, it was Miracle. The anti-mage has stalled the game out long enough to come in and help the boys have a winning position now with the net worth lead.
Man, what year is this again? Miracle playing anti-mage owning with like such a treat to watch. Nice little TP back, like deciding that he can fight with the Abyssal. Like, okay, sure, but I don't think it was on Miracle per se completely. Like, they had such a good showing from everyone else, like Matthew with the Aghanims, with the Torrent Storm, with the Torrent doing so much work, Kuroki as well. Like, nothing can be said about his age anymore or whatever. Like, jumps in, gets a really nice lasso, puts them out of position on Talon. Maybe one thing that on VTune's side, like, he could have BKB'd a bit earlier perhaps. and that would have helped them, but also Rupture was used, and Anti-Mage was just free to do whatever he wanted in the fight. Oh,
Nice one. Again, Kuroki. I mean, still Bloodseeker's dead for 5 seconds. Without a doubt, they'll get the Bat Rider. Can they get more, though? Charging forward with the drums. Matthew's going to get caught. Just a spiteful Torrent Storm before the death. And WS almost was able to get Miracle as well. Joachim is still hunting, but won't be rewarded. Down mid they go this time. I want to... You know, that previous fight, though, we also saw, you mentioned Rupture used on the Brew. They even just... I think it was the Bloodseeker and the Morphling that were even trying to kill the Brewmaster. He had no ultimate, though. Like, FBZ was not the person you were wanting to try and take out of the equation in that team fight. Without the ulti, he really wasn't providing a lot.
Yeah, choosing the right targets, like
Miracle.
Unka.
Looking for a kill onto Chuen. And a BKB's got to do nothing. Miracle. I mean,
He's caught. He's caught, actually, but...
No one's here, though.
Caught, right? Yeah, he doesn't have a TP. But how do you really get him? It looks like Bloodseeker... Oh, he's so close. Miracle might... Okay. Miracle has this one ward that's giving him some info at least, but he might go straight
jumped into WS, though.
Yeah.
Okay, bring around the Rosie.
Right.
This guy's just... Man. Double damager in now. So incredibly impressed with his performance. They will get that ward, though. If that ward you said that he was playing with, WS is going to be able to de-ward it.
Yeah, but now they're ahead. 4k ahead with this double damage. With the BKB, by the way, as well on AM. But they have to be careful. Like, this game is still not won. In a fair fight, like, where there's no ratting happening, I still feel that Talon has a shot. But one really big thing that you called out was the support difference. I feel like the support difference is really massive at this stage of the game. Matthew is 1-9-12. And these last couple of fights, he had so much impact on the Rubik. Also Kuroki on the Batrider, not having as bad of a game, but a lot of impact in these last fights as well.
I like the decision recently from Kuro. Is just he's happy to get the quick kill into the Crystal Maiden and have a numbers advantage. Like, Joachim is providing a decent chunk. Boots of Burying, Glimmer, you know, the spam from the Crystal Maiden can be very frustrating. You don't really want to Manta off the Frostbite when you've got other things to worry about for Miracle, so... See who they want to lasso. Chuen. They got a glimpse of him with the smoke popping. Miracle's still going to try and jump on forward. Lasso's going to be there as well. Look at the burst. Down he goes, and without a rupture, Samel has nothing to fear as well. But the Rolling Thunder creating chaos onto the backline. Talon, it's an all-out retreat. Some will make it back, but some will not. As now Vichuni actually waveformed in aggressively. He's able to deal with Matthew. Double buybacks used. Enigma, they should be able to retreat safely here. They actually want to go through. Boat's going to be committed. They're in for the kill, and they're going to be rewarded. Samael goes down. FBZ. He's got Miracle Neighbor actually thinking about jumping. Menacer to be gone with a big Mana Void once again. Torrent Storm needs to be good. It's not enough, though. Miracle BKB is out. Miracle doesn't see an opportunity to get the kills onto the course. He'll sack Brewmaster's life. Kuroki. Wait, Kuro? Yeah, something else to say. Might be able to get the kill at least. That'll be a dieback, but not enough. WS gets the thirst. That bonus life still keeps him up. That was a pretty heavy investment, though. Conquer buyback and the Crystal Maiden buyback, but Talon, they do get some big kills nonetheless.
I feel like those buybacks had to happen. Rubik is actually TPing in together with Miracle. Can they catch anyone? This Abyssal right now is such an issue for Talon. Whoever he jumps is most likely going to be blown up. Nice vision as well from them. Look at them just standing here hunting. Ponyo.
Or maybe alright, they'll go for the Ponyo.
No BKB. No BKB,
yeah,
remember.
wait, can they punish that? They will be able to punish that Vichun with the replicate. No mana. And it doesn't matter if you're difficult to kill. Your mobility is gone without your spells. Very, very greedy. Thinking they can catch Talon off guard, but they had everyone nearby.
Oh, that's that. He has no buyback. 90 seconds, no buyback on your level 26 anti-mage. Roshan is up and alive. You just... Oh, that was a throw and a half. Oh, feels so bad for Nigma. Now they have to play into Aegis, into Cheese, into Aghanim Scepter coming from this Roshan. They clawed themselves back into the game. They had like a 5k advantage. Rush will run down bottom, but yeah, you can't really contest this if you're Nigma. Yikes. What a... I don't know, even that bottom fight, you know, around the tier 3 tower. Even that fight was so good for them after the buybacks, but Sumail did to go back in. And then everyone kind of goes back in and they lose 4 heroes. Like, they were in such a commanding position. Now they're 8k behind. My god. Oh, no.
Wow. Yeah, I'm morphing Ages, Cheese on Conquer. Scepter was eaten from WS. You got the Blood Mist now. And this is something you were bringing up about the scaling potential for the Bloodseeker. MKB was completed after that recent success of the team fight with all the gold he got. Yeah, I mean, this is a difficult position to be in now.
Yeah, I feel like a bit of a throwing just happened. That's the tiny bit. It happens to the best of us, apparently. What are we looking out for? Are we? It all comes down to execution, really, in these next couple of fights. I don't think that the items will change a massive ton. Octarine being queued up by both the Pango and the Brewmaster. Like, when you look at those items, they're pretty much a dead giveaway. That maybe some Hex here and there would be nice, but it's not gonna happen.
Who's got Octarine queued up, sir?
Both the Pango. Actually, Pango had it. He stopped it. He has Basher now. Brewmaster has it still.
Yep. And Chuen actually just changed as well. Had Hex, of course, queued up for a while, going Refresher. So double Torrent Storm.
Yep. I like the
Timeless
Hex.
Relic.
I like the Storm as well. Maybe Torrent Storm is a bit more reliable. Even it's funny to say, but you are playing into an AM, so as the Torrent Storm prevents him from killing anyone in these team fights. And the Basher is super necessary.
Miracle. It's just off the Frostbite. Ooh. Rupture's going to be there. Miracle just forced to stand his ground. Actually thinks otherwise, but Sumail's in though. Are they going to be able to cancel it? They won't. So he'll escape. WS without a Basher, but now Sumail also is in trouble. X, I believe, was into the Lincolns. Very messy. Hard to see what was what. Regardless though, Nigma all out.
I feel like these kind of chaotic fights are benefiting Nigma a bit more now, as long as they're not wasting way too many big spells, because they need to buy themselves some time. Ultimately, fighting without Aegis would be perfect for them, but you can't really creep skip that easily as Anti-Mage anymore. They can catch you. Look at Vitune. Jules?
A little bit early.
Okay.
Never mind. Wait.
He lifted himself. Yeah, I think that was just a misclick by Matthew.
No, I also saw the X still in the toolbar, or the buff bar, whatever you want to say. So that's why I was confused. I thought he was going to get dragged back to Miracle. They're actually isolated right now. Maybe a bit of an opportunity. Lasso comes out after the BKB though, and you see Miracle wants nothing to do with this engagement now.
FPC?
Oh, Joss gets the combo off, but meanwhile Sumail though, Rupture's going to connect onto the Pango. He will be able to get back to base. One Torrent Storm used, and it did get stolen as well from the Rubik. Important things, but... And also some things were expended as well from Nigma.
Miracle was sitting straight up on that ward. Like, they almost caught him. Remember, they have no Rolling Thunder for 40 now. The Primal Split as well, running out. Miracle.
Should be fine. Once again, nice counter spell.
I think he counterspelled that.
He wants to jump. Hang on. Miracle? The team's coming, but they're a little bit slow. Drill with the lasso ready to go. He's going to try and drag him back, but nice X as well from Chuen. Completely counters the lasso. And now the numbers advantage, Vitrune's going to be able to get the anti-mage replicate, so they should easily be able to catch up. Another blink up in a couple of seconds. Matthew's in some danger. Sumail to the rescue though, comes crashing in. But the BKB still on cooldown curve for the Bloodseeker. Miracle doesn't have the damage, so WS steps over to the left side. It's not good enough from Nigma. Maybe the Torrent Storm turn will give Talon enough space to reevaluate and set up a choke point where they can take a fight, and that is the case. Sumail goes down. FBZ's going to be caught as well. No mana for the Brewmaster. He's got to buy back at least. Use it instantly.
Yeah, because bottom, and like Miracle's idea, he's trying to creepscape, push mid, split mid, but he has no creeps. He has no creeps, and the bottom lane is already pushed in. And there's another wave down mid lane, so they will not be able to wrap that one out. They have to fight. Primal split up in 3 seconds, but if you want to take this fight, you have to buy back on Sumail as well.
You buy back now, no Rolling Thunder though. 5 seconds till it's up. Maybe you're waiting for the opportunity for Kuro to get the jump. Lasso with the ready once again. Over jumps. Doesn't find a target. And now and in fact will be killed before the lasso. And everyone else is too hesitant. You use the split to no avail.
Yeah, Miracle. Can he make this happen? I feel like...
They got Rupture.
Counterspell.
Sumail actually almost killing Ponyo. Oh, this Primal Split's about to expire. So flying over towards Miracle, who aggressively jumps on a V-Tune. Doesn't seem like the Morphling's in too much danger at the moment. But Sumail, along with Miracle, aren't playing together. Rolling Thunder without the Anti-Mage right-clicking. So your crowd control is not offering you much until finally Anti-Mage finds an opportunity to jump in, but the BKB expiring, has to be worried about the Torrent Storm. Huge amounts of diebacks as well for Nigma as Miracle just scurries back inside the base, but the numbers advantage talent they can turn. 5 against 3. Kuro up in a couple of seconds. 1 tier 4 down.
Yeah, that buyback on Bloodseeker may... Let's see if they use it, if they try to fight. He has Rupture in 2 seconds. There's X marks the spot. Just heal up the Morphling, let him go base. Come back in. There's no Aegis on him, but this fight is still so difficult. Like, Kuro really has to be on point this time with the lasso.
They're just going to get set up, though. Miracle to start. Poke prod. Try and get as much mana as you can, but he's stuck. One control, and that's all they need. He's got to buy back. He's got to buy back at least. Second life to work with. Again, though, not really getting much out of Sumail's ultimate. And they're just going to use the boat as well. With the run buff, they can just turn to the objectives. And is there really going to be a response? Doesn't seem like that'll be the case. Miracle onto V-Tune, but one straight torrent is all they need, with the damage from the Morphling, and Talon will even up our series and send us to a game 3.
It was about time me and you got it. Game 3. The sweatiness right now after this game. Like, you're playing into an AM, he's ratting you constantly. It's so difficult to catch him, to make stuff happen, and then you start losing to him. You know, you reach that point in which, yeah, this is it, guys. AM, he ratted enough now. They all have enough farm. Unfortunately for Talon, I feel that Nigma, they weren't careful enough with that advantage, and they threw it away too easily. Like, once they all got what they needed, they threw away that advantage around that bottom tier 3 push. Like, lost all their heroes and then lost them again. These last couple of fights as well weren't perfectly executed. Like, a couple of like, maybe I'm not sure, is it pressure or what happened, but they had a couple of mistakes that aren't characteristical for them, like Matthew lifting himself up, also Kuroki jumping in and trying to break the Lincolns, but yuling the creep instead. Just misclicking. Yeah, unfortunate, but very well deserved by Talon. Like, they played like beasts from the get-go, and they didn't succumb to this rat tilt that can happen to so many of us.
Yeah, and it's good to see just honestly a night and day difference from them as well. Like game one was an absolute beatdown. You know, Nigma victories often we see them win in very quick succession, and that's exactly what was the case in game one. They go for this pocket. I don't know if I want to say pocket pick, but definitely like the strategy to the Bloodseeker caught them off guard, and this was something you were saying. Like it's a very very scary Bloodseeker game. We saw how much value WS was able to get out of it. Importantly, like Samel, he really struggled early game because of the rupture, and then we weren't really able to feel like some of that mid game presence if a Pangolier is snowballing. So, but in the end, you know, this fight, this is the one in particular, right, with the buybacks. That was the costly one for Nigma.
Yeah, this one probably the cost. You see that Sumail going back in, like that situation right there for me baits everything afterwards. Like Miracle goes in, like your Brewmaster dies. I mean, Brewmaster probably was the one that needed to die anyway. He dies and then they go back and that's it. But at least Miracle lived here, but you lost 4 heroes. Bat as well. I love how Kuro was. Yeah, I'm getting this Bloodseeker on my own. You know, this was very optimistic into 4 heroes.
Optimistic.
But, yeah. We liked the game, right? It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, without a doubt. I'm just again impressed by Talon. I think, you know, this for them to be able to respond, and we got to keep in mind again, you're playing with a stand-in. So I know Vitun is a very very talented carry player. I think I'm honestly a bit surprised he hasn't had another opportunity since Na'Vi. But he had some great performances with that team as well for about a year or so. So good to see him getting some solid performances here, and this Morphling in particular. And 2 games now where the Anti-Mage unfortunately not able to get the victory. So we're going to be tied 1-1. And let's see what we have in store for us though heading into this. We probably no more Anti-Mages. We feel 2 losses in a row for the hero.
Now someone needs to pick it and prove to us that they can win, either Vitun or Miracle. But I don't know. I feel that Hero isn't really in a bad spot. I really think that Miracle in this game too as well played really damn well. I think that Vitun played even better, I would say, in game 1. It's just like how both of these teams played as a squad around the Hero that didn't really work out in the end. Even though this second game was so easy for Nigma to take once they got the lead. But it was, it didn't happen. A couple of really nicely played fights by Talon, and they take game 2, get us to game 3.
That they do indeed. So let's see what we have in store for us. 1-1 tie for our second series of the night. Is it going to be a Talon victory, or is it going to be a Nigma victory? We'll find out after a quick break. Welcome back to Elite League. It is time for us to find out who is going to start the Swiss stage with a 2-0 series count. We've got to keep in mind as well, teams only need 3 victories to be able to promote themselves into those group stages, and this would be a incredible position to put themselves in with a lot more rounds still left to potentially come for them to maybe slip up if required. You'd love to always be able to get that 3-0, and maybe one of the teams will be able to do so in these upcoming games. But first, we're going to look to Game 3. We do have a draft actually coming up very, very shortly. Nigma's going to be on the Radiant side. We've got Talon on Dire side as well. Now listen, are there any even slight adaptations we might want to see to the first phase with regards to maybe some respect bans on some heroes that we've been seeing, or do you feel like it's going to be pretty similar from what we saw Game 1, Game 2, and now into Game 3?
Maybe I'd go back to Game 1 when it comes to the support bans, and Game 2 when it comes to not letting Kunkka go through once again. A hero that I wouldn't say was the most focal point of Talon's draft. Like, you didn't see him being flashy and stuff, like doing a lot of work, but behind the scenes he was the one tying it all up together, not allowing Nigma to move across the map that easily, so it was the only anti-mage, and also just keeping everyone alive in these big long engagements. So Kunkka gets banned out. I would like to see Tiny as well. Disruptor did a lot today, perhaps not in this series, but overall did a lot, so he gets banned out. And it is, I feel like, one of those supports that's being highly contested right now, together with the Shadow Demon. Okay, Timber. What else is there that's kind of meta that's being let through so far? You have the Centaur, you have the Mars as well.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm trying to think of some of the other heroes that are getting let through.
No, a lot of 4s, and they get the Tiny. Like, this for me is really good for Nigma, because okay, the Tiny in the lane was maybe not looking the best, but Matthew overall just owned the game. Did so much work. Overall, Nigma's draft was better, that needs to be said. So it's always easy to look really good when your whole team is dominating. It's much harder to make that happen in a game such as that one, which also, by the way, has to be commended. He needs to be commended for that. Like, Matthew in that last game, he was like 1-9 with the Rubik, and he still did a lot, like, later on, without a blink even. So overall, nice gameplay by him in a losing game.
Yeah, very, very impressive. We'll see. Whoa. Miss Elizabeth, we get another Shaman. Early, we did not see the FY enjoy a Shaman. Blink Midas. Maybe this game will be a bit different.
I like it. Yeah, like, Blink is the necessary one, like we discussed this earlier. And then afterwards, I don't care what you're getting, honestly. You can buy a Dagon for much as I care. Like, just get the Blink to be able to initiate, to hex someone, to catch them. Get the Shard to be able to, farm and get any other item. Just to dish out some more damage in those fights. Like, overall, what I do like about this is they already settled their catch. Like, okay, we have this Shadow Shaman. We don't care about some Puck on mid lane or any heroes, any spirits. Like, okay, of course you do care, but you have ways of dealing with them.
Radiant team back. Talon
We're finally gonna see FBZ without Brew, by the way. You talked about signature and respect bans. I don't know how I didn't mention this one. Like, he needs to go.
Yeah.
Right, his Brewmaster is on point in almost any game. Like, no matter how you counter him.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, no, that hero definitely, without a doubt, needs to be addressed. So,
Turn to pick.
we'll see. Anti-mage ban. Interesting. What is this hero doing in the bans?
Yeah. All that's how it goes. You lose to, like, one team loses with anti-mage, then the other team loses, and then you both agree, okay, someone needs to ban it. Make the game fair, make the game easier for yourself. Don't pick the anti-mage, ban it instead. Let's see. Are they gonna pick some core? Like they have the Shadow Shaman. We've seen some Razor from them earlier as well. He's left in the pool. That Prophet as well left in the pool. If they want to go for these semi, they go with the Razor. It's an easy opening. That's it. Like nothing more. And if you have a team that's willing to first raise the Razor, they're gonna do it very often.
They are. So what's the response from the boys on Nigma? Let's see. Of course, they already in their minds, you're thinking about some ranged hero to be able to play in the offlane here for FBZ. Definitely it's never really been his wheelhouse though. Very often isn't on some of those melee position 3s, but of course, we know Tiny very much enables that, so this is something you're considering.
I mean, there's something like a Mars, right? Like when you see a Razor, you can pick a Mars and be happy even if you're leaning into him, even if the Razor is position 1, because you'll be able to spear him away, right? Like Centaur, perhaps not as great, but there's a lot of burst damage potential. And you have Stampede later on into the Razor. Also, like they could have went in and just picked up some Miracle Morphling like this early on, because you do see the Razor, so it's gonna get banned out or picked up if you don't go for it. And there's also, if you're picking Centaur, there's this possibility that they pick a Lifestealer on Talon, but I really they get the Morphling instead, so they snatched up to have it. With the Razor. What was really interesting in that interview with Whitemon is that he thought Lifestealer was not that good, but probably in the Centaur Plus, whatever it was, I can't remember which hero. He did get bodied, so maybe the read is wrong.
I'm trying to think now. What was it?
It was Rubik.
Lifestealer. Yeah, Rubik Centaur versus Shadow Demon Lifestealer, right?
Yes, exactly. Anyways, Morphling now, once again for V-Tune. Like, he played really damn well on the hero. It looked so solid. And, okay, you won't have the Anti-Mage this time around.
Damn.
You don't really have a lot for these illusion heroes. So if you're Nigma, I feel that it wouldn't be a bad, still, like a Naga PL game. An option for them, of course. There's this. It looks like a really good draw game as well. Like you have a Centaur with you to Stampede, get you out of problems. You also have you're playing into Razor Morph. Like it's a decent matchup versus both of these heroes. All you have to do is just ban out these mid lane heroes that can get on top of you easily.
Okay, let's see. See if that's a route they're looking to go down here from Nigma. It's 45 seconds for them to be able to determine what hero they would like.
Yeah, what else is there? Like maybe historically some Slark, but I don't like it that much right now in the meta.
Yeah. Slark is definitely a bit hit or miss at the moment, it seems like.
What about some Lina again? If you just pick up Lina here, it's good versus Razor, it's good versus Morphling, a lot of burst damage. Not too bad.
I kind of prefer Drow though.
Yeah.
I just think with the Morph matchup, I think it's a little bit better.
Yeah, sure. It's all good. Maybe a bit more flexible. Okay, they go with the Void. I mean, he's always alright, I guess. And you have Time Walk if he's playing into Razor. Like later on, you get the Chrono. This isn't the same Faceless Void like in that game 1 in which he had like this amazing like combo wombos with an egg and whatnot, like a lot of team fight. It is a little bit harder this time around, I would say. And he's laning with a Mirana. Probably with a Mirana, right? Yeah. So not as good of a game for him, but still a pretty solid one. And now you could actually pick that Lina for the mid lane, right? Like get that for... Oh, never mind, you can't. It's banned out. Second ban, maybe OD from Talon and also Invoker. Like, for me, these two heroes look really damn good for Nigma. There's a lot of
How
them
s-
though. Mm-hmm.
I was going to say, how set are we on this Tiny being a 4? Because I know there is some potential with playing mid, especially with the Void, with Scepter late game. Just there is some synergy there. I do prefer Tiny being a support, but do you think this is an option for Nigma?
Yeah, if they find some really nice forward that can change things up significantly, like I could see it, but I'd rather see him a support.
Yeah.
My preference would be a support, and then you can last procurement, because there are other options left. Like you have a lot of catch coming from the Shadow Shaman, but you have some of these ranged heroes left in the pool that combo even better with the Chronosphere. Like, okay, Lina is out. You have OD into Morphling that it's very greedy. That's something that I wouldn't like about it that much. Like the mid game looks very off. If your lanes fall apart, there's no one to make stuff happen. There's no one to do stuff on the map. Invoker is kind of similar in that way, though. Yeah,
You do have at least the OD like Ashland into Arrow. I also thought it may be a Queen of Pain because the quad matchup versus the Razor is very, very good if it's going to be Razor mid.
mm-hmm.
It's something that we've seen Sumail play a lot in the past. There are some concerns potentially about the Shaman, but it's just another option. I do kind of like the Invoker.
Yeah, Void Spirit. I mean, same with every other spirit, right? Like you can be caught with Shadow Shaman, so that's one of the reasons why I was kind of circling around them, not going for them. But okay, let's see if they put Razor. They should probably put Razor mid and last pick the offlane here.
You could
some
think
Enigma?
about a Bloodseeker. Okay, sure. All right. I only brought up Bloodseeker because they just had a lot of success on it, and I think it absolutely bodies the Void Spirit.
Also not bad. And into Stampede as well, right? Like I won't mind it. Like you having that rupture on Talon would also be nice. I do like the Enigma as well. I feel like Void would be a very sad boy. They get the Mars instead. Also good. Like they had a lot of options on that offlane, and Mars is the one they chose. You like the arena? Is it that great versus Void? Like he can jump in and out, but you can also kill him during the laning stage. Like there's some kill potential between Shadow Shaman and the Mars. That was nice angle. Like the
Whose camera was that? I was trying to work that out.
the keyboard cam. You know, like those RTS players, they have keyboard cameras. Just put it on the keyboard. Nothing else matters. But
It was Matthew. He's learning, Blizzard. He's come from South America, where the SA boys they kind of know how to set up a camera, but the Western European boys they can have some difficulty with setting up cameras, or Mina, I suppose, being Nigma. So he's adapting not only in gameplay and play style as a whole, but also how to properly frame himself in a camera. Very impressive. Well done, Matthew.
What, you don't like the 5-head cameras like this one or stuff like that? Sorry, production.
Sorry. Yeah, but no, production thought it was a great view. They were very impressed with that placement. They kind of want you to go back to the forehead. It was at least something better for the viewers to be able to see. And now that there's no forehead, we're actually going to see the Nigma plays instead. So yeah, we get all the boys, we get the Talon lads on screen as well, and importantly, we get a game 3. Let's get ourselves underway. Talon up against Nigma. Blizzard, who's got it, brother? Who do we feel like is going to take this?
I feel like these two drafts are more even than the ones we had so far. Like the first game we had the Faceless Void, but it also was like a freest game that I've seen, in which he didn't really have to. He just had to show up and use Chrono, and that's it. I think this time around it's much harder for him. Not as easy of a game, and no, I'm just. I'm not sold on one side or the other at the moment.
Okay. Very intrigued on what the build's going to be for Sumail this game, in particular with the Void Spirit. I know in the past we used to see some Manta styles because of the universal aspect. Used to be really nice with all the stats this hero was able to get. I know Nisha was actually a bit of a fan of that. And this has always been an item you look at with the Treant Protector, but recently we've really not seen Void Spirit go down this route. So my concern is just the overgrowth is going to be very difficult for him to play into. And Razor is not a fun lane as well for the Void Spirit.
Yeah, I still wouldn't mind something like a Manta for him. Like Manta Eggs, maybe? Like, usually you see Aghanims on this hero, right? Like, 90% of the games. Just that AoE silence is too valuable. But yeah, I'm not sure completely what he's gonna go for.
Oh, Miracle should be able to get there. He does. Okay, so 2 for 2 with the bounties. And yeah, let's see. Let's see what the build's going to be for Sumail. Let's see if Chuen as well, importantly, is going to have a bit better of a performance as well in the Razor. Because, I mean, go back to game 1. Talon, they got obliterated. Chuen as well just wasn't able to have a great showing. So we'll see if this is going to be different. Matthew already with an early D ward.
Yeah, I think by default this game should be easier for him. I mean, on Razor, that is, just because he's having an easier lane and he's not completely countered by some hero. Like last game he played Razor was like, I just would never like to be a Razor in a game such as that one.
And you have heroes to enable him, right? Like, look at all the control they have this game to add on top of, like, the ultimates, Overgrowth, Arena, the Shaman as well. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Nigma to be able to kite the Razor.
Yeah, not only for the control, like you talked about the Overgrowth, but you have living armor as well, so you can be a bit more aggressive, go a bit deeper with this Razor. Oh, yeah, I feel like the drafts are evenly matched. Both sides have their positives and negatives. Like, now that we're talking, maybe I'm slightly leaning Talon actually, but it comes down to execution as well, of course.
I like that. I mean, it puts us in a great position here for the final game with the second series, where we're just relying on execution-based performance. See, level 2 advantage already for the boys on Talon up top. Where has this Treant Protector hero been as well? I've really not seen it for quite some time.
Right? Like, he's kinda gone. He's dead. Like, the recent change didn't even touch him. He wasn't played at all. Is there a toss back? Nice. B-tune with the adaptive strike prevents Matthew from tossing Treant into the tower range. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, the Treant is just gone completely. He did get changed a bit, and then he kind of fell out of favor in just to some other position 5s that are played more often. I see him in pubs from time to time. I see people memeing with the Meteor Hammer as well, or just some shard early on if you don't want to meme and be a nuisance, be active.
I don't know. I haven't really seen the hero much as well, so we'll see. We'll see what Ponyo's going to be able to do. We'll see what the item build's going to be for him. Matthew with the toss back into the stun. Attribute shift is there, but regardless, it's a lot of damage onto the Morphling. But the beauty of the hero is he will be okay.
He really only lives because of the wand. He had a fat wand, so heals himself up a lot, and also, of course, the attribute shift. It helps.
I'm surprised though that Sumail is having this good of a time mid lane. Yeah, usually we just see that dissimulate sometimes isn't enough, like you don't get out of range. Chuen is also not gone for boots, which sometimes we see from Razors. Maybe it's a little bit different in this matchup in particular, or a mid Razor, just because you want a bit more stats and not... Oh, top lane, okay, what do we got? Ponyo. Gonna give out first blood. FBZ is the one to find it.
Just another toss back, avalanche, a lot of burst damage between these two. Like, even a Morphling has to be careful, as they can really dish out some hurt. Also, this is a really nice... Like, sometimes I rate Centaur games on if the Shivas is good or not, and this is a good Shivas game, so I feel like you can rush it freely. Yeah, I'm not sure about the mid lane. What I've seen from Sumail is even when his damage is being drained, he just mans up and starts hitting Truan. and then dissimulates back. Like he's still trading better than the Razor even.
Yeah, I do think Sumail is just kind of outplaying this lane, and quite heavily. I've seen this Razor matchup multiple times, and although I'm actually now trying to remember if I've seen it recently with the universal change, which I mean it hasn't been that recent to be honest, but I definitely haven't seen it as many times. So I mean that is completely changes matchup. So regardless, Sumail doing very well, very impressed. Level 6 coming up shortly.
He's been playing with the equilibrium really nicely, and every time static link was used, it was used while the Void Spirit is already on his high ground, like this, you see, and then he's able to get some last hits and run to the tower. So, like this time, even he actually allowed Razor to really take a lot of damage.
Now I'm moving on him as well. Great opportunity to potentially be able to get a kill, but Sumail's still playing with the dissimulate. And we even see some more response. Joachim's going to move to mid. Bottle is there from Matthew, also mirroring this. A lot of importance to try and secure the power rune. Sumail wants to try and refill the resources in case there is a fight that breaks out.
They see the Shadow Shaman, right? This ward is radiant, yeah. But instead of... This is kind of weird. They're not helping Sumail with the minute 6 rune. Instead, they're going for the Mars.
Oh. And they should be able to get him, though. WS in the trees. Nowhere to escape to. Joachim's going to try and disrupt Kuroki so there's no Starstorm nuke. I don't know. Another time walk up shortly for Miracle. And really, WS is just trying to make as much space as possible. Wow, that was... way closer than I feel like it should have been. Mid lane to end. Haste Rune TP'd out. Did he TP? Did he not? Sumail cancelled it, I think. What happened? It was on cooldown. Kuroki as well was going to get chased down. Never mind. Okay, I thought I saw him TP, but
no.
It was already on cooldown for 30 seconds. My apologies.
It was Shuyan just diving him with the haste. That's it. It was the Tiny that was TPing in, but without any mana. Like, this that happened on the mid lane comes as punishment for that kill on Mars bottom. Like, you always make some trades in this game, right? Like, you go bot for the Mars kill instead of helping your mid laner get that rune. Your Void Spirit now dies before he's level 6 even. He loses the full tier 1 tower. I don't think that was worth it. I think that minute 6 secure is so important. Still no 6 on Sumail.
Sure. Oh, well done. Just a little disruption from Ponyo. May not even die as well. Sumail still lacking the 6, but point blank arrow is going to enable Matthew to close the distance. There we go. We got 6 now from Sumail online. But yeah, I mean, this mid matchup just blew wide out of control. Chuen.
Bot lane. Bot. Void.
Oh, WS. Got God's Rebuke. Slams down the shield. Rewarded with a big kill as well. Right, Talon.
Just making moves.
And all while V-Tune is free farming top lane with the Morphling. We saw what he was able to do last game as well on this hero.
Yeah, there's a lot of farm on FBZ as well. Like, he's not really just being ran down or zoned or anything like that. He's finding his farm, but yeah, Morphling just isn't controlled at all. Chuan.
Is he killable? 1200 health. Fairy Fire's gonna be popped as well. Chuen's dealing a lot of damage. Just need a little bit more from Kuroki. Not enough.
Yeah. At least they force him kinda back, right? He does have this level 3 Leech Seed to work with though, so should be able to heal up a bit while farming. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sumail had Regen Rune, so he wasn't that worried. Bot lane again. Ooh, this time around.
And they're coming to Miracle. About to have enough experience for the Chronosphere. Matthew level 5 as well. WS pretty tanky with all the stats he's got, but nice position from the Shaman's going to be able to pop the smoke. And WS is actually going to try and mess with him a little bit. Miracle still steps in with the Chronosphere, but the response is there. Chuen only on half health for the Razor, so still's going to be cautious. No one's going to die from Nigma currently. Kuroki leaps himself to safety.
There's no arena, there's no overgrowth, so not really a lot of catch coming from Talon with this rotation. The arena probably wasted a bit, but look at this. Morphling moves bot. Is he gonna...
Top tower is under attack.
Is he just gonna twin gate top? Yeah, he's just twin gating top.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
See if mid lane smells right. Goes up to the north instead. Very low resources once again. They're going to fight him away from the power rune.
Yeah, by the way, Sumail going for Vessel. That's the
Whoa.
point. I mean, it's not bad into Morphling, right? Plus,
Oh, yeah.
it's not bad. Plus the new build-up for him, being universal and all. He's getting a lot of stats from the crown, the circlet in Urn of the Shadows. Like, it's really not that bad. I don't mind it. It is very like mid-game oriented, early to mid-game. Does feel that you can fall off very heavily.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
See what Nigma going to be able to do off this smoke. Multiple Talon members currently down bottom. They're going to be fighting into a DD on the Razor as well for about half duration left.
Is under attack.
A Chrono. Arena up now. Daytime. Make it easy for them to enter. Miracle just is able to get the time walk away. Very close to Ponyo holding him down. Sumail's going to react. They'll get the jump. The start onto the Razor. A little bit messy though with the arrow flying by. It's a great arena from WS, but there's just no follow-up. Spellcasting, either side, not ideal, not optimal. And that's going to mean we're going to get no kills. And really the big winner is V-Tune, who is continuing to go uncontested top lane.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Still maybe thinking about WS. This Chrono is back up. They're going to be rewarded with it. Miracle should be able to get the kill. Alright. Well, off to at least, yeah, still a decent chunk behind the Morphling, all things considering, but now with the kill, this tower is going to be under some threat.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, some spell casting, you know what you say about it. It's interesting. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting moves. You don't say it's off. It's a zoning arrow. Interesting moves by the Mars, coming close to Miracle, you know.
Yeah, it's they're not warmed up, my friend. It's your 2 games not enough.
Top lane, Shadow Shaman should get his 6 years, so you have the Serpent Wards now to work with as well. You can take some towers perhaps with them. Oh, they've taken down mid, bot tier 1, half HP, top tier 1 almost dead. So far Talon in, they're not in a commanding position or anything like that, but should be happy with after the laning stage.
The really big thing for me is like how do you get Sumail into this game? It still needs a little bit of time. About under 400 gold until the recipe is completed. So he's not in fighting shape, but Talon are. They're ready to go. They want to hunt Miracle down. They know he's vulnerable. It's going to be the full wraparound from him. And they should be able to block him off. Okay, maybe not actually. WS kind of runs directly to his team as well. So Miracle's actually able to slip on past and they will avoid the gank. So Tower's going to go down nonetheless. But importantly, Sumail is getting he got a full wave for free without Nigma losing anything. So Vessel is about to be online. You've got the blink on FBZ. And now they can start looking to make their own plays.
Jokam, maybe they can kill him off. Mirana and Tiny.
Yes, they can. 3-point stop. Can they
Can
not
they?
actually? Never.
Can they?
What? How's he so tanky? Ah, yes. A good old safety bubble. very, very cool neutral item still, and even V-Tune comes in flying out of nowhere.
He literally looked like he had a bracer and a raindrop. Like that. That's how tanky he was. Like, usually Mirana plus tank have a toss combo kills off 90% of supports. But yeah, not even half HP.
Huh.
And then of course he heals, right, with shackles, so that also helps.
A lot of tippies down to bottom for WS. And we saw that some difficulty with killing the Shadow Shaman. Mars is a little bit tankier as well. Miracle,
Ooh.
again, just another hero's gonna get clipped on the outskirts of the Chronosphere. Nice spear, what a timing, WS. He needs the boys, unfortunately they are far too far away. A big kill, 5 heroes needed. Stampede along with the Chronosphere, but we'll slow down the Mars' progression.
Yep. And they smoke up, they want to get more. They have 2 charges of Spirit Vessel, Arcane Rune on Void Spirit.
Alright, that's what they need. Get the ball rolling, get these vessel charges up. This is an item that is without a doubt going to enable you to be able to find kills across the map. And that is something that they're looking to try and continue to utilize.
Much easier for Nigma to play this game than the last one. Just move across the map with the Blink Dagger on FBZ. Like last game he was this ulti, right? Like his primal split, he's not even Brewmaster. This game just constantly with Centaur.
Coming through the portal, but the response is going to be there from Talon. FBZ held inside the wards. Once he's able to break through, is in some danger over to the right side. WS is able to clip onto Matthew with the arena as well. So the tiniest should go down. No way, Matthew lives. And meanwhile now as well, FBZ, he's going to be able to get a stun off on his dying breath that helps him Mail kill the Razor. And I suppose Matthew does actually still go down. I don't know if that was just a blind rebuke or what that enabled the kill, but
yeah, he chased him.
It's not the worst. He chased him.
Yeah,
Okay.
he chased him until the end. He kind of guessed where the Tiny went, and after Mirana ulti went away, he killed him. Yeah, not the worst. Considering how that fight started for Nigma, it could have been... like, these two could have just died without anyone dying on Talon, but killing off Razor, I think it's a nice little trade for Nigma. They're gonna have Chronosphere back up in 30.
I want to bring it up again, dude. This is a even earlier, I believe, Ag shot on V-Tune.
Yep, yeah. I noticed. He bought it when they first invaded the triangle. He already bought it. Like, he's getting his shard super early on. I mean, it is like, look, you're gonna be chronoed, right? So
Yeah.
chrono stuns, a lot of disables. You want to shift faster, and you want to be able to shift through the stuns.
Mid lane? Is this ambitious or not? WS gonna look to try and TP out. Samael comes flying in though.
What does the word God mean to me?
And maybe Chuen as well is about to path underneath the Observer Ward. See if they're gonna try and make the attempt. They'll have to wait for the creeps to move on away so they can path through.
Let's see, FBZ. Oh, nighttime, right? No vision. Even with that ward. Was he in vision actually? He was, right? For a second at least.
Who, sorry? The Razor?
Yeah. Probably dodged the vision. Yeah, never mind. Too far away. Top lane though. Ponyo could set up on FBZ.
FBZ just playing on the outskirts of the tree. WS though. So we're going to be able to find the angle for the arena. And that'll result in a kill into FBZ. The rest of the team are actually considering about moving over. Let's see what they can do though. Sentries lead at the ground. Full awareness of what's going on. Even Yokem's going to try and respond as well. But this is not a fight that Nigma are happy to take. They're going to run to the opposite side because they DC V-Tune. But with this Aghanim Shard, this is a very difficult go for them.
Instead, look at this rush. Like, you have Serpent Wards, Morphling once again, just very strong at taking Roshan. And Nigma, they're just not in the position. Like, whatever their ideas are, probably revolve around catching Morphling, but he already TP'd and went up. Really nicely read and done by Talon. This is a huge win. Now, even with this chrono, you cannot kill him for sure. Like, if you want to take a fight, this chrono needs to be used on maybe a Razor or Mars, the supports. You're not killing the Morphling twice.
Do we feel like Vtune is happy to now get involved? I mean, it's still 0 kill participation out of him. Is he wanting to start to group up? Because we've seen a lot more like skirmish heavy fights early in this game.
I think he's switching up to the standard build on Morphling, and he's going for Kanda next, like the phylactery Kanda. I think that you could farm until you have that, because it's your huge power spike and it allows you to blow up these supports. The Void Spirit, but with the Aegis, why not? They smoke up and they might even take the Morphling with them, yeah.
So no one's going to be home at that triangle though. Already vacated out of the area. Back on their half of the map. Smoke for North. They will get the lanes pushed out, potentially some vision drop down as well, setting up for a bottom push if they want to go for it, because wards will be back up for Yokan or the tier 2 push. I mean, we're getting these items so for Nigma nonetheless. Your mechanism's going to help a lot with keeping heroes alive from the initial jump. That Shiva's as well from FBZ. You were saying how good of a Shiva's game it's going to be, so still a little bit away. 900 gold here for the Centaur though. And Scepter almost as well for Smell, with an Arcane Rune as well, Bottle, which you'll probably have for another minute, I think.
Yeah, just a lot of really good things coming together for Nigma. The only question is, will they be able to wait long enough, because I feel these are Serpent Wards down bottom. There's a full smoke, so they don't want to wait for anything. There's a full smoke. Aghanims at least is completed already on Sumail. They can still fight. I mean, Morphling is a difficult kill, but you can still take.
They're going top though. They're trying to set up onto Miracle. I mean, they're gonna jump Yokan, but so you get the kill into the Shadow Shaman. Meanwhile, Miracle will actually just be able to TP out top. WS and Ponyo, we're starting to move to intercept the Faceless Void, but a little bit too late to be able to catch him out on the escape. So a kill, tower defended as well, and importantly, Aegis time getting wasted.
Yep, that Aegis on 2.5 more minutes. Super fortunate that Miracle TP'd on time as well. And look at this, like Void Spirit is just constantly hunting. There is no stopping. Ponyo, I believe he isn't in vision at all here, so should be fine. There is no detection, just one sentry that he's on right now, but they don't have vision. Phylactery, by the way.
Coming.
Morphling has a phylactery. Like, he's not super strong at the moment, but he's strong enough to perhaps jump in, help out with one of the support kills. Look at FBZ and Matthew just farming their stacks.
Nothing else for the boys to do. Is he a little bit low? Is okay. Shiva's now completed. Wonder if Matthew's going to look at something like a Yule Scepter next. Forstaff is maybe not that much value actually against the Mars Arena, but we see it sometimes versus the Razor. Will be the Forstaff though from Matthew.
Yeah, I think it's more about the Razor and the Arena. He might still change his mind, but Forstaff into the static link is pretty good. Tormentor, can they steal this? Maybe Kuro with an arrow can scout things out, or get it even.
He got it!
He
my
stole
lord.
It. Yeah, nice. And he gets it, by the way. The shard is kind of, I mean... Yeah, it's,
either Mirana or Tiny, it's pretty bad either way.
It's pretty bad.
But definitely you'd say Mirana's probably the better one.
Yeah, if for nothing else, for the bonus charge. Right, like that's... You're happy with that, Matthew. Eyeing down this Morphling.
Oh, can they?
There's a sentry.
I think that, yeah, they see him. They see him. He's going to bait. Team are coming. Oh, Matthew. Oh. But it expired. And this is going to be a little bit awkward now. They'll try, but everyone pops out and Nigma like, hang on, what happened? How did they know?
Hacks.
Talon...
Map pack.
Back indeed. Talon. That's a juicy double kill for them. Nice bait.
Yeah, just a sentry in a really good spot at a really nice time. And I love how they didn't, I love how they didn't just go for Tiny. They waited. They waited because they knew he cannot kill the Morphling alone, so he's gonna call someone else. And now they get 2 kills instead of 1. Nice bait. No Aegis on VTune though anymore, so the game is a bit more even once again. Only 1k advantage from Talon. Ponyo.
Back live, yeah, Ponyo. No overgrowth to try and stall this out for the team to come, but detection's going to be lacking, so Ponyo... Well, Miracle sees him for a split second, and the stuns actually come out before he can go back into the invis. So Tower will go down, though. Yeah, I mean, like you said, this then would lead very, very even. Only 1,000 for Talon. I think the big thing for me, though, is like, in particular, the carry-carry matchup. It's quite nice for the Morphling against the Faceless Void. I know we've already brought up the Aghanim Shard for VTune with being able to go into the Chrono. I've always been a pretty big fan of like Scepter on this hero, although it definitely isn't as good as what it used to be, but being able to play around with the Faceless Void is always really nice as well with the jump in Time Walk bash. You can sometimes blow him up from 4 to 0. But the important thing is the Ag Shard, and Morphling just plays very well into the Faceless Void, so Miracle's going to need some assistance this game.
Yeah, the matchup to matchup, you're completely right. Where I kind of differ is the impact that the Faceless Void can have in the game overall. Right? Like you have this Faceless Void with the Chronosphere, Matthew maybe even later on. If this game goes 50 plus, might get that Aghanims, you'll have some impact from him in the Chronosphere too.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But right now Morphling is definitely looking like more scary of the 2 beasts. Like he's got Kanda completed.
Oh, this Tormentor looks a bit rough. They're going to be able to get it though. Shard for Matthew. So both Tormentors actually claim for Nigma in the end. Both stolen, I suppose.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yoinked.
Yoink.
There.
Busy.
Radiant's courier
Has to be careful. Razor has a DD, by the way. In a bottle, so...
That busy jump in. WS just steps really aggressively forward, and there's no response from Talon. They do smoke up, so maybe if they see an opportunity for someone maybe going for an aggressive +1, but Miracle goes to the opposite side of the map. No one even daring to walk up this high ground until FBZ decides otherwise. 2600 health here on the Centaur. And in the lane though.
Where's he go?
Right, Miracle, Juicy Wave was too free. Now Matthew's gone as well.
Where did they go? What happened?
I don't know. They gone.
They gone indeed. Chokam just being in the right position. Blink Hex, Shackles, and that's it.
And another. Speaking of Yokan.
Oh, they're crumbling.
Gonna be blocked from Razor, so they will not cancel the Shackle. I don't believe it was intentional. Regardless, Yokan, it'll tip his hat to Chuen for the block of the arrow.
Yeah, the high ground push. Do they have Serpent Force? They don't. They used it for the Void kill, but ooh, it's so easy for Nigma to crumble, and all it takes is this Shadow Shaman. Like I really understand why China is first phasing this hero. Look, another one.
Another one indeed. Only one leap charge. And Kuroki will go down. Team is respawning shortly, and importantly does drag their attention away from the tier 3 tower, so it's probably that's a pretty good death, to be honest.
Yeah, he had 21 charges. Maybe he could have lived to get across the barrier, but if he used those, but yeah, unlucky.
That death stops him from getting a tier 3, but unfortunately puts you in a position where you cannot really contest Roche now. And Moran is the most impactful hero sometimes, it's still 5v5 is really the important thing. So it will be a free Roshan for the boys on Talon. Ages and Cheese now for them to work with.
Yeah, sometimes it's just the nuisance of having an extra hero to deal with. Some glimmer or anything like that that they contribute to in teamfights can make a difference. One
Bottom lane, Yokan. At least Matthew's going to be nearby to be able to cancel the shackles. WS still finds it first under the damage from
come
VJ. It's
on.
enough. They'll get rid of Miracle. Shamael trying to look for the cleanup, but the instant yours is going to prevent the Void Spirit's damage. And now they are all in grave danger. Matthew's going to get caught out. Shamael still has one more Astral Step Charge. Kuro wants in though. Kuro's going to be able to get the finishing blow onto WS. Now VTune as well fighting against two. Shamael, does he get greedy for the kill? No, he wants out. Meanwhile, Matthew lived as well. So actually, in the end, it could have been much worse. Yes, you lose Miracle, but it was very close to looking like 4 heroes dropping.
Yeah, in the end, the best we can say is it could have been worse. Because it's the Faceless Void that's the one that's supposed to be scaling and getting one item after another. He's the one that's dying. And what's the worst is that he was baiting. I believe that they understood, okay, Shadow Shaman is jumping him 99%. That's why he have Tiny so close. And even with the Tiny, they still don't manage to rescue him. It's still not fast enough. This Kanda on Morphling is just killing him way too damn fast. They need, I don't know, like some glimmer or something on him. Like a mech Kuro needs to be close enough. I'm not sure, but every time he gets hexed, he dies.
Of course, there's an argument like, is Lincoln something that Miracle could consider, but it's very, very defensive. Do you feel like really just the right call is like he needs to, it's got to be up to the other people actually to save him instead of him going for these defensive items?
Yeah, I think it's... like, Skadi is perhaps defensive enough, you become tankier.
Oh, Matthew, alright, that's a great jump! And a Chronosphere to follow as well. Mars up in the air, but he's soon going to fall into his grave as well. But VTune and Koma got to look to respond. Miracle is able to break this static link. They can go back in a couple of seconds. And Nigma, they can attack from multiple fronts as well. Matthew to the east, Miracle to the west. They'll be able to deal with the Trade Protector. VTune still in fighting shape, but the crit's going to rain down. They'll get the kill to the Faceless Void. Quick sidestep's going to miss on the arrow as well, but Shamael is slippery. Gets out with the Astral Step. Again, Miracle will die, but this time, it is a better exchange for Nigma.
Yeah, it's definitely a better exchange. He only died, by the way, because he tried to hide in the same spot where Matthew was. Like behind those trees, and I mean, he would have died probably anyway, but Matthew was blocking him, he couldn't. Oh, Matthew.
Yeah, speaking of Matthew.
He does get the wave, right? Like he kills the wave, but the backdoor will not kick in fast enough.
Oh, they're going to try and jump. Look at the damage potential, but Chuen, he can turn with the cheese if it's really required. WS, it's a great arena. On to 3. Nigma will drop inside their base. Who cares about the creeps gone because they are back in him. They're tempted for a tier 4 push, potentially getting ahead of themselves to Talon.
Yeah, this plays just changed from mid lane and that's it into possibly a game. Because they tried to fight without a Void being up at all.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, they crumbled.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Even without
What
the
is
wards. Yeah.
What is this morphling bug? What am I looking at? Are you seeing this as well?
Yeah.
I fixed it, okay.
I think it's an arrow while you're morphing or something like that. I don't know. He just looks stunned, right? Like he's moving around stunned. Yeah.
Maybe Megas? Yes, no, did they get greedy for it? Aegis still for another minute. Meanwhile, the Yule Scepter as well. Perfect timing with the back climb. Simultaneous initiation, but Miracle still with the Chronosphere being on cooldown. It might not matter though. Is he going to be able to stay alive long enough? Chuen soaking off FBZ over to the right side. VTune's going to be able to turn as well with the shackles. All they need is one stun. VTune almost has the damage, but the Avalanche will cover the escape. Shamael gets out. Miracle had to buy back though, but Chronosphere is at the ready importantly. And with the backline though, Matthew. No man's land. Tiny gone. 3v5.
Oh, they caught Void.
Wait, Miracle. How'd they get him? Miracle I was able to get the chronosphere jump to the low ground as well. He's missing 61 damage. It might not matter. Shaman gone. V2 waveforming aggressively. Miracle repairs all the damage. But what is left in the tank to defend?
Well, Aegis is gone in 5 seconds. So gotta be a bit more careful with V2. No chrono, like you said.
Trying to blow him up. Potentially might be able to with the chain control.
The game
they're going to be able to give it the cheese to win. Nicely done. And now V2 will turn. Waveform if he wants in. And that is the case. Into the stun though. Oh, what a surprise. FBZ says come closer. Set up for the double stun. And now they're going to get WS as well. It's a 5-man wipe. But you are up against Mega Creeps. Can they hold?
You know what the craziest thing is? Looking at this game and seeing how it's going, you'd think Talon is, I don't know, 10, 15k ahead. They're only 3k ahead. You know, it's not like some huge, biggest difference in the net worth ever. They don't have a buyback on Shadow Shaman. They don't have a buyback on Mars. They don't have a buyback on Treant. So all 3 of these heroes have used their buybacks. So, like, when you look at the state of the game, it's looking much worse than it actually is, just because of the mega creeps. And the way that Nigma have played these last couple of fights, whereas they died one after another to Shadow Shaman just catching them constantly.
Ponyo?
Sumail? Yeah.
Yoink.
It was very close. Sumail with the bottle, he has that shield rune, he has Defiant Shell, he probably doesn't die. I mean, definitely doesn't die to the 2 supports at least. Can do whatever.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They are setting up onto Miracle. I have to imagine he's going to go back after this wave though. If he gets greedy for the camp, they will be ready. And yeah, back he goes.
Yeah, also there's the double damage in the river, so they can have that. Take a fight, take a good fight with the DD on Sumail. Could happen. Nice
Addition damage. Oh, he has a Deso. Okay.
They're actually scary right now.
No Mars with them. They're going to be able to find Chuen and look at the damage with the DD. Chuen's just gone. And WS is still not here with the boys as well.
Still have the chrono,
going to take the arrow. They get chrono and blow him up if they want to, and they're going to do just that. Miracle and Sumail get the kill on the outskirts. No buyback for the Morphling. Matthew's going to get the tree protector as well. The real big issue is the current position in the creeps, but a very good fight for Nigma.
Like a really damn good fight. Yeah, I was surprised they felt too comfortable, I'm sure, so no sentries, no wards, they didn't scout that. They didn't know what was coming their way. Nice save on the chrono as well from Miracle, using it only when necessary to kill off the Morphling. But can you do anything with this? That's the... Like you said, that's the issue. Mega creeps. It's kind of hard to leave the base.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, they see WS leaving the base though. But he has his own observe ward as well. That was scouting out Nigma starting to make a move.
How many times do you see a 5k advantage team 37 minutes in playing against Negas?
Yeah, not very often.
Right?
Not often at all.
Such a weird state of the game. Like maybe back in the day versus some Chen pushes or something like that. I don't know, but super weird. Smoke up.
It's the ultimate cooldown like Chrono. Still down for 50. Not a fight you're wanting to take, especially if Miracle's going to get caught to start the fight! Oh, they got him. That's the dieback. Just under 2 minutes without the carry. Meanwhile, WS as well. He's going to be able to get the tiny. Yokam's in with the control of the rest of the team. Soon to follow. Preemptive tip before the kill. A 3v5 Miracle. Sorry, Sumail. Actually, okay, he's going to be able to get the Shadow Shaman. Might be able to get out with his life as well. That is a big kill, but... Oh, WS gets him. Yours into the spear. He will not live to tell the tale. At least he has a buyback.
has to use it. Throne, at least, is not exposed yet. They have these 2 towers to defend them a little bit. 70 seconds before the Chrono Man is up. I don't know. Do they have glyph? They do. Just only on Sumail, this is a hard task. 2 Satanics, 1 on V2 and 1 on Razor.
They're gonna try though. Are they gonna be able to blow him up? It's really goddamn close. It's really close, but it's just not enough. And now V2 turns Satanic activated. And he will send them into the next series and send Talon in with a 2-0 victory, sorry, a 2-0 series count in the epic lead. Sumail will make him work for it.
He's still trying.
But it is not enough in the end. Matthew in with the combo. V2 will live. And no one else on Nigma will have the same fate. Talon, they'll take it in the end. 2-1 fashion. Very nicely done from them.
Radiant's ancient is under attack.
GG's. Like a very close game. 30-31. I really couldn't put my finger on which one of these teams is gonna take it game 3. I liked both drafts. I feel like one big difference maker and one big MVP for me, at least, is the Shadow Shaman. Like, yeah, sure, Vitune with the Morphling, he was there when necessary. He had a really nice game, but overall, the Shadow Shaman did so much damn work. He needed to be punished somehow. They needed to somehow manage and react to Yokam and what he was doing. Like I said, Blink, after that, whatever he goes for, he went Aetherlands Travels. He had this, what's it called? It also adds to your range, the neutral item. I can't remember. Mystic Headdress or something like that?
Psychic Headband. It's close enough.
Yeah, close enough, yeah. Like, he did so much damn work. Like, Miracle just couldn't have a game. This man single-handedly is going to increase the purchase of Lincoln Spheres in Miracle's next games. Like, the Shadow Shaman was just on point.
Yeah, no, I wonder if it's a hero as well we're going to see them put a little bit more priority on. Because that can sometimes be the case, especially in a game like this where you pick it once, you haven't really played it much in the past, but it has a lot of success, and all of a sudden the value that they feel on this hero just really skyrockets. And we'll see if that will be the case for Talon or not. There were some great moves overall, and really such a competitive final game as well, which was great to see between those two teams. Even though Nigma with their loss, I'm seeing some great signs of life from this team. They've really struggled in the MENA qualifiers. They've got some difficult teams in Falcons, not anymore in the qualifiers, but PSG Quest they've got to worry about. But this team has copped a lot of slack for their results, but they're looking good. They are looking good. Like, this team, it's 1-1 now, and they're very scary.
Yeah, they truly are. I feel like, there are some things that they need to clean up, but this series could have easily went their way 3-4 times. Yeah. Like, game 2, it could have easily been 2-0 for Nigma. But, Talon making a comeback and definitely deserved this win. Vitune is scary on his heroes. I feel that this is also a guy to look out for in Talon. Of course, Vitune has been around for a long time, but even in SCA, he's doing work. Like, game 1 with AM, the game was hard. He still played really well. Game 2, game 3 also was on point. When it comes to Nigma, I'm just looking forward to their next series, and because I really think that there's, of course, it's Miracle, Sumail, Kuro. Needless to be said that they have a lot of potential, but they just didn't have success in recent years. Even right now, I'm happy to see them doing better.
Yes, but it's still a long road for them. Of course, this is just second round here of the Swiss stage. 3 wins is what the magic number is, and now Talon, they are 1 win away, and you've got 3 rounds to be able to get that victory. So we will see tomorrow. They're going to be able to play the 2-0 series match, so we will see how they're going to be able to perform in that one. But really, really awesome to see. And I think it's also kind of a funny thing to mention as well. Recent tournament with Dream League, of course, Aurora at that time was a stand-in with Loranov. Loranov, coming in. and they looked really good in the group stage. In fact, they blitzed through the group stages. They didn't have as good of a showing once we got to groups 2, but maybe this is going to be another thing, like a Southeast Asian team with an Eastern European core. They're able to dominate early on and maybe transition it into the main event as well. It is a bit early to tell, but regardless, Talon, some big victories for them. And then, like we said, just one series now away from being able to make it over to at least the group stages for the Elite League.
How many teams, by the way, from every... how many teams are going through even? How
9.
many teams do we have? 15 teams, 9 are going through. Yeah, okay. There's still
8.
A bit less, but still a lot of opportunity for both Nigma and Talon to go through. For Talon, it's just one, right? Like, and that's it. For Nigma, 2 games now that they need to... Am I correct? Or yeah.
Yes,
or
yes,
Talon... Yeah. So... still a lot of wiggle room for them to go through. What's happening with the other games, by the way? Secret is still playing versus Boom, right? It's still not done?
Yes, or is game 1 done? Actually, I'm not even sure.
Actually, Boom won. Boom won 2-1. It's on the screen. Yeah, Team Secret actually lost to Boom Esports in the end. So Team Secret had a really good start yesterday. That's the game that I kind of wanted to see. At least the result, because I don't know, I'm liking all these old school captains coming back into the scene again and actually controlling their teams and doing that really well. Like you see Seb with OG, you see Papi working all right with Secret recently also. Finally Nigma coming back into tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see some of these boys back and get to see the regional action we're getting as well. You know, every region. I was going to list them all. There's no point. 6 regions and teams that we haven't been able to see on this stage for a little bit of time, and some players we haven't been able to see as well. But at least for us, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, though, we will have a winners interview with one of the Talon members. And we are back. Just had to quickly set up Mr. Pie Light Day for our winner's interview. Of course, Talon getting the victory there for our second series. So we're going to bring him in and ask some questions and hopefully get to hear from the coach himself. So Pie, firstly, congratulations on the victory. I'm intrigued on what is kind of your thought process with the two anti-mage games that we saw in this series? We're not really getting a whole lot of anti-mage in general, at least from the games I'm seeing. I was intrigued in like if you felt like there was a better anti-mage game if you compare like the first game and the second game to them.
I guess I mean the first game is barely a game, so I don't know. That didn't feel like a game for any hero. It should be a decent anti-mage game, even the first one, but probably the second one is slightly better. Like I think I wanted to pick Slark the first game, but Vitun liked the anti-mage, and I was like, sure, it's not bad, it's fine.
How did it come about as well with Vitun standing in with of course Akashi unfortunately unable to join the boys? What was kind of the go with that?
I mean, it did not have a lot of choices really. It's like I mean, I'm really happy that he can help us out there. No, because they went to the airport and then like his Filipino passport. You know how that goes. Like apparently the visa was not valid for this set of time. Blah blah blah. And then basically have to get a stand-in during like a 30-hour flight. So it was not very planned. But I'm just happy we managed to get a good player to help us out.
Did you guys have to like? Did you have to like buy some data on during the flight? Message everyone.
I mean, like so how was it? No, our manager is the one who like finalized it. But like it's like I land somewhere, then I get a message from like 4 hours ago, like some suggestions, and then I land somewhere else, and it's like okay, we have to get this guy. Like, we have 6 hours to decide, blah, blah, blah. So.
I'm intrigued as well. What is kind of your role in regards to like, this is, I'd say one of the bigger tournaments that we see of like WS and Ponyo in particular. Like, what is your role for some of the younger players in particular? I know Chuen is a little bit more experienced, Yokam as well, but how do you try and make this process easier for them and for them to be a bit more comfortable?
No, I don't do anything like that.
Okay.
I think experience is probably the most overrated thing in any like performance. Like, what do you say? Like very clear goal, performance settings, blah blah blah. Like you can take any sport. I just think you have to be good, and that's enough. And obviously that's a very vague term, but maybe if someone had night terrors or something like that, maybe I could do something for them. But otherwise, like you just gotta be good and play. There's not much you can help out with. Maybe you can give a tip like, oh, when I was nervous, I don't know, I looked at like click the keyboard this way or something. But you can't. Honestly, you can't do much.
Okay, easy. Lizard, you got any questions?
Yeah, so no psychological coaches, nothing like that. Throw that in the trash can. It's all good. No, I'm kidding. But where are you at right now? Where's the boot camp?
Istanbul, Turkey.
Okay, so that's why I was asking, because of the visa issues and stuff. Okay, cool. We have to wrap it up very soon. Tell me, I don't know, what's the favorite food you had in Istanbul so far?
I mean, I didn't have much, but it was a kebab, I guess. Doner kebab.
Of course. That's all I wanted. I'm gonna have some later myself.
Yeah.
Can never go wrong with the kebab. Pi, thank you for joining us. Congratulations on your victory, and good luck in your upcoming games as well. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, second series done for the night, Mr. Lizard, and we're going to look towards our upcoming series as well now. With that also being said, guys, got to keep in mind there are some other, in fact, there is one other stream going on, which you always should have open on your second monitor, maybe even another tab if that's not the case. It's literally exactly the same as the main stream, just another _B at the end. And of course, the Twitter as well is the big thing to stay up to date with all the games that are going on. It's just ESB _Dota 2. So lot of series, a lot of games, and with that being said, we need to look towards our next series as well. So it's going to be Kev taking on PSG Quest. These are two teams that lost yesterday. Kev lost to Nouns, PSG Quest lost to Boom. Just really quickly, predictions before we go to a break.
Yeah, I think that both of these teams are in a rough spot after the losses, right? When it comes to predictions, I don't know. I want to see, like, of course, they're coming from different regions. I'd like to see Kev, actually doing well. There's so many superstars in that team. I want to see it dominating.
All right. We'll see if Kev's going to be able to dominate, and if PSG Quest can start to find the solution with this roster change as well. Of course, with Dakalas coming in for Kaori, who was a pivotal factor in a lot of their success in some of the other tournaments and last year as well. Dakalas, an incredibly talented player, very high up on the leaderboards, but let's see what they're able to do. PSG Quest, a fun team to watch. They're going to have to go up against the China team in Kev, but of course, we'll send a break. When we come back, we've got our third series of the night for the Elite League. We'll see you guys soon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Elite League as we're heading over to the next series of our day here at the A-Stream. We just got to listen to the wonderful Ares and Blizzard take over our previous series with Talon and Nigma, and now we're looking and putting our sights forward to the next series, which is going to be Team Kev versus PSG Quest here with T Panda and Rayur. I'm very happy to have you on board with me here at the casting desk. It's a first time for us, and it's a first time for who knows what's going to happen in this series.
Yeah, it's the first time. I'm really excited to be here. Really excited to watch the game today to see if Kev will improve from the last series because Nouns just kind of annihilated them on the previous series. So I'm excited. I wanted to see Quest in action, want to see everyone playing. So really excited to be here for the first time with you.
Yeah, you mentioned the annihilation for Kev there, the 2-0 series versus Nouns, and of course PSG Quest. They gave a fight versus Boom. They got that one map out of that best-of-3 series, but a loss is still a loss. And one of these two teams, since we're talking about the 0-1 series between the two, the other will continue a losing streak, but the other one will get a breather at least in between. And maybe Kev is set up as a slight, at a bit of a disadvantage because, they don't have a map victory under their belts. They're pushed against the wall. And PSG Quest, when we look at these two teams, it feels like either one could actually win this one. They haven't exactly had the brightest of success in the previous qualifiers, the opens and the closed runs that they've had. Kev, they only made it to Elite League. They didn't make it to any of the other Tier 1, Tier 2 events that have been playing in the last few months. So Elite League is really a staple for them to have some success.
Yeah, Kev, besides having a good roster, they have good players on their team. I feel like they didn't get along with each other on the game, on draft, maybe, because the last game that they played against Nouns they really got stomped. They have a good lineup, but I think they need to gather up the ideas in game, maybe some draft, and the fact that they are playing against PSG, it makes me feel that PSG has an advantage against them, because PSG, in my opinion, is a stronger team. They haven't been playing along together for a long time, and I feel like they're playing the MENA region. It's not the strongest region, but they're doing great.
Yeah, they've always lost to Team Falcons, which has been the so-called household name of the MENA region now, as they've been winning tournament after tournament. And in these qualifiers, talk about Bepum Dacha, the Dream League Season 22, ESL1 Birmingham, whatever it is, they've always came second place in the close qualies, losing to Falcons. But now they didn't have to go through that rough route. They were invited to the Elite League phase here and really want to make a statement coming out of this series. So let's see how the boys fare. The draft is already live and well underway as we're heading over to the second phase between Team Kev and PSG Quest. Rayur, is there something in particular that really strikes your eye as these drafts are starting to build up?
I don't know, it's my internet, but your voice, it's kind of robotic. I don't know what happened. Can you talk again?
Hello, can you still hear me?
Yeah, no, it's good. No, it's good. That's good.
Right, I have no idea what the cutting out is, but hopefully it gets fixed out.
You see, Life Stealer, Pugna, Tusk, and DP. I really don't like this Rubik pick, because I feel like there's no more spells to steal, and on the game itself, Life Stealer just burst him. Of course, we have the Creepify from Pugna, which is great. Maybe Exo and Typhon from DP, Crypt Swarm to push lanes, but as a Rubik fan and kind of spammer, I don't like these games where you don't have too much options to steal spells, because the hero doesn't feel good. You have maybe 2 or 3 spells that can help to save, to push lanes, but you really aim on fights to steal that good stuff, like a Fissure, like a Black Hole, etc. Yep. Those always have to be a big spell, but you always try to to steal something that can help your team. But on this game, it doesn't feel like a very good Rubik game. We need to see the lane phase. Maybe if they could have a good lane phase and start steamrolling them, it can be good, because I think Rubik plays better on advantage, and we have a Coddle pick right now. Is this Coddle going to be mid? What do you think?
There's a possibility definitely in this draft to flex the Kunkka and the Coddle around. I don't like when you talk about this Rubik and the kind of threats the hero faces this game. There's a lot of suppression. There's a lot of disables that, like you said, it doesn't feel like a free Rubik game. It doesn't feel like a great Rubik game. Is there a small chance you could maybe play a mid Rubik, for example, and flex with this Coddle? Because then you'd rely on this early pressure, get your lanes to really snowball these heroes out of hand. There are these occasional games where you can play a mid Rubik and really cause some damage to your opponent's side. But I mean, it would make sense to just put this Coddle into the mid lane. You're playing from the Dire side, though. I don't think it's as good as a Radiant Coddle because of all the camp control, the farming capability that you have to really... Because what you really want with this hero is kind of just ignore the laning stage, push out the waves, farm the camps, and then rotate early with that level 6 and try to really punish the side lanes. I think there's only a little bit of maneuverability with the Rubik and the Coddle on the side of PSG Quest.
Mm-hmm. I like the Rubik mid.
Pugna, which does make it better. Like on the side of PSG Quest, a lot of magical. Decrepify doesn't feel too great this game.
Can you repeat? Sorry.
I feel like when you're going up against Decrepify with Pugna, you don't get massive benefit out of it because usually you're using it to disarm or amplify the magic output from your team, but you're playing against a lot of spellcasters on PSG Quest. So Pugna also feels like it falls into this weird place.
Yeah. But I think Pugna is broken overall because he stops hero from dying, you know? Like, you have DP who has Siphon, and you have Pugna who can just give her more status on the fight, more sustain. He can help her to not die, and he can push towers. So you have DP and Pugna to force towers for stuff. And besides having a lot of magical damage on PSG Quest, like you said, I think Pugna can be good against those heroes because of the ward itself.
The ward, yeah. You're right.
It does a lot of damage on fights, and it's annoying to play against this, you know? When every time you cast a lot of spells, you get a lot of damage. It's really annoying. And I think Pugna solves a lot of problem on the lane phase itself because this hero is super broken on supports, in my opinion. He has a large attack range. He has a big damage. You can't trade hits with Pugna because you have the damage and the blast. So it's hard to trade hits. Like if against a CM or against Rubik, they can't deal with Pugna. And it's good against Troll. We have a last pick Troll. It's decent against Troll. Troll can go eggs and purge the Decrepify, but until Troll get these eggs, I think Pugna really annoys Troll.
Yeah, you are right about the sustain and that this Pugna can be a nuisance in the laning stage and outside of the laning stage. Like you talked about the healing battery Pugna, always buffing up people, the importance of the ward this game. I think I'll correct myself. You're absolutely right, Ryura. It does fall into a nice place on the side of Team Kev when you think of from that perspective. And they're going to add up the Brewmaster to finish things off. This is a old 11 classic. I love it when you start the series with comfort heroes. We've got Butterfly Effect playing the old Tusk mid meta, which there was a time when everyone would play Tusk mid, but Butterfly Effect, he hasn't let go of this at all. But then you have old 11 Brewmaster, you have Fly with Lifestealer, support DP. I really like Kev's draft, like the way it's culminated. It's a really nice draft that they have for game number 1. What do you think? Do you feel like Kev maybe has a slight advantage in terms of the draft, or how would you put it?
I like the last pick Brewmaster. especially because the PSG has Troll, and every time you're playing Troll against Brewmaster, you want to just leave your keyboard. You know, you don't want to play the game anymore. It's super annoying. If they snowball the game, if they proceed to have a good laning phase, I really think they can get the Troll and not let them farm, and proceeds to press the heart so much, especially because they have DP and Pugna. But it will be based on the lane phase. If PSG manage to have a good lane phase and hold the game for a couple of minutes, then secure the first and second rush and play with the second Aegis, I don't think Cav can respond. But we gotta see the lane phase.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of small variables that come into play between the two teams. Both, like as mentioned, coming out of a loss and looking for the first W under their belts, and of course Kev, who got 2-0'd by Nouns. They haven't yet even won a single map win. So it will mean a lot if Kev could start things off on a roll and maybe snatch a victory out of PSG Quest. But there is a lot of difficulty for both of these two teams. I feel like they have a big challenge in front of them, and they got to start it with game number 1, as they're both smoked up, and actually an aggressive move coming out of Kev, trying to wrap around here behind TA2000, but they've got the vision with the ward, and we're going to get ourselves a brawl. They've got the grenade to connect on several Quest heroes, and Troll kind of left all by himself. Old 11 is low, but TA2000, he'll be the one to drop first. Old 11 also traded by Quest. Fly, he'll try to make a run away from Malik and Omar Noob, but they only have a couple seconds left for the Torrent. He only needs to dodge it. That's all he needs to do. Malik, he will drop it down to the ground, and Fly, he's found a way out of this one, so he'll survive for a bit longer. And I don't think they're going to follow through with this chase, are they? They've got Illuminate, they've got Fate Bolt, but literally Torrent is your only crowd control here.
Maybe he's going to die for Roshan? No. Maybe?
Considering, he's considering, like, this is going to cost a lot of time and a lot of space, but Quest looking for the kill, and Omar, he'll take it with the Fate Bolt and a right-click added into the mix. And meanwhile, back at the Bounty Rune, Undyne will have to fight Numa and Ducalis. Here comes 999 as well with the DP. They've already traded off the Pugna, and DP wanting this kill on the Crystal Maiden, and might just get it. Ducalis will drop, and that's going to be kill number 6. As we start the game off with an absolute brawl.
What is happening? So much action this game. Oh, I like this.
Oh, like when you look at this laning stage, Noob, mid Coddle, 2 kills, you've already got the urn lined up. Like this is a fantastic start for a mid Coddle.
Yeah. On his scenario, if I was playing, I'm going to just rush Travels. I think it's super broken, but Russian Vessel, it's OP this game, especially because I have Brewmaster and DP. But this is a dream scenario for Cotto. Starting with 2 kills, he's going to farm all those stacks. We can see that PSG already put some sentries to ward the camps and see what is happening. Actually, it was Cav who put the sentries to block the farm. I'm sorry. It's a good strat for Cav by just blocking these 2 camps to make sure Cotto doesn't farm on the top, old 11.
Yeah. A bit of a chase on the Brew. Quest will find another kill, finishing off this Brewmaster. And as we were captivated by the camp blocking by Kev on the side of Quest, that they are right about that. Like, you do need to target the Coddle, at least prevent him from getting free farm in the jungle, because the way the hero plays is literally mid to jungle, back to mid, back to jungle, back to mid. It's literally how you play it. So if you can slow that down, and you also have a snowballing hero like Tusk, you want to prevent this Coddle being slowed down as much as possible. And now losing that Brewmaster in the off lane, Old 11, he's still level 1.
He's having a hard time on top, and we can see that Coddle already was going to see the camps for stack, but the camps are blocked, so this is going to be slow down a little bit the farm from Coddle for a couple minutes, but I like Tusk against Coddle though. It can just burst Coddle along the game. When you're playing Coddle mid, you just like heroes that can jump through a hero, you know? Void Spirit, Tusk, Bat Rider, Kunkka, stuff. Heroes that can just spam stuff on you that can get into your hero fast or can burst your hero. I enjoy this Tusk against Kotl. I think they already prepared this because it's not a mere coincidence. And I want to see this in action. I want to see when Kotl gets the travels into Urn and goes to rotate on 6-7 minutes or on the lane and see Tusk is going to respond this.
Yeah, and of course, are they going to both rotate to the same lane for the fighting as well? Because when we see one mid laner rotate to the other, we could see a mirror movement happen. If Kotl goes top, Tusk goes bottom, or does everybody end up on the same lane? Well, Ducalis and TA2000 here, the safe lane duo for Quest, at least getting themselves a rocket of a start. You got 2 kills and 2 assists on the Troll. Meanwhile, the Brewmaster just slugging behind in CS, only just hits his 10th last hit. Barely getting into level 3, while the Troll's already looking at level 4. So with Crystal Maiden, they're a very scary duo to try and brawl against. Of course, at the same time, in the bottom lane, Malik there with the Kunkka gonna have to try and teleport out. He'll make it with 50 HP. He's also forcing out the early Lotus for a bit of regeneration for himself. Undyne will at least try to keep the camps busy, while Omar trying to go for a bit of a creep wave skip. Won't be able to do it. We'll hopefully get our co-caster Rayur back in just a moment. Been struck by the internet curse. TA2000, he's got the Cornucopia lined up, so I'm curious about the build he wants to go. Is it just going to be straight up Battle Fury? Because he doesn't really need to look at the Maelstrom build, I don't think, at this point. Of course, there's a lot of armor heroes he's going up against. You'd consider, well, I'll just buy an item that completely bypasses armor, and I'll just live off with Maelstrom. But of course, when you get a good start like this, you want to look at an early Battle Fury timing, get your hero really on the board. You've got some good stacking heroes as well. Not just the Kotl, he's the one who's going to be farming most of those camps as well, but there might be a couple stacks left here and there, which TA2000 can easily pick up.
Middle tower is under attack.
I think we might have our co-caster back on board again. Maybe. Yep. The 1 sec. Give me a second. On the top lane at the same time, DP's gonna drop low with Quest, making the first rotation with their Kotl towards the top lane, take down the Death Prophet, make it up to 6. PSG Quest. We already saw a massive amount of kills early on, but now even improving on that at the same time, the mid lane Butterfly Effect will get his own, as Kotl has already come back, trying to get the kill onto the Pugna. Decrepifies there with the Urn charges, drops another one, gets the kill. He really needed that one to go through. If that Pugna escaped, that would have been an Urn charge left not unclaimed for this Kotl, so he really needed to get that one up. Butterfly Effect, of course, as mentioned, he did get his first on the board too.
Now we're back.
There's been a lot of action here, Rayur.
Yeah, I've seen 6-minute game. Tusk. Oh. Tusk has more net worth than Kotl. What happened?
I mean, Butterfly Effect, yeah, like, he really wants to live off that early snowball potential, and literally snowballing onto Malik there in the bot lane to get another kill for himself. Halfway towards the Blink too, while in the top lane they are pressuring the Troll, recognizing that the Crystal Maiden is absent, so Troll just gonna go for the quick teleport straight back under the safety of that tier 1 tower.
Tusk is having a really good game. When you're playing Kotl against those heroes that are just follow up with your snowball, it's sad, you know, because when you're playing Kotl, you always expect to be way ahead of farm, way ahead of kills, and to have the nice and good timing. And Tusk is going to be like the is going to kick the door on Kotl, you know.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see when Tusk get this dagger and start chase and following Kotl on the map in the bottom lane.
Oh yeah, we talked about the comfort heroes. Butterfly Effect continues to harass this Kunkka, recognizing that Malik is kind of defenseless here in this top lane. So another kill, this time picked up by Fly. And yeah, like his CS is really off the charts. He's already got 50 last hits. He's done 2 rotations during that. So even if he's not fully 100% farming the entire time, he doesn't have to. He's finding kills around the map. He's relieving pressure off of Kev. And they have now ramped up a couple kills as well. Not only just thanks to the Tusk, but this Brewmaster slowly starting to pick up levels in the offlane. Easily could have been a game where Quest just applies the pressure and sets the tempo for the game if Kev don't get a good laning stage exit. But they've turned around the course pretty well.
Yeah. Quest needs to try to take a tower, but the problem is they don't have a siege damage by now. They can press a tower, but they don't have any hero to actually siege like on Kev. So if they try to force, Kev will buy these fights, and they probably is going to lose because we have Exo, we have Infest, we have Primal Split. It's hard to deal. Maybe you need to farm a little bit more on Kotl, but you don't want to.
Look at the pressure in the top lane. Kev, they're going to spot Ducalis here with the smoke rotation from Undyne and Butterfly Effect. Make that 3 for the Tusk now. So good pressure coming out from Kev. Like you said, you were hoping to maybe see some moves happen, try to invade the jungle, maybe even look at that dire triangle, for example. They know the Troll got a good start to the game. He's going to have a fast Battle Fury. Want to at least try to ward that area or try to invade it. I mean, you've got heroes that can also clear stacks that Quest has made.
They try to go for the Troll on that smoke. They find CM. It's not what they want, but it's okay. Tusk already have this dagger. They are going to go for Troll now. It's an excellent timing.
And he has also popped the haste rune. Like, this Tusk has already been all over the place. Now he has a blink and a haste rune. So if the Troll last time, going to try for it again. Scan is used, so they actually see them moving towards him, but it's just a Death Prophet. Locates the hero, while Butterfly Effect. Oh, he's found Crystal Maiden. Ducalis. Oh, he's going to take the bittersweet of defeat here, but they're coming to rotate in, try to help to kill the Tusk here. No, I'd actually get Butterfly Effect. He's low. Ducalis will drop. Butterfly Effect secured for Noob, and the next target on their minds. They want to force that split from the Brewmaster. He'll pop it. Undyne. He'll be taken down. Malik with the big boat crashing right on top of the Pugna. Make it 2 for PSG Quest, and TA2000 quickly rotating straight to bottom, noticing the Lifestealer having 2 free of a time under that enemy tower.
Maybe Tusk needed to be smoked. I don't know. They got confident because he had haste and dagger, and Tusk went into the long way into the jungle because the Quest uses the scan, and Troll was aware that he was going to die.
Yeah.
And maybe if he just goes straight to the lane and try to find Troll would be better because he just got out of position. He found CM, but they are ready. It was good for Crash overall. They just killed Tusk. Troll didn't die. Kotl got another charge on Urn.
Yeah, I feel like the Tusk was he was doing better without the Blink Dagger. So. Ended up
it's
being
life.
a thorn for him.
It's the mid laner's life. You get a big item, you go for the first kill, and you just don't get anything, and you just start to be sad and cry over your keyboard.
Classic power fantasy moment where you think a little bit too strong of yourself. While Quest playing with 4 heroes in the bottom area, sieging the tier 1 tower, forcing Fly away, making sure that they can establish control of this area of the map. It is looking to be a tower trade, but Crystal Maiden is TPing towards the top lane. Sorry, that's the Rubik, actually. Omar comes in first, and here comes the rest of the people through the portal. So they actually get to defend their tier 1.
Because Cav lost the fight top right now, it opens the space for Quest for just going bottom with 5 heroes and get the tower. Because they didn't have Primal Split, they didn't want to pop Exo to try to find because don't have the Primal Split, so it's kind of pointless. And we get the first tower of the game for Quest. Gotta see how Troll is going to farm on this space. He's a long bottom.
Yeah, and he's 400 gold short from the Battle Fury, so that's going to be a very good timing for him. Well, Kev actually smoked up towards mid, but so do PSG Quest.
The
Zamar to
scan.
call it a noob. Yeah, they scan. They actually see the Pugna, and the blink in from Butterfly Effect will reveal another hero in the area. Malik trying to go for the chase. Noob is also here. Solar Bind. He's in range for it. There's the slow. He's gonna have to use a snowball, but can he find a camp? Oh, there were only small golems in the camp. He just killed them with the shard, so he can't even snowball to safety. Oh, poor Butterfly Effect.
Yeah, he tried. It's a nice try.
An attempt was made.
Yeah. Oh, when you're playing Tusk and you just start dying like that, like it's the second time he dies. It's super cringe for a game because your hero starts to lose impact really hard. You know, if you don't keep snowballing. Because you don't give enough damage to kill people, you can't farm decent with the zero. So Cab really needs to run against time right now to make this Tusk work. He has a DD, he's going to the jungle.
Yeah, the second action rune for the Tusk. Does he find success with this one? Undyne is already here for the push. The creeps are now finally under the tower. Stolen shards and the Illuminate will destroy the creep wave, but this tower is history. Cab is able to open up with another tier 1 kill, while Tusk does have that Desolator pretty close, and as you also saw the Troll, that Battle Fury has finally been completed.
They still have Primal Split. I think it's hard for Quest to just these fights. They need to make sure...
They have Orchid, though, on the Coddle.
Yeah. Get a good target on them first, like bursting Lifestealer with this Orchid or maybe Brewmaster. If they go 5-on-5, it's hard. They're going to find Lifestealer.
They're actually going to find him there. Instant silence from the Orchid from Noob, freshly picked up. There goes Fly. An important kill. Also rotating
really
top,
big kill.
recognizing maybe somebody else in the area. They found Undyne sitting under a ward. They'll not just get one, they'll get two for their efforts.
This is a time of the game that Coddle is online, you know. We have an Orchid, we have Vessel, Travels, so they are just giving what Coddle needs, those pickoffs. The way Quest is it's running on the map, it's really intelligent because they smoke towards bottom, they don't TP, so they have TP to respond to the jungle. Oh, Ducalis.
Oh, yeah, Ducalis maybe a bit in deep waters here. Fly will get a kill for himself. The help of Butterfly Effect and the DP in the area. See what they can get with Imitator. I was thinking Undyne would play the 5 DP, but instead they decided to put Imitator as the pause for Death Prophet with the Brewmaster. Their lane didn't quite go as well as they'd hope. Of course, the early kills that they gave to PSG Quest were pretty big for the Troll to already have an XP advantage and almost half an item advantage as well. But they finished the Radiance on the Brew. But is that still going to be enough? Do you feel like Old 11 still needs at least the Blink first before he can really make plays? Can he make anything with this Radiance?
It's decent. Old Primal Split.
It's attempting here. Fly is coming in. Boat's already popped by Malik. He needs the buff. But the snowball.
Oh, the snowball?
Actually, he does get the run buff, even if he's inside the snowballs. Doesn't matter. But still, Omar, Malik, all the shards. Omar actually pushes him to safety. Look at, they're all trapped. They've got 2 shards around them. And the torrent gonna kill too. CA2000 coming in as well. Noob with the damage. Fly goes down. Old 11's gonna be dropping as well. They've got another for themselves. And here comes Imitator with the DP. Siphons everybody up, but it doesn't look like it's gonna be enough. And Tusk is getting kited. The Orchid coming in as well to silence him up, and that is going to be a full-on team-wide PSG Quest. Wipe the floor with Kev.
What a chain of effects of lucky and unlucky. The snowball into the snowball, the shard kicking up Kunkka. Oh my god. The big damage that the torrent connecting on 2 targets. Quest was really ready for responding this. And answering about the Radiance, it's good. Like, it does a ton of damage, it kind of breaks the troll game, but it doesn't help him to survive against Coddle. So we need to see some way to this Brewmaster doesn't get exploded when he got Orchid. You have Tusk to save, you have the Gripify and the life drain from Pugna, but you need A on this Brewmaster, maybe BKB this game.
Yeah, and also the
So
fight felt
we
really
are going to see
disconnected.
Quest pressing.
Because they only had like 3 heroes there to start things off with. Then the DP shows up with people who are already dying. Butterfly Effect was getting kited at the same time. Just felt a bit disconnected on the side of Kev. Not the fight that they were looking for. While they are scanning, try and save Old 11 here. Noob is already here. They've got the Vision. Orchid's there with the X-Mark, bringing in the Brewmaster. And that's going to be an easy kill. Nobody's going to save this Brew.
It's so much damage. Brew can play this game, I think, without Eon Disc or BKB. Radiance is good, but I don't know. It seems like he depends so much on those big items, you know? He needs Shard, he needs Dagger, he needs Aeon Disc into Refresher. It's not a easy game for Brewmaster.
Yeah.
It's too much damage.
Yeah, you're gonna need to find your ways out of this. Wait, did they just... That's 2 Radiances! Fly spilled also a Radiance on Kev. That's 2 Readies in the team. It's very curious.
Well,
why do you think they've taken this route?
That's
Is this a mistake, or is this all according to plan?
That's kind of stuff that we see on 2K MMR matches.
oh boy, he said it.
It's not common, but I think since they have Troll and Life Chile doesn't want to go more to Maelstrom this game because he's not going to match up the Troll's farm. I think it's a way to deal against Troll. The evasion is really OP. He really needs it against Troll. And he doesn't want to go Halberd because he needs Manta because of Kotl. I'm not a big fan of... Oh, bottom?
Oh, they were trying to go for the Brew. Just lost vision. But yeah, I agree with you. I don't think this Radiance 2 times was intended for Kev. But that's the route they're going to have to live with now. At least they can effectively split push here. Butterfly Effect goes in for the blink. That's your Deso Punch, only doing 500 damage to the Kunkka. And they might just end up losing heroes for it, but Malik is dropping low, and this Kunkka's gonna drop. They finally get the kill, but there goes the rest of the team.
Oh my God.
Spent everything to destroy the Kunkka, and the price is too heavy to pay. As Old 11, he has the Primal split up. He's just trying to run away. His Brewlings, one after the other, dying, and they're just chasing this Earth Brewling. They know in 13 seconds they can kill him too.
It's a matter of time. They tried to burst Kunkka. They almost managed, but when Kunkka casts their spells, you're going to lose the fight. He managed to get the water park, the boat, and the fight was already over. It's too much damage on Kotl and Kunkka. It's hard to fight. Ducalis was on an excellent position there on the Crystal Maiden, so it's a lot of that magic damage. They need to merge the fight. And the fight inside the Quest Vision, they run off the vision on bottom. They had a good ward there, and they just run into the Quest map. So it's hard to take these fights. When you have a lot of damage, you have a lot of spells to be aware of. The game is getting really hard for Kev.
Yeah, I feel like this game is slowly getting out of hand for them to actually balance it out. That last team fight, the Troll, he also got his BKB finished, so he was unstoppable. He was just hitting targets. He did 5,000 out of the 8,000 damage the team dealt, so over 50%. All that damage was coming out from this Troll Warlord. Now also has an Aegis. He's setting his sights towards an Aghanims. This is a crazy good game for TA2000. 8-1 and 7 with 15,000 net worth. He started the game with a double kill. It just feels like there's no stopping this Troll anymore.
Yeah. I think Quest just need to slow down for a little bit. Get the farm, get the eggs, go for Tormentor, then they can start push again. They can go high ground right now. They already have the siege damage because Troll is big. And they have the cover from Kunkka. They already have the Lotus Orb on Kunkka. You have the heal from Kotl. So right now it's easy for them to siege. In the beginning of the game, they rely so much. Troll can just hit towers for free on the 10-minute game, you know. They just need to chill, get the eggs, and proceed to go into a lane. I think they're going top. They're all top. They're going to push top, get the Aegis, maybe try to steal the Tormentor. But I think Kev already did the Tormentor. Oh, it's up. No, it's up. It's already up.
Yeah, it's just the PSG Quest side Tormentor that was taken for Omar. To get the shard for the Rubik's, to get the lift save for his teammates, while Quest with that still 3.5 minutes on the Aegis, setting their sights on multiple towers, potentially even try to fight Kev. They get the opportunity for it, because they know that Kev is in a vulnerable state. Their team fights haven't been going well, their itemization, and I'm not just talking about the double Radiance, but I'm talking about the lack of different types of items now in the team that they would need to try to respond to Quest. They'd need BKBs to avoid the crowd control. They're close, but they're not going to have them inside this 2-3 minute period.
They needed Lotus also. Lotus is really good against Quest, but too much items to farm. Oh, Pugna. Oh, the X.
That's all they need. Just the
Come
X
back
mark.
here.
He's not going to escape that easily. 30 seconds gone, and Troll's already at the tier 2 tower. So they just finished off the top tier 1, now the mid tier 2. And of course they want to get those side lanes pushing in. Kev, the only thing that they really can do is just split push and try to farm the enemy side of the map. A fine move, actually. The jump from Butterfly Effect at old 11, it's enough! Just enough burst to take down the Coddle with low armor, but are they going to lose both of these heroes for this kill? Omar dropping the shards there on the Tusk, he's slowed. Take down Butterfly Effect, and here go the Brulings as well, so old 11. And the Troll is there. Like we said, he's kind of unstoppable on TA2000, he'll take them. So it's just a fancy kill on the Coddle, that's all they got.
I think they got more because they had to TP to respawn the Coddle. So they got a little bit of space on the map by just killing Coddle. You lose to cores, it's not the best, but when you're just getting pressured like that, every wave counts, you know. They force the Quest to TP on the tier 2 to respawn the Coddle. So they buy a little bit of time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And Troll just go for eggs, or he just skip the eggs?
He's got majority of the parts on his courier while they're taking down the Pugna here at the same time.
It's on the courier. It's on the courier.
It's on the courier, yeah.
It's because I see the satanic there, and I
I
was confused.
Meanwhile, Moloch actually getting initiated on here by the Lifestealer, but he's not in a very happy place.
God.
That's a rage use, but at least not his BKB. Goes for the Infest, he'll run away. I mean, we talked about the double Radiance. At least you can disassemble the Radiance for something else, like a Nullifier later on. But I guess it works as a farming
They
item
use
for
Fortify.
now. Oh, wait, what? Okay.
They use Fortify, so Lifestealer doesn't lose the creep and use the BKB to leave.
Oh yeah, true. I was thinking, like, are they gonna dive into the tower and take some tower damage? But I feel like that's not gonna stop them. Yeah, the Infest to keep the creep alive, of course. It feels funny when
they don't have
actually...
Fortify now.
Yeah, that's your high ground glyph gone.
It wasn't a good move. They're just getting hard pressure. They smoke from Kev, Brewmaster and Pugna trying to sneak around.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, they are just going to dodge. They're just going to dodge.
Also, the funny thing is he is using a dire creep. He's actually still inside that dire creep, and he was glyphed on the Radiant side. But at least the Radiance works, so you know, it's a very, very strong melee creep.
Gold for my chest.
Look at the Tusk here, picking up the Invis for the bottle. We'll have a quick chance at jumping somebody. Has the BKB, so does the Lifestealer. So they've dodged the Aegis period, but it's, you know, these are crucial moments, because if PSG, if they win this team fight, it could just be game over. They also know that on the side of Kev. They're going to need a hell of a team fight. TA2000 going to be charging in the front, dispelling that Glimmer Cape from the Pugna with the fresh Aghanim's pick up here, but they will jump the back line, take down Omar, and Undyne will also drop with the Pugna. Here's the water park, it's controlling Fly. There's his BKB, still has a rage, but he's stuck in the shards. He's going to be stuck for a moment here. TA2000 also clearing out the Brewlings, at least trying to. He'll be coming in with a buyback as well, but he's a bit late for the party. Seems like the fight's pretty much over. They're just chasing Old 11's Brewlings now. 5 seconds. I don't feel like this Brew's got any way of getting out. He can't actually blink just as it ends. Trying to go for the teleport, but no. Well, Omar, a good thing that you did buy back, because that lift leads into a kill.
It's a nice try from the 11. It's hard to fight against Quest. You have too much butterfly.
They're going to reveal the ward on the cliff, but if they can get this Tusk as well, that would be huge. As he's trying to run away, Fly is also silenced up by the Orchid.
It doesn't have BKB.
He's going to get brought back by the X-Mark. I'll be the Lifestealer down, oh boy. Yeah, they thought they could just push a lane at the same time while Old 11 was being focused on and chased in the mid lane. Yeah, we're going to go hit a tier 2 tower, but Quest says no.
It's hard to fight against Quest. They need more items, they need to burst Kotl. But the problem is they don't have a big burst damage. Of course, you have Life Stealer, you have Tusk, but you can't find Kotl that easy on fights. Yeah. And you have Bolt, and you have the Water Park from Kunkka that struggles. You know, you don't always want to fight inside those spells. So, hard game for Cav. Now they don't have the Primal Split to defend.
They just got Glyph of cooldown. They'll drop it. Tier 3 tower falls. They'll buy some time for the melee racks, but the stolen split also doing a bit of damage here, helping TA2000 finish off the melee racks, setting their sights towards the range racks as well. Fly is thrown into the air, so they'll finish off the buildings. They'll back out on the side of Quest.
Old 11?
Old 11. Well,
he deactivated the Radiance.
He deactivated the Radiance, yeah. And under a ward as well. Quest, they're trying to move away. Kev still on the chase. Old 11, he knows that he's under vision. He's trying to bait some attention from Quest, but how do they fight this? Exo's coming off cooldown in 2 seconds. Imitator is going to have to get some good benefit out of it. He'll drop it. Troll, he's on the run, but at the same time, the backline, Fly, going to try and look for the Rubik. Rubik just rages away, and now Dakalis, he's force-staffed. He's pushed in the middle, drops the CM ulti.
Where's the damage?
They can't even see the Crystal Maiden. All the BKBs are going to be popped. Nuke's going to be chased by Butterfly. Effect on the sidelines. Quest, they're dropping low, at least on Dakalis, but TA2000, he's feeling healthy. They do lose the Kotl. Nuke will drop, and now maybe even Malik as well. Kev fighting back. The fighting spirit of the Chinese was never left. It was only picked up again, as that's going to be a bit of a win for Kev, and they really needed a win, Rayor. They haven't had much success this game, so since the laning stage, I mean, if there was a bit of darkness, but now there may be light at the end of the tunnel.
They find the Kotl, Tusk just find the Kotl on the fight, and Quest immediately gave up the fight. Because they don't have the big damage from Kotl to set up. We see that Kotl, it's right there on the top of the screen, and you see Tusk zoning out the Kotl to make sure he doesn't give the decent damage on the fight. I really thought Kev was going to lose that fight because they didn't burst the CM fast, but by killing Kotl, TA2000 just give up the fight. Oh, in the mid lane?
Yeah, they're giving a bit of chase for Imitator here, but the Force Staff will save him, and the silence on the Troll keep TA2000 back at bay. But, you know, very important for Kev as well for the fighting spirit, because if they would have just lost that fight, we talked about that they could potentially just lose the game. PSG, they could clean out the space. They only have a bottom tier 2 tower, preventing them from getting mega creeps, or potentially just go straight for the throne. This Troll does push really fast.
And he doesn't have shard yet. Maybe he needs shard. Troll is 6-packed. He has MKB, he has a lot of things. He gave up the last fight when Kotl died. I think if he man up, they could win the fight. Because Troll is unstoppable right now.
Yeah.
They don't have how to deal with Troll properly. If Primal Beast. Oh, Primal Beast no. Primal Split. If Brewmaster does use Primal Split and Gut Roll to lift twice on the fight.
Smoke is still halfway. Quest could still make a move deep into the jungle here on the side of Kev. They've got Imitator parked in the front with the Death Prophet. But at least noticing they're not in the Roche area. They could just take Roshan. But at the same time, they're going to respect if Kev is going to show up for it. They're scouting, looking for any piece of information. Control goes straight into the pit. So Kev, do they have any smokes actually? Doesn't look like they do. There's the roar, so that's going to be a bit of a war cry to battle if they can get there in time. But this Roche is dropping way too fast.
Dead. Yeah.
Yeah, and now they might have to fight versus the Aegis as well. There comes Fly jumping onto the Kunkka. Kunkka will get the Lotus Orb, protect him for the time being. But Fly, oh, he's already drowned down to half HP. Still has to BKB, but has to rage out. At the same time, Old 11's going to jump in with the Blink, initiate the backline of Quest. Quest, they're trying to corral around the Lotus Pool. Still have the high ground position. Butterfly effect, he doesn't have enough information, but he would like to go in. They've got the Exorcism running as well. Fly low on HP. Old 11 still has 15 seconds of split. So all this info he's given, is it going to be enough for them to still try and fight this Aegis? It feels like they are undecisive on hitting that backline. They can't get to the Rubik. They can't get to the Crystal Maiden. And Undyne trying to make a run out, and yeah, I'm not sure if you had that, but I have a pretty massive lag spike. I think the players paused for that given reason.
First hit snare, maybe?
Yeah, 0.1 seconds.
Let's see.
Nope.
Oh, nope.
Yeah, it could have been the Great Escape. I mean, the Great Catch, actually, because it ended up being the escape.
Quest just forced the spells from Kev and just run away. Like, the open Primal Split, you see forces going on, glimmers, everyone repositioning, blind light from Kotl, and DP was running thirsty with the Exo, but they just like, nah, we're not going to fight with you guys with Primal and Exo. We can just wait and force you guys to fight along the base. So smart decision by Quest, because they have the Aegis. They can just put Tron on a position that they force a fight, whatever, you know. Like we have Aegis, we have BKB, we have Battle Trance. Just go. We don't care. But they are playing on a conservative way that I really like it. They respect the cooldowns. I enjoy seeing this.
Well, Kev, they've had one successful team fight. Can they make it another? Because their high ground is being breached. T2000 in the front, getting a bit of damage on the tier 3 tower. Trying to force any potential spells Kev could use. Primal Split still on cooldown for 40 seconds. Tusk, he's got the Agonyms. The kick is available. And there we go, there's the punch, but he doesn't get the kick off!
Oh,
Not the pump is BKB, and pushes himself away as well with the Lotus Orb, but they got the troll. T2000, Aegis gone. Tusk trying to make a run for it. Omar and Noob making sure that they can focus the Tusk at the same time. Waterfart protecting TA2000. And they are trying to fight the Tusk. He's so low with the vessel ticking, but he's going to make it out. The thing is, Tusk has no TP. He's going to have to take the long route away. If he had a teleport, maybe he could have gone back to Fountain, region up, try and fight them again. But now it just feels like Butterfly Effect, you know, they just have to fail to fight. But PSG Quest, they did the same thing, thinking that, well, they're going to be strong again. We just burnt some of our abilities too. Like you said, they respect the cooldowns.
I didn't think that this kick from Tusk was going to work, honestly. Because you don't want to kick throw into our team, but they managed to get the Aegis, so it was really big for Kev. They stopped the siege. You need to be careful with those kicks. Amar was really fast with the telekinesis, but wasn't enough. He stopped the kick for a couple of seconds, but wasn't enough. Yeah. They still lose the Aegis. They had the Lotus to help, but maybe the game is going to extend more. I think Quest doesn't want to go high ground right now, especially because they know Tusk has eggs. Maybe they want to extend the game and go for the next Roshan.
Yeah, and I also think like
Because
one of the big things, like the Tusk was able to get his BKB off. Like if the Caudal had Hex, that might have done the trick. But since they didn't, he still got the BKB after the lift and still got the kick off.
But they want to go again. They're confident.
There we go, they're actually hitting illusions this time, so it's not the real troll. Fly in trouble. Omar drops low. Tries to get out of safety here because Old 11's on the chase. Dude's also fighting at the back line.
Damage from
they
troll.
drop Imitator low, so the GP with the siphons up. The Exorcism is forced, so is the split. Can Quest get out? Getting all these cooldowns is what they wanted, but they still have to try to avoid this full-on teamfight. Kev, a lot is depending on it. The kick goes through.
Kick.
Lifestealer pushed away. Omar getting slapped here.
The kick
butterfly effect causing a lot of havoc here. Decalis will drop, and that's going to be 2 down for Quest, but here comes TA2000. BKB is up, but he's just getting kited. He's getting kited. He's also got no ulti, but so neither does the Tusk, as his life is forfeit. TA2000, he's down as well. Fly will get the kill, and Kev successful again with the defense. Force PSG Quest away, and Ryur, Kev, they're not out of this one.
Those kicks, bro. Oh my god. We've seen the Quest try to use the kick from Rubik. They start with X, and Rubik just kick life shielding to the fight, but they don't have the burst damage. They don't have the burst damage. Oh.
Yeah, also the stolen kick by the Rubik. He got to kick 3 times. And also tried to keep Fly from hitting his teammates, so even if he was raged up, he was just sent on the other side of the battle. But the Primal Split, man, like that Brew Shard, the duration on the Primal Split, giving so much info, so many spells to be cast on these Brewlings. It's just really difficult to try and fully disengage when it feels like this Brew is never coming back to normal form.
Yeah.
Well, a Hex up onto the Lifestealer. Fresh Hex reveal there from the Caudal. Has it now.
I almost trapped him on the high ground. On the cliff, actually.
And actually, Lifestealer's still sticking with the Radiance and built a separate Nullifier, so he's not actually disassembling the Radiance.
It's because of the evasion.
Just because of the evasion, yeah.
Yeah, it's too much. I mean, Troll has MKB, but it helps, you know, it helps. It helps to farm, it helps on the fights, does a lot of damage. The evasion, it's OP itself.
Yeah, I guess it is one of those rare games where double Radiance could work.
I think he didn't want to disassemble also because he wants big damage, you know? He could go for Daedalus, but I think he evaluates more the evasion.
Yeah, and it also does feel like the way the fights are going this way, where the troll, where the Brewmaster is so far in front and he's applying the Radiance burn, and then you also have the Lifestealer who's not with the not with the Brew the whole time. So you have 2 separate instances of Radiance burning both the front and the back line. Of course, they don't stack, but at least you get more duration out of it. Breaking blinks, hurting heroes. Scan on scan. PSG Quest, do they take the long wraparound here? Kev do have a pretty good position on the high ground. Ducalis, straight for the info. Brew actually blinks in. Old 11. He's gonna need some saving here, but he gets thrown into the air, and he might just be taken down. Yes, sir! Old 11's gonna be the one to drop first, and Fly doesn't get to do too much here, and Rubik actually stole Open Wounds. That's a very good spell for this troll this game. Got the TP on the run. Fly still trying to fight. And
The buyback?
Old 11 coming up with a buyback. He'll join the fight for a second time. Butterfly effect. He's low on HP. He's CM ulted. Zoned out by Ducalis. Ducalis will be pushed to safety. Healed up as well. Butterfly effect. Can he see him? No, he can't. Can't get the CM. And there's Fly. Infested out. Troll's low on HP. Ulti's already popped. There goes Imitator. There goes Omar and Ducalis. And that's PSG Quest losing 2, but they will also take 2 with them. An Old 11 with the buyback finishes off the Troll, and Malik will go down as well. The Fly and Kev, they're back in full fighting forces. Connell's gonna drop 2, and they no longer have the lead in this game as Kev. It's been a long time coming, but they get back the lead that they started this game off in the first place, Rayor.
I have a big question mark here. Why they choose to fight when Brewmaster just bought back? They could just run away, force the buyback, wait the cooldowns, reset the fight, and try to smoke again. Because they fight on the worst way possible for them. I know they have a ward on the cliff, but they don't want the Primal Split in the fight. It's huge. It's hard to fight against. You have the lift, you have the stun, we have the big damage from the Primal Split, so they can just run away because they see the buyback. But Conker just press BKB and like, oh, I don't care, I'm just going to pop spells here. They lose the fight because of that. They could just run away like they did on the Rush Pit. They force the spells, we just kite and wait, you know?
Yeah, definitely feels like maybe a bit of bad communication on the side of PSG Quest because they've lost 3 fights in a row now. Kev seems to be the one slowly but surely taking over control in this game. Fly. It's been a long time coming since Kev has been inside the base of PSG Quest. But that tier 3 tower is now history. Quest also recognized the situation that, boys, I don't think this game is no longer ours, or at least in our control.
Dire are scanning.
6k lead, and this is, by the way, a 7% comeback if Kev can finish it. It was 7% at the lowest for Kev. Now it's a 50-50, so the Gaben graphs tell a different storyline here. What do you think? What is the culmination point of this game? Like, is there a particular win condition PSG Quest hasn't been able to fulfill in these last 3 fights, or do you feel like it's just a communication issue? Is there more to it?
Right now they have to deal with Brewmaster. If they pop Brewmaster before fight, they can win the fight easily. It depends on the burst damage on the beginning of the fight. Oh, the smoke's breaking in.
Already in the front with the DP spot, popping up all the smokes. There's the Primal Split. That's going to be 30 seconds up and running. Ducalis already down, coming over the buyback with Crystal Maiden. But he's going to have to take the portal from the top half of the map, so he might get the chance to wrap around right behind Kev, as Kev's still in full action. Old 11 in the middle. TF2000 going to drop that on Troll as well. Malik trying to keep them at bay, but Omar's going to go down. There's going to be 2 heroes gone, and Old 11's going to take a lot of burst damage, but they won't be able to finish him off. And there's also the Infest Axe onto the Troll, kicking DA2000 all the way to the back line. But Ducalis, we talked about the wraparound, the Crystal Maiden with a triple kill, and forcing match
excellent
from Kev, coming straight back to the outpost, knowing that this is a Roche fight, and they're coming in with all the numbers that they can bring in. Brew, that's a dieback for him, so he's out of the mix, but it's a 4 versus 4, and this fight, I don't think it's still over. They're going to take the portal up, knowing that maybe they can start Roshan and take the advantage, as Roche will now leave the pit. And PSG Quest, you got a long run ahead of you.
You got a long run, but should Kev have the damage to start the Roshan? Like, they already placed the wards, but do they have the damage? I don't think so.
Let's see if they do. Roche is dropping very fast, and they're not even halfway on the side of Quest. 1/4 down, and like you said, you're absolutely right. They don't feel like they have the damage for it, and TA2000 picks up an AD rune.
Oh, a DD.
Yeah. Or, yeah, the old
Amplify
the old
rune. Amplify damage.
It will always be a double damage.
Yeah, DD always going to be a DD.
it will always be a DD. But TA2000 with the boys doing a wraparound, but they will not find anybody. And they're like, wait, they started Roche. Where are they? There's the Roche roar. All they wanted was take the debuff. But Kev's not going to fight for it. They're going to let this Roche go.
Yeah, they can't fight. They don't have the Primal Split. The bottom fight wasn't good for Kev, especially because
look at the replay.
just got out of position. You know, he run out of his team too much, and they got the time to damage the Brilliants, so he had to go back to the original form. And Ducalis was on an excellent positioning, doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, the hero that died first in the fight.
The way they jumped into the trees wasn't good for them. They gotta wait until the high ground and force Quest to go. Okay, now you have Pro 6 slotted with Vegas.
Yeah, and he's
You
not
gotta
afraid
watch
to go
out
for the
for the kick. You have Axe.
If they have the X mark, they can just bring him back. They're gonna do it the old school Kunkka push way. X mark push. If you get kicked, we'll bring you right back up here. There's the play. Yeah, they tried. You go for the kick, they'll just be sent back. What can you do? What can you do? He's back at sieging again, and there goes your melee. And that's the top lane of Rack secured. This was the easiest push for PSG Quest in this game so far. And only one more lane to go. Kev, it's kind of a do-or-die moment in a way. They're trying to make a play happen here. Pandas already in position.
Oh, they're going
Do they have any way to break the X mark?
TA2000 wasn't a good positioning. I thought Butterfly Effect was going to jump him right there, but they just run in back. Like, no, this is way too close to the base. Let's siege from far away. So you can just guarantee the X. Oh,
And
he
they're
dodged?
trying their absolute best, but this time, no X mark coming through this time. So the troll actually going to lose his Aegis.
Oh my god!
They were able to jump the backline just enough to disrupt the Kunkka, and TA2000 wasn't able to get the X mark off on time. And now TA2000 dropping low, 1000 HP, has the BKB available. There's the ult, he turns around, Flyfly going to take some heavy hits, but the decrepit upon the torrent.
Oh, the torch!
Malik with the play catches the torrent onto 3. And Kev are gonna get annihilated with this play, and that's the GG call as PSG Quest, they find success in the end.
Oh my god. Troll Manta dodged the axe from Kunkka. That's why he stand on the base. And I thought wasn't going to work out, but the torrent right there and the big damage because Troll was with 50 stacks of favor, a lot of damage going on, and they managed to get this the first game of the series. It's a good game to watch. Like a lot of turnaround, couple mistakes here and there, but really good series, really good game.
Yeah, definitely really good start for the series. Kev, they had their hopes up with the last few fights. These were some really long drawn out fights that they were actually working in favor for Team Kev with the slow damage that they were able to build up, the quick burst, momentarily applied, hit and run style Dota. But PSG Quest just got one successful idea going their way, one good team fight. All came with the Crystal Maiden buying back to the top, going through the portal, getting the ulti on 3, slowing everybody up as Kev finally decided to clump up versus PSG Quest and PSG. They got all of their abilities off into the Roshan and then the X mark pushing it. I didn't even notice. It's a good thing you pointed it out. He Manta dodged the X mark, which left the troll all by himself inside the base. And it's like, wait a minute, wasn't I supposed to be somewhere else? But no. So that was, a bit of a mishap, but ended up playing in the favor for PSG Quest. And that beautiful big torrent at the end, catching 3, and just made it so easy for TA2000. But I think the reason was the Manta dodge, why he was getting all those tips from his teammates.
Yeah, 100%. Especially because Tusk just blinks in and tries to kick Troll back, and he's like, yo, what? Where's Troll? And he just got kind of lost there and kicked someone else to the jungle. But this Manta dodge kind of helped. It was good overall.
Yeah, but that's PSG Quest going to take the lead in this series. We'll wonder if Game 2 will go any differently here for Team Kev. Can they still balance themselves back up? Bit of a break for them to get their thoughts compiled together. We're going to throw to a tiny break and then return for Game number 2. This will be a very interesting series, but which one will take the W in the end? We'll find out and see you in a few minutes.
É só roubar e entrar em campo, meu amor.
We're back, ladies and gents. We're heading over to the second game of PSG Quest versus Team Kev here in the first series, lost series, basically. So when you're talking about the Swiss stage, one of these is going to end up 1-1, and the other one, well, they're going to start facing elimination. It's going to be 0-2 for one of them, and you actually wouldn't hope to see teams like PSG Quest or even Kev face that situation. But it's just the harsh reality that we live in right now, Rayur. As PSG Quest take the lead in the series with a very eventful game, a lot of action, and the game started off with 6 kills. I mean, nobody could have scripted that.
Yeah. It was really chaotic at the beginning of the last game. Like, people just running up to the Roshan, fighting on the jungle and going back, fighting the river. I really enjoy seeing this chaos on the start of the match. So I'm excited to see this game, to see if this chaos is going to happen again, and see if Kev has a response for Quest, because Quest managed to dominate most part of the game, and they kind of slid off when they tried to go high ground. They lost the Aegis, they lost a little bit of advantage, but they managed to regain. So I'm excited to see if Kev is going to show up some new things for us and see what's going to happen.
Yeah, I would like to see some adaptation coming out from Team Kev, because the way that they would approach fights in the mid game, it didn't feel like it was a very easy way in. They, of course, you have a lot of experience on a lot of these players. I'm most importantly looking at Old 11, all the way from the 2015's eHome. They've seen so many different phases of Dota that you don't mind the way you approach team fights. Some are a bit more specific and much harder to execute, but I would like to see them go for a bit of a more straightforward approach that would allow them, with all the small moves around the map, not always that full-on 5 versus 5 team fight, which they were kind of forced to.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the first pick Rubik. They really value the Rubik. First pick Rubik, first pick Lash. Let's see the response.
Do you think that's going to be a flex slash?
I like the hero, but I don't like what Ice Frog did by just nerfing the Bloodstone. I think the hero, it's okay, it's decent, especially when he has a cover or he's just snowballing, but I don't know if he can just go into flex. I don't feel like he's strong enough in the offlane, and if you are crazy enough to put this hero as a support, you need to be really confident on your strategy to do this. But I enjoy Rubik against Slash. Most of the spells are good. The stun is pretty broken. The Lightning Storm, it's OP because Rubik has a lot of range. So let's see how Cav is going to draft against this Rubik. That seems like PSG Quest really values this hero.
Oh yeah, PSG Quest, they've they put a lot of value on this Rubik in the past as well. They know Omar is a very capable very capable player on the hero. And as we've seen it from time to time, especially in that last game, he was the public enemy number 1 from Team Kev. They were the ones who wanted Omar out of the way first, focus the Rubik. If we have the opening for it, we'll try to kill him and Ducalis. And through that, open up the team fight to make it much more flexible, much more nimbler for Team Kev to approach. So I guess there's a reason why they really wanted that first phase Rubik, of course, to support, and now into the potential offlane opener here for the DK. We do know that this is also played in mid for PSG Quest, so plenty of flex, not really revealing too much of their cards. Of course, Rubik DK does work as a lane. Are you a DK offlane enjoyer or not?
I'm DK lane enjoyer. This hero it's broken off lane. He got nerfed, but we've seen that they're trying to protect DK. They just banned Razor, they banned Life Stealer. There's a big chance that this DK is going to be on the offlane. You have the big damage reduction from the Fire Breath and the Fade Bolt from Rubik, what makes the right click heroes bad against them on the game and on the lane itself. But I don't like the duo, I don't like the Rubik DK duo because I think it lacks a little bit of damage against some specific matchups. But I think since they opened the draft with this, they are really confident because they just can put this DK on the offlane and go with Rubik 4, and that's it.
Yeah, the previous time, yesterday, they played versus Boom. That was their game 1 draft where they had the DK second phase, but with a Crystal Maiden opener, followed up with the Gyro, Morphling, and Nigma, and they were able to win that game in 26 minutes. So I wonder if they're looking for a quick win over Team Kev with something similar. Kev probably recognizing it. It's going to be a Pudge pick. All right.
That's surprising.
It's your everyday pub hero, but not your everyday competitive Dota hero.
I'm not a big fan of Pudge this patch. I'm not a big fan. I don't think he worked good as a carry as he did in the past. I think it's crazy to put the Zero in position 4 or 5, but I'm here to see what is going to happen because everyone likes to see Pudge.
Yeah.
And I want to see this. I want to see what they're going to do. Because maybe I'm super wrong and they just have a pocket strategy with Pudge that we don't know about it. So I'm excited to see. And we have Koro and Gyro's response. I feel like PSG Quest is really in play on the comfort. They have the decay again against Boom. Boom just banned the decay 2 out of the 3 games. We see the Koro again. The Rubik, they are just playing the comfort zone. Cap doesn't seem like they're just aiming for the heroes, you know. Of course, they're banning the TA, they're banning the Pango that we already seen. But I feel like PSG Quest doesn't care too much right now with those heroes. They're just playing on comfort.
Yeah, and who gets to be the better hook user this game? Is it the Rubik or the Pudge? Because if you fail to land the rot on time, you're going to steal the hook. And of course, you've got some good setups for it. You have the rockets into hook, you have hook into DK stun. And even if this Pudge were to be a core, they answered it with the Coddle, because Coddle's going to be your vessel carrier, the hero that hurts this Pudge a lot in terms of regeneration. You can really just annihilate a core Pudge with this Coddle early on in the game. Of course, the scaling comes into question, like how long is the Coddle going to be better than a, say, carry Pudge or offlane Pudge? And now that they brought the Omni Knight, they also have some dispels versus 3 stuns, basically. You've got the repel, which is very handy in this game. And of course, the physical damage reduction versus a potential carry gyrocopter using flat cannon. So I feel like Kev, they might have gone frisky with the Pudge Lion, but I like this Omni Knight pick. It fits in nicely.
This hero, it's super annoying right now. I hate playing pubs against Omni. I think the hero does a lot of damage. It's hard to kill. He heals a lot, and the repel, it's super broken. It's a free BKB with lower cooldown. But on this game, I don't think Omni is good. Because you have Rubik to steal a lot of good spells. You have the Decay who just jumps in and stuns Omni. He doesn't give enough time to Omni to respond. And you have the fast Orchid on Koro. Like, of course, you have the Dispel on Repel, etc. But you have a lot of heroes on PSG Quest that doesn't make the Omni get enabled too much of the game.
Yeah, and I also feel like Omni Knight is maybe a bit on the greedier side as well, because you need to hit 15 minutes until you actually have impact. If this is a core Omni Knight who just goes for phylactery and straight up into the 15-minute shard, you need free farm for that duration. You also need to be successful with every fight you take until that point. If you get shut down in the lane or shut down after, Omni Knight just transitions into a support. It's kind of the same thing with Pudge. If a Pudge core doesn't work, he just gets demoted into a Puzz 4.
I think Omni is going to be offlaner, but it's going to be strange. Like, Omni offlaner, Lion 4, Pudge 5, Lash mid lane, I don't know, Pudge carry, Lion 5. I like this Chinese draft. It's different. I really enjoy seeing this kind of stuff because on my region here in South America, we don't see too much of these things going on, these strange things, you know. I enjoy watching this, the way they see Dota, the way they approach the draft. I'm curious to see what is going to be the last pick because I have absolutely no idea. It's just been anti-mage, probably going to protect the Lash. We see TB and anti-mage banned to protect the Lash. Also Pudge, especially TB. And let's see the last pick. Wind Ranger. What is going on, Panda?
Okay. Well, this draft is going places. You said that these Chinese drafts are very sophisticated. Well, here's like your guess is as good as mine where they're going to position these heroes, because I know Old 11 can play Leshrac. We know that it can also play it as a 2, as a 4 in the current meta. The Pudge could go anywhere. They could even put Lion mid if they want to. So I just want to see what they pick, who goes for which hero. As PSG Quest, well, TA2000 for the Drow Ranger, it means it's going to be a gyro support. So we have Fly Wind Ranger carry. We have Old 11 with the offlane Omni Knight, and Butterfly Effect with the mid Leshrac. So that's a 5 Pudge and a 4 Lion.
5 Pudge with no setup. We gotta see if this guy's a god on Pudge, because you have absolutely no setup on lane. You have the Shackle, but Wind Ranger carry doesn't want to level up the Shackle soon. You don't have too many stuff to help land the hook. Like, you have the Stun on Lash and Lion, of course, but on the lane itself is going to be hard. So we need to watch top lane. We need to watch the safe lane to see if this guy's a god on Pudge. The Lash Arc doesn't act too much as a setup because you need to land the stun, and it's kind of hard to land the stun depending on the situation. You have the Lion, who, of course, helps to control, but of course, Lion's going to play with Omni. So if Lion randomly walks into the middle of the game by just wanting to stun you, you make sure Pudge is behind. So I want to see this Pudge, Panda. I'm excited.
I am as well. I mean, Team Kev, if they're gonna go down in style, this is the draft to do it. But if you can stretch the series tie and still head over to the final game with a draft like this and win, well, be my guest. I mean, I'm in for it. Like you said, you're excited for the Pudge. I feel like I'm also excited for the Pudge, but I feel like I'm more excited about Old 11 with the Omni Knight, because I've been playing a lot. TA2000, level 30 Pudge is like, yep, there's the tips. Pudge 2000, let's go. We got a game. Screw the Omni Knight. It's all about the Pudge now.
It's all about the Pudge. You guys got them Pudge. Level 30 Pudge. The good skin. Oh, the smoke, just break it.
Wild Hook. Oh, that would have been very risky if Undyne just went for the straight up blind hook as the smokes were popping, not even knowing where his enemy would have been.
And we see the Orb of Venom. Orb of Venom Pudge, the grenade. He wants to go for the right click. Has a lot of basic damage. Oh, Lion. The hook.
Oh, the
Let's go.
Into the hook. There goes the Colossus. Gyrocopter, welcome. But they might not quite get the kill, at least without taking heavy damage, as Ducalis will drop the Fly. And we've seen this last game already. Noob, he started off with a double kill with a mid-coddle. He also gets one in this game.
Yeah, this guy is just dreaming on this series. The best dream scenario for mid laners. When I start my ranked matches with First Blood as mid, I know I'm going to lose the game.
A lot of
because
pressure.
it doesn't work like that on ranked. It's sad. We see that he's already have a sentry to unblock the camp, because last game Kev just managed to block both camps, so he already has a sentry in case they block the camps again.
Yeah, this time it's a Radiant Coddle as well, so he'll want to keep those camps open. But Kev, they do the same thing again. Like you said, they blocked the nearest camp, not blocking 2 camps this time. I guess that 1 camp could be just enough, because you can blast from the lane into the camp, so you won't miss out on lane experience while you're farming 1 extra camp on the side.
Yeah, I think just blocking 1 camp is good, but they didn't block any camp this time, or am I wrong?
Yeah,
No,
that
they didn't
actually
block.
might be too far, that 1 sentry there.
Yeah, it's too far. Yeah, no block.
Yeah, the camp is open. Yeah, that's a good point. They didn't actually block it, so Caudle's going to be happy with both of his camps open. That means a lot more farm for Noob. Nothing too flashy from the top lane yet. Go for the quick stun
going to see
onto
more
the
action on
mid-ranger.
the bottom
Fly taking a lot of damage here from Malik and Omar. Quite a drop.
Oh, the right click from Pudge.
Quick hook as well. Power shot lift coming in as well. They're really extending their limits, and that's going to be the fly.
Oh,
down. One kill by the creeps off of Rubik, but that's still going to be a flesh heap stack secured for the Pudge, even if Malik does get the double kill on the DK. And he almost hit level 3. He was level 1 when he was still fighting, and now he's got a point in Dragon Blood, and he'll get his Breathe Fire available too.
Omar just broke 2 power shots with telekinesis. So the hook.
Oh, that's your level 30 Pudge right there. And that should be a kill.
Oh, the grenade.
Yeah, the bullet grenade, definitely.
Yeah.
You had a kind soul.
Well, this game is definitely not missing any spice in the laning stage either. Rayur, what do you think about this bottom lane though? Drow versus the Omni Knight.
It's kind of boring for Drow, but since since Drow has a gyro, I really enjoy playing Drow when you have a strong 5 like gyro, Undying, Trent, Ogre Mage, any hero that enables Drow to just right click. We see that Ducal is just playing forward and like I'm your security Drow, so make sure you can farm. I will make sure you're having a great time. And if Lion steps out of position, he's going to get killed. So it's really easy to get kills on Radiant on this matchup. You have lots of damage. Odd11 needs to be aware of those initiations because he still doesn't have Repel. So level 2.
Yeah, like what is a good level to pick it up? Because I feel like most of the time, if you have a difficult lane, you max out Purification above the Hammer of Purity, get your potentially even a Soul Ring after the Face Boot, so you can just pop your Soul Ring, get more heal out of the HP cost that it has, and recover a lot with the Purification, which is a very good item build, but you need Repel level 4, do you try to fight with it? You don't really want to use Repel as a saving tool. It feels like it's more of an ability used to go in.
Yeah. I feel it depends on the lane. If you're going to just stomp the lane, you have the of position 4 who has a big damage, you just go full greedy. You get 2 Purification, 0 Repel, and 2 Hammer of Purity. You just go for the big damage. And if you have playing a lane that the other heroes has a lot of progressive damage, like Venom, some debuff stuff, you just go for Repel 3 maybe. But it depends on the lane. Ducalis.
Darkopter training some hits here, keeping Imitator and Old11 busy. Gotta be careful of that Hammer of Purity because that is still a slow, which can be combined nicely with the Lion, especially once he picks up points in Mana Drain. Well, when you look at the CS, Fly, he might have 2 kills on the Wind Ranger, but he's got the least farm on the server right now. He's really not off to a great start with this this Wind Ranger, CS-wise at least.
It's the decay effect. It's hard to farm against decay. The hero denies too much, and you have the Fade Bolt, lack of damage, and the Breathe Fire. So, Wind Ranger is going to miss some CS on the lane phase. Especially because she has a 5... Oh, Pudge on bottom?
So the Pudge can actually make happen here. There's the stun from Lion. Hook is available as well for the pure damage onto the Darkopter. And Imitator will get the kill on the Lion, but that's another Flesh Heap secured. Director actively available. And mid lane as well. Butterfly Effect does drop low. Noob, 2 more seconds for Solar Bind. Really wants this kill. He wants some earn charges. The stun misses total from Butterfly Effect, and Omar coming in from the side as they'll take down Butterfly Effect. And that will give them the earn charges that Noob desperately needed. And Undyne, well, Pudge was trying to land the hook. He's playing some mind games with Omar, but won't be able to get it. Meanwhile, Imitator coming in from the back with the Lion, frozen the
Oh, the
grenade.
heal.
Undyne coming in from the other direction.
Oh
and Noob
my
gets
God.
the kill. And here comes Takalis as well. And that's going to be
Oh.
Quest securing everything in the mid lane and losing no one.
Oh my god. The level 6 on Koro, Lash is having a good time on mid. Almost he when he died for Koro, he almost had level 6, and this level difference is especially because Koro just farmed the hard camp. And we've seen Quest get advantage of this one level ahead of Lash and roaming mid and killing everyone, pressing down the tower. The tier 1 tower just got a little bit of damage, so it's going to help to push in a couple minutes when we see the next catapult. And Koro is again having the best time of his life. Travels into Horn of Shadow, 6 minutes in. Let's see the rotation with Travel.
Gonna have the money for it right now. And I think Noob is actually suspecting that the camp might be blocked. He's gonna go for a stack attempt, and will be successful. Meanwhile, a bit of fighting going on in that replay, where it just didn't quite work out for Kevin. You see here Undyne and Omar just playing a bit of mind tricks while the Lion was rotating in out of the shadows. They don't even see him coming. They had no vision whatsoever, and he just shows up just to stun up the Caudal. But still didn't really make too much of a dent because the Pudge and the Lion both ended up falling. Smoke up here from Kev. Imitator, Undyne coming behind this Caudal. Butterfly Effect is also ready to move in. They deactivated the Watcher, but does actually feel like Noob has an idea. Something's up. He's suspicious.
He knows, he knows.
Oh, here's the play.
Engage.
And the hook.
The hook.
Might still be able to chase, though. Illuminate is available, but at the same time, Imitator is bullying. There's the rocket. They need to kill this rocket, actually. They don't. They've got enough bottle charges to regenerate. So they'll keep the Lash alive, but Lion will fall for it. Top lane as well. The stun onto the Wind Ranger. Fly trying to make a run for it with Noob already making a second play. But that's just going to be a teleport out. They see Dragon Tail is used, and that's the only stun they have available.
We see the pressure starting to kick in by Koro.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This hero, when he plays on the snowball, it's super annoying to deal with because he's everywhere. He does a bizarre ton of damage, and you need to find him to make sure you don't feed or try to win a fight. It's hard to find him because he has a lot of movement speed. So even when you caught him on fight, he just ran away. You see a good ward there for the Ducalis. They want to press top.
Yeah, and Omar is level 6, so stolen power shot. There's a lot of damage when coming from a Rubik. Oh, there's the hook, but he won't be able to steal it. So the power shot does connect, but Ducalis, big
the
damage there with the rocket barrage into the back line, and that's going to be another 2 kills going for Quest. Omar for 1, Ducalis for the other, and the DK gets to live another day. So they'll finish off the tier 1 tower on top, and that will give PSG Quest a 2k lead.
The rocket barrage, it's too much damage.
Radiant's middle tower is
We're going to see in the replay that he almost solo wind by just spamming the spells. It's bizarre. Look at this.
Yeah, I had the power shot. Like, on a Rubik, that power shot does 535 damage instead of 470 with all the spell amp.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is
Yeah,
under
that's
attack.
half of Lion's HP pool right there. That's how much damage it does.
That's how much, yeah. Oh my
DK
god.
popping the ulti, and they're going to push towards the mid T1. Kev, they are observing the situation. Old 11 is also trying to cut the waves in the bottom lane, but won't be able to quite translate into a tower push because Kev, they're considering, do we defend or not? And they're sending heroes bottom to fight Old 11. As the mid tier 1 falls, the Rocket's going to chase the Omni Knight, but he has Repel. But will you see the Rocket in time? Yes, he does. And The turnaround coming out as well with the damage onto the Colossus. The Gyrocopter are going to be low here. Imitator with Butterfly Effect getting the kill. Omar though with a stolen power shot. There goes the Omni Knight. Old 11 out. Omar chased by Butterfly Effect. Another kill for the Leshrac. Noob and TA will both have to back out this one. So Kev, they don't have to walk out with empty hands. They get 2 at the cost of their Omni Knight.
Dire's middle tower is under
I feel like
Tower
they could just give up the tower bottom and proceeds to farm the Dire jungle on top, but they insist on defend. The vessel? Oh, the big damage.
That's a pause 5 support just disappearing off of your screens. Another vessel charge earned for the Caudal. Another solar bind used. Fly. I'll be able to walk out of this one. But what is the tempo that Quest is really looking for here? Like, you need to succeed an early game with the Caudal, sure. But when does this Drow want to tune in? Drow isn't really your hero that's just AFK farms. You got to fight with this hero too.
I think you can just let Drow do whatever she wants for the next 10 minutes. When Drow gets like maybe Manta on Dragonlance, she can join the game. But PSG Quest doesn't need a Drow right now. Drow can just have a good time and farm, and like if she wants, she can join the game, but only if she wants, because they have the damage, they have the disengage, and they have the ways to open space for Drow. So they don't rely Drow for anything else. That's not the case on Cav. They need Wind Ranger. They need the damage. So Wind Ranger needs to join the game. You're going to see Wind Ranger. Oh, Lion?
Yeah, they're already going in pretty deep here. Quest contesting the ancient stacks that were made for the Leshrac on Butterfly Effect only gets half of it. Do they lose this tower too? I think they can just take it. But look at... They're making two moves at the same time. Noob and Omar are also pressuring top, waiting for the Wind Ranger to show. While the bottom tier one has fallen. And they're going to spot the Pudge. So there's the Solar Bind into the vessel. And the hook actually does connect, but is it enough for the Rubik kill?
He stole the hook.
The Dismember goes through, but it's not enough. And Fly chased by Malik. And there's the fire that just burns the Wind Ranger to a crisp.
It's too much damage. It's hard to cap to try to defend the towers in those small fights. Why they are playing two sides of the maps at the same time? Because the way Caudal engages the game, he creates a pressure so big on the map that every hero that he's going to find is going to die.
Yeah.
Unless Omni Knight, because he has Repel. So they're just playing with two and opening space for draw.
Omar doesn't actually see the Lion there. He was smoked up, but they know he has an Invis rune, and Rubik has Meat Hook stolen. So I'm waiting to see Omar. Can he show himself better than the level 30 Pudge on the enemy side? That's what I'm hyped for.
Oh, he's going for the rune.
Yeah, smart idea, actually. It's going to be there for him to pick it up. Wisdom rune there, secure for Kev. While the four-man smoke coming through the mid lane from Quest. Dukalis, Omar, Malik, and Noob. If they can kill Lesh, they'll be huge. But he has a Yules, and he is under the tower. The hook, oh, the creep walks in between. He's like, pick me instead. And Lesh will get out. Unfortunate. Well, what is Lion up to here? Found the stacks.
Just messing around, scouting the map.
Yeah. I guess messing around is probably the key word. They see the wind. Also, I think the wind also caught wind of the situation.
Dire are scanning.
Well, 15 minutes and a 5k lead. You talked about the Wind Ranger needs to be activated early. Is the BKB the item that will change things?
It will help, but you have Draw Ranger, so it depends. It doesn't depend exclusively on BKB. like, of course, a BKB it's necessary for Wind Ranger to fight because you have Solar Bind, etc. Tons of magical damage, but you need Lash to have more impact. You need Lash to have those big items to jump in and get information on the map. Oh, Cav, dying?
Yep.
Alright.
Looks like maybe Fly can turn things around. At least the Pudge will drop, but here comes Nuke from the behind, taking down the Wind Ranger. And Old 11, he's a bit late for the party. It's going to be in a 1v3. At the same time, Imitator does show up. They find the ward. 2 heroes down. Quest getting out scot-free. Still thinking about potentially engaging. That is the shard on the Omni Knight with an Echo Saber picked up. So that will be a hefty amount of burst with the double hammers and the purification combo.
Yeah, it's the best time for Omni. Those 15 minutes shard into Echo Saber. But they don't have anyone to jump in. Like, you want to fight with Omni, you want to pop the spells and the stuff, but who's going to engage? You have Pudge who can hook, but it's hard to just rely on the hook. You need someone to run in and engage people, so you can do your stuff as Omni.
Same time, Malik linking in aggressively there, potentially to find the Pudge or anybody. This Quest they could potentially push. There's the Dragon form popped on the DK. They have vision in the triangle. Nobody's showing under it. Only spot Butterfly effect farming in front of the tower. They would like somebody to overextend. And Kev's actually going to smoke up, so everybody else except the Wind Rangers in this. They're going to walk right in. Malik's going to be right there. Throws the stun onto the Omni Knight. And Old 11, he finally gets to repel off. They got Tukalas thrown in with the hook from Undyne. And that will be one traded. Can they get another kill with the DK standing still? Undyne does not have Dismember. And he's going to get thrown back and forth. Huge blast coming in from the Caudle. Taking down 2. Forcing Imitator and Old 11 to disengage. But that Lion, he's not going to be as lucky to escape. Quest will take 3 at the cost of 1.
DK were just standing still in the middle of everyone and is like, yo, where's the damage? There's no damage. I'm going to just stay here and draw just join the fight and get those kills. Cav doesn't have the damage, I think.
Dire's middle tower
Like you have Omni, of course, but if you don't get Caudle first, maybe draw, it's really tough to fight. Because you have the sustain from Caudle, who heals too much, the Vessel. Oh, the hook!
Yeah, but is this the
no
play?
No one was ready.
No, yeah, no one was ready for that one. And Omar actually, he has purification stone,
Fly.
So that's a big pure damage ability. Fly walks into the harm's way, comes straight from the south side towards that tier 2 tower, and yeah, I feel like Kev are just getting dismantled again. You said they were dismantled 2-0 by Nouns. I feel like Quest is doing the same thing to them the second day in a row.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, maybe Kev, they didn't get the approach on the draft that they needed. I feel like this Pudge, it's really lost on the composition, you know?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Maybe they had an idea on how to play the hero, but it's not good enough.
There's a possibility that they probably wanted this Pudge to be a core, but as soon as the Caudle pick came through, it was like, well, this hero is going to be active before this Pudge is going to be active, so they just demoted it straight to support. And of course Undyne, like, it's a level 30 Pudge, but it's just not finding its place here.
Did you see the damage on Caudle?
Yeah, so fair attempt. Yeah, that Caudle is scary. Octarine core ready, Dagon on the list. That's going to give even more amp. You actually see the wind. Solar Bind, this ability has ridiculous cast range, but he needs a bit more vision.
Radiant are scanning.
Maybe Quest need to go Russian. They're just pressing up the map. They want to steal the Torment. Oh, Butterfly.
They're fighting at the Tormentor spot. The Wisdom Rune is stolen by Ducalis. There's the Yules on the Leshrac. He'll buy some time as TA2000 trying to finish him off. The Lion is history, but Flyfly
Oh,
could
the
maybe
dodge.
take down the Drow, but Flyfly gets stunned up by Malik, and here comes Butterfly Effect, still trying to capitalize. He's dead as well, and TA2000 will live. He's going to get the tip from Omar as well. Nice little back paddling there. Good positioning. Drow survives, and Kev, they're just throwing bodies at them. That's how it feels like where you were.
Excellent positioning and excellent dodge on the Shackle. You can see the Wind Ranger was like, okay, Lash is going to die, but I'm going to kill this Drow. And nope. Nope,
Denied.
nope.
There goes your Tormentor as well. Quest, they're in full charge of this game, and they have not let go. Just pedal to the metal. If in the previous game, Kev had a good start to the laning stage with Butterfly Effect snowballing that game, I don't feel anybody snowballing on the side of the Dire. They're just on the receiving end. Every single engagement has gone for PSG. And into the rush pit they go.
They can't initiate fights. It's too hard. You have Dagger on Omni, but who's going to stun?
Is anybody really ready to fight anymore? Because the items that they have lined up, PSG Quest already, they kind of have like the equivalent right now. You look at net worth, they're at 13, almost 14k. Wins at 9, Omni's at 10. There's a full item difference already between them. And they've spotted the Pudge, so increase that gap even more. Ducalis is right next to Old 11 here in the bottom lane. He's going to be in for a bit of an ill surprise. Actually finds the Omni Knight, but doesn't realize that Imitator is also here with the Lion. Double hammer thrown in with a Purification Burst and Old 11. He'll get one, but he's going to die to TA2000 and Noob unless they can somehow cancel the teleport. Omar there with the lift. That will be another one going in the way of Quest. Omar secures it. And he's stolen Guardian Angel too. So any physical damage you were hoping to have this game, well, that's also going to be taken away from you as Malik does spot Butterfly Effect, so he's going to be able to teleport before any stunner shows up. But yeah, it's a very one-sided game.
Just a matter of time now. You have the eggs on draw, you have Pike, Manta. They're just pushing the through waves, make sure Kev stays on the base. And I think they can try a high ground. They need to be aware of Pudge, but it's not like on the last game that they have the kick on Tusk, you know?
Yeah.
So maybe they're going to play, maybe they're going to respect their high ground more this time. I don't know. But I think that it's easier to try.
Yeah,
from the last game.
Thought. They are going to leave the base. They've got the blink up on the Pudge. They are looking for anything on the side of PSG Quest, but can they set a trap of their own? Because the Arcane Rune is in the river. And Drow, they're sending an illusion. Goodbye, illusion. Yep, they read it right. They saw that they were coming. So they'll play the mind games on top of mind games. Prevent anybody from actually dying to Kev.
Radiant are scanning.
So there goes that smoke. We will not get a fight. PSG Quest, however, they will smoke up themselves as they know where Kev were. Hoping to find someone still sitting around in the area. The Pudge, we talked about, he does have that blink. So does the DK. Oh, Old 11. Oh, he's in a bad spot here. He's going to get stunned by the Dragon Tail. And as TA2000 shows up, that's going to be the Omni dead. And the one thing that Kev can do, try to split push out the waves. But the thing is, the mid lane's already in. They could go high ground. Oh, look at TA2000. No fear.
Middle tower is under attack.
Just went straight to the high ground, even without creeps when the Pudge was right there. He's like, yep, I don't care about you. I'm just going to hit this building here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Glyph on Glyph. The creeps almost dying. Yeah, they're just trying to hit the creeps instead. The hook almost connects, but not close enough. And with the catapult still remaining, the tier 3 tower looks to be history. Shackle shot does connect as the catapult dies. And yeah, they just need like one hit. Anti-illusion will finish up the trick. We'll get him. Tier 2000 credited with a kill. And now the lanes of Rax. Kev, what can they do? Everybody's alive. Wind Ranger almost killed. Hook misses again. They just can't get the hooks to connect.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
When you rely too much on hooks to start fights and you miss it, it's life, you know. Next time,
life.
pick a better hero.
Yeah, I think when you're at the point where you're hoping Pudge to land hooks, something's gone wrong in the game.
Yeah.
One lane secured. On to the next one as they
fly?
spot fly, and the hook,
The
again, it's
hook.
too late. It won't even save them. They're just too soft at this point. That's a level 18 Drow next to a level 10 Pudge. 2000 in full control here on the steps of the high ground. Age is still 30 seconds.
Tower is under attack. Dire's structures are falling.
Last connection onto the Leshrac. Constant illuminate heal there from the Caudal. Will keep the Drow alive.
The way they're scouting with illusions is really smart. They're just blocking the draw of the illusions, and we see that DK is doing the same.
Dire's
Really
top
smart
tower
decision.
has fallen.
Throws the second lane of Rax as well. Uncontested by Kev with their Wind Ranger coming up in 6 seconds. Will not be enough, and another hook dodged with a blink. They just don't have like a CM Crystal Nova or any kind of AoE effect that could break blinks, because it feels like they are just struggling to set things up. And I think you mentioned this in the draft as well. Like, what's your setup?
Yeah, you don't have anyone to set up. You don't have anyone to jump the backline, because like Omni wants to jump in, but he wants to jump in and make sure people are not just going to start running away from him. You have Lion with Dagger, but it's not enough. You don't have sustain. You don't have anyone else to jump in and give the tons of damage. Purge doesn't help too much. Like the composition of the heroes itself, they don't get along with each other, you know. Smoked. I feel like
Again,
Pudge.
another
What?
attempt for a hook, and he's almost dead thanks to that, and Malik will just blink in.
The blink in.
Go straight for the Pudge, then the Dismember doesn't even manage to go through, but the DK might drop. I'm saying might because they're putting a lot of effort to it, but they can't quite get the kill. Fly will die out as well, and Kev, they're running out of firepower. As PSG Quest, one after the other, success after success, but Takalis on the high ground, battling it out. Butterfly effect will drop at the TH2000 Drow, low on HP, but it's just not enough at this stage of the game. And there's your GG call coming out as PSG. Well, they go up to 1-1 with this 2-0 victory, but Kev, well, they're gonna have to bite the dust for the second day in a row.
What a dominance by PSG Quest. What a dominance. I feel on this last fight, no one was dying. Like DK almost got bursted, but they missed like 500 HP, and then Draw Wind Rangers proceeds to jump in the fight like crazy, and Draw just burst the Wind Ranger. The game just got in that situation that you can't do anything anymore. You just gotta accept.
Yeah, there's only so much that you can take, and Team Cav, I feel like they fell behind too early. We liked the draft, of course. Like, there's always a bit of content value when you see the drafts come out, and it's like, well, if you can make this work, then hats off. You've really pulled off something miraculous here. But there's also the other side of the coin where this can happen, and it just doesn't work out. And it's like, well, we lost the series. We didn't get anything done in the second game.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah. This Pudge didn't work well, didn't have any impact on the lane. He got like 2 or 3 kills on the lane stage, I think, but on the game itself doesn't did anything. The fact that they didn't ban Caudal also kind of makes me ask why they don't choose to make sure Noob doesn't play in the comfort zone. And overall, PSG Quest just played well. They played well. They played in the comfort zone. I don't feel that coming from Cav. And I think that's it. Really dominance on the series.
Yeah, very important pieces for PSG Quest to also kind of recover from that yesterday series versus Boom, because knowing that they're now going to go up to 1-1, it puts them in a much more relaxed position, because a Swiss stage format is always very stressful indeed, because you're constantly worried about your score line. It's something different to a GSL format or a regular round robin group stage. You are always thinking about this next game matters so much. This game matters so much. This next game, it could be an elimination series if we lose the previous one. You just kind of start to like overrack thoughts and start to overthink the whole situation. So getting a win here is very important for your mental inside this team, because I feel like PSG Quest, they're showing a lot of promise, and I hope they keep this kind of momentum going.
Yeah, you're absolutely right upon the mental situation that these players are in right now, because Cav just got destroyed by Nouns, so you just start the next series with the mentality not set up on the correct way, you know, because you just got pushed off really hard by Nouns, and you're like, oh, our team's not good enough, we're missing this, we're missing that. Then you start to questioning things like, is this going to work, is this bad, I don't know. And you just got in the series with the not the right mentality, and I think we see that from Cav on this game, especially with this Pudge pick. The draft overall, I don't want to blame Pudge itself, but they're missing a lot of things. They're missing engage, they're missing stuns, the Pudge pick wasn't good, and it's a whole structure.
Yeah, there's a lot of pieces to it for sure. And while we're actually waiting for an interview to happen, we're going to take a tiny break so we can set things up. And after that, don't disappear anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple minutes for the winner interview from PSG Quest. We'll be back in a bit. And we're back for the winner interview as promised, as we have a member from PSG Quest on the line. And I believe we should have Noob there. Congratulations on your win, Noob. It's good to see you. It's been a while since the DPC when we got to talk the last time. And yesterday when you didn't get a win on your own series versus Boom, today you did. I actually wanted to talk to you about yesterday a bit. You know, you got a 3-map series. You were getting a good start for yourselves in game number 1, but things didn't quite click. But instead of the Dota part of things, how do you feel Ducalis, the newer member of the team, has sat in these last 2 days?
Ducalis, I think he's a good addition to the team. He has energy, he always wants to play, try stuff, and he brings a lot to the team. We like him.
Yeah, he's been a guy who's been all over the East European teams in the DPC the last few years. So I feel like he's a good addition to your team, and we could see it today in the series versus Kev. You kind of made game 2 look a bit too easy. But what was the things you talked about as a team when you were going through research about Kev? What are the things you needed to pay attention to, and what was the confidence level of the team overall at the start of the day?
I think we were pretty confident to play against them. We discussed drafts, just about early phase drafts, like what to ban, what to pick, like Konka, Razor, Leshrac. I think they were priority, and that was about it. The games looked easy because they kind of gave us Kotel in 3 games.
Yeah, you guys got a crazy good start for the Kotel in both games. Yeah. Rayor, did you have something in depth about the games?
Yeah. Did you guys had on a strategy in case Kotel was banned? Because I felt like you played in the comfort zone the whole series, and your dominance on Kotel, you just destroyed the game. I feel like Kev wasn't aiming for the Kotel, and you just played the comfort zone.
I think, we had strategies, but I can't really say anything. But yeah, we had other plans.
You guys waited more to go on the high ground on this last game because of the mistakes of the first one, because you guys are winning the series and almost 10-12k network, then Tusk just get eggs and start kicking throne to the base, and I felt like on this game you guys try to quite slow down the high ground because of Pudge. Do you guys think it's because of the first game, or you guys don't want to commit the same mistakes? What was passing through your guys' minds?
I think it's both. It's about first game we messed up a bit. We had an idea how to go high ground, but we weren't on the same page. We wanted to X mark from first time, but we feed. And second game, it's like we lose nothing if we don't go high ground. We're out farming them, so it's okay. We just farm more and when we want.
Nice. Thank you.
I just wanted to point out that the series was actually kind of very entertaining. Not sure for you guys. I think you were very laid back and relaxed. Like you said, you didn't do a lot of prep versus Kev, but there were like double Radiance pickups in game 1. TA2000, he Manta dodged an X-Spark from your Kunkka, and he almost died on the because of that. You guys were tipping him. And then game 2, you get this wild draft that you have to play against, and you just pull things off. It felt like a very regular day at the office for you guys. So do you feel going tomorrow into the 1-1 series, you're very laid back and very relaxed, or was there any moment of tension during game 1, for example? You lost a couple fights in a row. Did that impact anything in your team's mentality?
I think game 1 was pretty rough when we messed up and died. Game wasn't easy anymore. It's like we had to fight for it, and they had good heroes to fight. Brew was causing a lot of trouble. We had to fight good to win, and we did it.
My last question is going to be a short one for tomorrow. I know you just said you don't want to reveal too many secrets about your drafts, but is there something we should look forward to tomorrow from you guys? Is there anything? It could be a hero, it could be a thing you say in game or do in your game. Is there something you might be leaving in store, or are you just treating it as a normal game?
I don't even know who we're playing, so it's hard to tell. It's hard to say. You just have to wait and see.
All right, so you're just going to wait and see. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us, Noob.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Bye-bye.
And there we had our winner interview from the side of PSG Quest. And Rayor, yeah, you could sense it. The guys were very laid back, very relaxed. Just a normal series
Very
amongst
chill.
the others.
Yeah, I like the short answers, the confidence. I really enjoyed that. Very nice guy.
He's always been a very relaxing lad. I remember in the DPC as well, we got to talk with him and his teammates a couple times, especially last year when they did the miracle run to TI, where every point mattered, when they still had Amar in the team, and they were able to just and barely get into TI. It was just a crazy good run from the guys, and you can see that even if Amar is no longer in the team, they've built this structure with or without the guy, and they can make things work. And like we talked about Ducalis, the guy seems to fit in very nicely with the team, already familiar with the players from pubs and previous teams.
Yeah, this team had a really structure around Amar, and when he left, everyone got like, I don't think this team is good enough. But they're like, yo, guys, we are here to show that we don't need him, and we are going to destroy some games. So it's nice to see the evolution of the team without Amar and how they are dealing with. Ducalis was a really he really fits well on the team, and let's see tomorrow. Let's see the next series of them.
Yep, the next series, well, at least on this stream, we still got one more to go, so we're going to throw you guys on a little break. Thank you, Rayo, for tuning in here with me, and I think you're still going to be staying on stream with DK Truman, if I got this correct, as you have Heroic versus Entity, so pretty spicy one. Have fun with that series, but without that being said, I'm going to take a tiny break, and we'll see you guys in a moment for the final series of the day here on the A stream.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We had a quick swap, the Harry T Panda for the ball DK, but Ryer stays the same. My name is DK Truman, joined by the wonderful Ryer, and we're looking for some South American Dota. Finally, Ryer, looking forward towards it?
Really excited to be here with you. It's a pleasure to cast with you again, and I really want to see this series not only because it's a South American team with two Brazilian friends of mine, but we have on the other side Entity with a insane lineup.
Yeah, Entity has been looking really good. Covered a couple of their matches recently and some other qualifiers. They're looking reinvented, and honestly, the player that surprises me the most in that roster. I mean, obviously, no one has been getting a lot better and been playing a little bit more of the aggressive heroes instead of, DK, Kunkka, the boring lot. But DM, that's a player I did not personally expect to make those steps. He had a pretty rough time at OG, but right now the man is looking really good.
Yeah, he's shining. It's funny to see because in some teams, some players doesn't shine too much, doesn't have the spotlight, but when they change, you can just see that they are beasts,
Yeah. He's one of those. Obviously, on the other side, another offlaner that has struggled for quite some time was the Vailama. Once he joined Hero, things have been looking on the up and up. It does help that you got the wonderful Schofield next to you in lane. That must definitely help him significantly in that South American region.
Yeah, the improvement of Heroic overall, it's insane because everyone's playing super good. Everyone's playing super good. We see Analog that just improved a lot. And when Davalama jumps in, the team seems like a beast with no control.
It is, of course, going to have some interesting draft potential here between the two sides. Both teams have their quirky safe laners. One side is, obviously considered to be the best pub star out there. You've got Watson. The man can play literally anything, so you can't ban his heroes. A lot of teams try it. They always fail. And on the other side, you got K1. He can make anything into a core. So doesn't really matter. They have so much diversity between these safe laners. It is really hard to try and take them down.
Yeah, they have this diversity, but on the bans itself, we can see that they are focusing on the other guys. We've seen Entity aiming for the heroes that we see the Timber ban from Davai and the Furion and the Shen from Kajota. On the last series that the Rock have played, the other team just aimed a lot on these heroes. We've seen them banning Last Chamber and Disruptor, and Entity just following the same start banning phase.
I mean, obviously, I think Timber is one of those heroes that is a little bit too strong in this current patch, which is weird because the previous patch he was kind of useless. But yeah, we started off with a Lesh versus a Bat, which the Bat Rider I expect the first round pick / ban. It's in almost every series, every single region. But the Lesh first phase pick, that has to be just to support their mid laner.
Yeah, we've seen this on the last series, and Lesh is a really comfort zone for Analog. Probably is going to be mid. But this Bat Rider, it's a good response. I like this hero against Lash. I really like this matchup if they put the Bat Rider on mid, which probably is not going to happen, but I'm just saying because I'm mid laner and I always get a look on these matchups. Probably going to be a bad support, but let's see. Everything can happen.
Yeah, I assume it's a Bat support. I think mid Bat is not really being played at all, really. It's primarily Pulse 5 or Pulse 4. The one thing that I do like, of course, about the Lesh first phase pick is it does cover up a lot of the heroes that Watson likes to play, like Naga Siren. You can't really play Naga against the Lesh. It's okay against TB, especially if you get to the point where you get the Aghanim Scepter down the line. PL can't play against Lesh. Not really the most Watson hero. Even the Meepo has struggles against the Leshrac. So I do like the fact that it does cover those bases. And it's an active, aggressive hero, which I definitely like. That's, the South American playstyle. You got K1 in your team, probably him and Parker are the two most farm-heavy safe laners in the game. You get a active mid laner, you can make plays even without K1.
Yeah. I like this Lash pick. It blocks a lot, like you've just talked. And it fixes the problems with Siege. It fixes problems with Siege if you ended up making a draft that it doesn't have a good Siege. Lash fixes this up. And tons of AoE damage. So not only blocks the heroes from Watson, the Illusions heroes, but on the fight itself, it's a lot of AoE damage. Probably Heroic is going to pick something to enable Lash. I don't know if Kajota wants to play Pugna. It's going to be kind of strange. I don't think it fits the play style, but I don't like seeing Lash alone on the draft. Like, you just first phase pick Lash and let the hero walk by its own legs, because I think it's easy to counter, So you need something up to enable the game so the hero seems really OP.
Yeah, it does get comboed a lot with heroes like Centaur or, as you mentioned, the Pugna, Coddle. I don't think Schofield's a little bit more of the aggressive in-your-face support player, like the Tusk, like the Clockwork possibly, which also aren't bad choices. They're good saves in case it's needed.
Let's see what entity is going to ban. Lifestealer.
Lifestealer is one of the strongest heroes. And considering they banned out the Razor on Heroic, it makes perfect sense that you ban out the Lifestealer, because that is one of the strongest counters already removed.
And it's one of the heroes that K1 started to play in the competitive. He started playing with Lifestealer and Wraith King 4 or 5 years ago, so it's his signature. This guy's a beast with this hero.
Oof. And there we get it. The one thing you should never do when you play against Entity, you should never let Fishman play his Bane. I think only Fishman and Panda are the two players in Dota where I'd be like, nope, don't give them the Bane. No one else can play it like they can.
There are some tricks of positioning with Bane that when you have these players that like this hero, it seems like really hard to counter, and there's a Rubik. You have Bane, I don't care, I'm going to steal the grip.
It's also good to steal the lasso against Batrider to just push him away in case it goes horribly wrong. And yeah, in general, it's a Schofield hero that he likes to play a lot of. One of the more... he can play very aggressively, but tends to play it a little bit more defensively because obviously it is a Rubik and it dies very quickly. There you have the save. You mentioned you needed something to make sure the Lesh survives, and that's it. It's the save swap to get him out of the lasso, out of the Fiend's grip. Some good, useful tools there.
I like this Venge pick, but we are probably going to see a right-click hero that can use the aura. Of course you want to exclusively pick Venge for the save, but you want to make sure that you benefit from the Wave of Terror and the Vengeance aura, and you have Lina.
It's looking like a more and more fun game for Schofield. So many great spells to steal.
Yeah.
And Lina, honestly, you're playing against Lesh. There are very few heroes that actually lose the Lesh to win against Lesh, and Lina is still considered the strongest mid laner.
Yeah, Lina is super good against Lesh on the lane. I really like to play on the game, on the mid game, Lina against Lesh, because it's too much damage. So overall, it's a bad matchup for Lesh. And you have Centaur for the engage and disengage for Lesh. But it's an insane game for Rubik. You have Lasso, you have Grip, you have Laguna, you have Stampede. You have mid spells that are good. You have the Brain Sap from Bane. You have the Slave and the Stun from Lena. The Hoof Stomp from Centaur is not that bad. Double Edge for pushing lanes. Of course, you don't want to spam Double Edge as Rubik because you don't get
You
that
die.
much HP. You die. But it's a really good
It is
game
dangerous,
for
though.
Yeah.
I think Heroic needs to be very careful because they are in your face. They have Batrider plus Centaur plus Lena. They can fight super early. Bane for the save, always a big plus. And Rubik is not a hero that is very survivable. If you Stampede, Blink, Stun, Rubik's most of the time instantly dead.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's
Mars.
such a good counter to the Centaur. And makes it a very strong lane as well. Rubik plus Mars can always get good repositioning going, so you have to be very careful with the last pick here.
And it's a super strong lane, Rubik and Mars, because you always have set up for the spear.
Both sides still need to pick their safe laners. They know the enemy's off lane. I do think Venge can have some heavy struggles against the Centaur plus Bat. You push him back with the Flame Break into a Hoof Stomp, and normally Venge tends to die. But there are still some safe laners that don't care too much about Centaur. Not that those are... There are not too many that don't care about Centaur. I think as a hero, Centaur is just insanely strong.
Yeah. Maybe Heroic is going to ban Terrorblade, I think. Because Entity just banned it. Because they have the first pick on the last phase. TB was good for Heroic. It was good for both teams.
I would say it's more for Heroic so that they have, with the Mars Arena, it's easy to set everything up. You get the aura. It does kind of get smashed in the lane if you're not careful, which is the only downside. Against the center, you have very little HP. And I'm really curious to see if these teams are going to go for the late game or for the early game with that last pick. Because both these lineups can go late and early. Their mid-core scale incredibly well into late, but they're also really strong in the early game for pushing power and early ganks.
I don't think when you're drafting, you're thinking on going on the late game itself. It's based on the game that you're playing. Like if the lane phase was good, the mid game was decent, if you had the first Aegis, then you start to think on the late game. But both teams, based on the draft, we don't see the carries. We are going to see right now the
classic.
The classic. The classic.
Day one ABBA. Oh, disgusting. I mean, everyone's had nightmares before ABBA safe lane was a thing. And it's so good against Bane, Batrider, the instant break the lasso. You can save your allies. It's kind of surprising it was actually still left in the pool.
So much stuff to ban. Based on draft, I see that Heroic has a better late game because of survivability. And on the late game, when Rubik get eggs, is going to be another core. Let's see what Entity is going to pick. I see Slark, but I don't know if they want to actually pick Slark. Yeah.
I don't think you want to pick Slark against the Lesh. Like, you get completely... Yeah, I think that's a better choice. It is a bit of a risky one, but it is Watson. He's a Pudge spammer. He's a Pudge god. So, with the setup of the Bane... I mean, this is like the only hero where I'd be thinking, yeah, I think they can take this one on the side of Entity. I really dig the Pudge last pick.
I trust this Pudge last pick just because it's Watson.
That's my thought as well. It's Watson.
Yeah, sure. If it was anybody else, I was going to, what is this? Just pick a real hero, but it's Watson. We gotta give the guy some credit.
It's one of the few heroes that actually lanes incredibly well against what they're up against. The Batrider plus Centaur. If you get at level... I mean, you probably get at level 4 the Flesh Heap, but the damage reduction is going to be very handy to have. And obviously, Nightmare into Hook in the tower is normally a quick kill or at least a lot of damage in the lane. And yeah, I'm looking forward towards this game. Both safe laners are playing what is quintessential their hero. You got Pudge on Watson, you got K1 on the Abaddon, you got weird drafts, fun drafts, and exciting drafts, because both these lineups look like they're looking to fight minute one. Go, go, go. You know, Pudge hooks, plus the Lesh on the opposing side. It's going to be a blast.
I'm excited to see this game. Every time they pick Pudge, I'm like, I don't know, but I like to see the hero so much. I feel like Heroic is playing the comfort zone. We have K1 going for Abaddon, Analog as a classic Lash. Maybe Kajota, I don't like the Vengeful. Kajota playing Vengeful, but he's going to play well the hero. The classic Davai Lama's Mars. Let's see the game. Definitely a good game to watch.
Yeah, everyone's playing comfort, which means both teams failed at the draft. It's a very scary one when on one hand you have K1 on the Abaddon and on the other hand you have Fishman as well on that Bane. There are plenty of saves though. That's, I think, one of the most important things. They can save against the Dismember, they can save against the Fiend Script, they can save against the Lasso, and those are really important tools for this game.
Yeah. And you have the Rubik to make sure he turn around the balance by stealing those spells.
Even the Pudge Hook, which obviously, if Watson plays correctly, should never be stolen. But even the Pudge Hook / Dismember steal. Hey, Schofield, this is one of the best games to be able to play a Rubik.
Yeah. Well,
maybe only if the Centaur was an Enigma, it would be slightly more fun and better, but that's as far as I would expect the difference.
By closing the draft, picking Pudge, Entity really doesn't want to go for the late game. Answering your question that you asked me on the draft. When you pick Pudge, you have in mind that you want to finish the game as fast as possible. Like 30 minutes on the second Aegis. You don't want to go too much for the late game because this hero, he's really tanky, but he's not a real carry. So if they snowball the hero, they manage to win the lane phase and get those spicy Pudge items, you can see Pudge shine this game.
Budka Gaming, there's the Observe Award started with the plant. Watson with the hook. KJ gets dragged in. Hookstop comes out and first blood to be secured for no one. So that's a fast bottle in mid. Watson gets his first Flash Heap stack and everybody's happy on the side of Entity. Got him. Immediately checking if there's a ward on the opposing side as well. But there is none placed just yet.
It's so sad getting those hooks on the beginning of the game. I feel super sad when this stuff happened to me.
At least it's not the mid laner.
Yeah, but the mid laner got the
speaking
first
of which,
blood.
Analog, gotta be a little bit careful because you can easily get another hoof stomp into Hook coming through. Same with what the Vailama and Schofield are heading towards because there's a Watson Fishman. They have an Observer Ward, so they'll see them coming. And Watson, the push back. Who's going to grab it? It is going to be the fast fingers of Watson. Devailama trying to run away, but there's a hook available for Watson to secure Devailama. Schofield will just back off, so it's going to be 3 bounty runes for the Radiant side, plus 2 kills and 2 early Flesh Heap stacks. He doesn't have them popped up yet, but they will be heading there.
Nice decision by not hooking the Mars for the kill and going for the right click, because every hook on the lane counts too much. It's too much mana. And Watson just bring a Mango from the base when he get those kills to make sure that he won't lack mana on the lane.
The hero has only 1 spell and he always runs out of mana. It does luckily also have a couple of magic stick charges. Ooh. Hook does not connect up in mid. No one versus Analog. That is well, not something Analog enjoys because it's one of the few matchups he should struggle with, especially if First Blood has been gifted away.
Yeah. You don't want to play this matchup when Lina, you don't want
Schofield.
to like to play. Oh, top.
Hooked in the tower. Nightmare plus hook equals kill, and that is another kill coming in. Yeah, this lane is going to be a very big struggle. Recovering
Watson's
from that
push
lane
is
is
paying
gonna be
off.
hard. Yep, Pudka Gaming with the pain. It's
Two hooks,
just
two
a
kills.
disgusting lane. Gotta be careful for another. Well, luckily enough, there's no tower in range. Watson can go for another hook. Devailama wants to block the hook.
Dyer's turret
And
has
in
been
front of
killed.
Watson, making sure there will not be another catch onto Schofield.
And we can see on mid lane that no one's dominate the lane.
Yeah, this is not fun. First pick, Lash, you know, you're picking your mid laner first round is always a risky move. Fishman doesn't actually have the mana for another Nightmare. But Watson tries to sliver right through. Yeah, I think bottom lane is where we should keep that camera most of the time. Because top lane, obviously, there's kill potential, but it's hard to kill in a bottom. And mid should only go wrong if there's a rotation, because I don't think Analog wants to play that lane very aggressively.
Yeah, he wants to just trade farm and get whatever he can without feeding, because if he feeds... Oh, the hook!
The Nightmare actually saved Schofield right there, because he Nightmared Schofield, the hook went through Schofield, hit Devailama, dragged him in the tower. But Schofield would have died. Like, Devailama is very tanky, he has the HP to survive. The Mars is not so... the Rubik is not so lucky. But they have another Nightmare into hook potentially. Watson's actually just going to walk up to Schofield instead of go for the hook. A lot of damage dealt. Right clicks from Fishman do work. Actually, he needs to be careful as well. Gets speared back towards the tier 1 tower. There's the slow coming in. He does have Fairy Fire, but he's just going to die. The hook comes out onto the Devailama, but Schofield sidesteps a lot of hooks in this lane.
Playing well. Playing really well.
Mid lane, though,
I mean,
completely different story.
Can do something about mid. Guy just had the first blood. You're
and
absolutely counter. Oh,
Katomi pushback. Lina, LSA connection. Analog dropping low. Lash, will he get out of there? He's trying to stay alive. Does heal up nicely? Up on the high ground. No one doesn't have the vision to connect onto Analog. Turns his attention towards KJ. Nice sidestep. Okay, Jay, can he get the TP away? And yes, he does. Oh my lord. Outplayed, outperformed.
excellent move by Heroic. Analog by just not feeding was super big for him because he's almost on the same level as Lina, like 2 or 3 creeps away, and he's getting destroyed mid. But if he can match up the level, it's okay. It's decent. It's the best that he can extract on the lane phase.
No.
Bottom, Fishman.
Bottom lane, Fishman dropping low. Oh, a little bit untimely there on the move. There's a brain sap for Fishman. He's trying to bait in Devailama as far as possible. Knows exactly that they don't have any spells at the ready. K1 dies in the meantime towards top, but bottom lane, Fishman stays alive. Okay, K1 dropping. That's a big one. That's one that the only one that was actually having a good lane.
Yeah, and you told that Abaddon was a hard kill. they are there to prove wrong.
Oh, Fishman does get taken down. Watson for the kill onto Devailama. Gets the kill. Looks for Schofield next. Schofield does have boots. Watson doesn't have vision, but actually... Oh, I thought Watson was going to be playing 5D chess, but Schofield is way out of there. I'm going to wait until Watson shows in the lane so he can disengage. Watson's actually still very curious on where Schofield is at. And that might cost Schofield his life if he's not careful. No, it's just going to be the pickup of the Healing Lotus. And Vailama's here as well. Watson's in trouble, gets speared to the side of the tree, taken down. That's because Fishman left the bottom lane after dying, TP'd towards mid, where in the meantime Katomi is chasing after Analog, trying to make sure Analog doesn't get any farm going. Analog nightmared up. No one trying to rush in. The Nightmare gets swapped to KJ. Will sacrifice himself for his mid laner.
A harsh time for Analog. No one already has level 6, has a region rune, both supports roaming to guarantee the rune and press the tower. And so sad for Analog because he can't lane anymore against Lina. Lina is level 7. And he can't farm the jungle properly because he doesn't have split earth, because he maxed Diabolic because of that.
Analog.
Oh,
Nightmare. There are a lot of TPs coming out. LSA Laguna, quick kill comes out. KJ is here, so is Schofield. But KJ is actually looking to get taken down. Katomi! Tower will finish the job, but they will find a 2-for-1er in that mid lane. And the side lanes are just essentially a 1v1 at this stage because they have to send all their resources to help Analog.
Yeah, when you play mid lane you're in this kind of situation, it's every mistake really counts to your game. Because like he's 5 bottom, Davalama.
Davai does have the arena, does have a spear, sends back the Pudge, the hook. Actually, with the Stampede, should be able to get onto the Vailama easily. Drops the arena. Schofield looking to get a catch onto Fishman. The hook comes out though and drags Schofield towards Watson. The kill should be coming in. Watson with a double. And now Analog is heading that direction. But Analog is still not level 6.
Yeah, no one is level 8. So, game is hard for Analog.
Watson
level 6 now, but Lina stole the stack, the hard camp stack.
Yeah, and there's that Bat Rider. Katomi is constantly on the lurk towards mid, maybe to clean up that stack, which is very close by. He knows it's up.
Not only clean the stack, but making pressure on Lash, because Lash doesn't have a game right now. He doesn't have a game. Look what they're doing in the map.
Yep, they find Schofield going for the quick kill. No one has the Guna. Schofield does get taken down. Nice Fiend's Grip. Level 6 gained by Fishman. Analog dropping low. Second kill secured. KJ is going to be a third. And they all find a kill apiece on Entity. That puts them at a 4k net worth lead now. And yeah, this mid lane is so disastrous. K1 is having a good lane though.
Yeah, they can't leave Analog alone on mid because he needs help, because he's getting pressured by the both supports, and they can't pressure the side lanes because center has Stampede, Pudge is too tanky to die, and they simply don't have the damage, so they need to help Analog, but they're weak because Lina, it's super huge, already has Myorsome. Analog is level 6, Lin is level 9, so the game is super hard for Heroic right now. They need to respond, maybe trying to go on
they are gonna smoke
the side lanes
towards mid. The Vailama's got the arena. They have no one under ward vision.
We gotta run
but
this.
There's
this
Fishman coming in from behind. Oh, actually, no one is. The Vailama is right behind Noah, and he's walking in. But the problem is, where's the rest of his team? Okay, Analog from the low ground. Can they get the catch? Can they get the stun? The slow is there. No one dropping low. Laguna thrown out onto Schofield. He will finally die on no one, but in comes the Pudge. Watson to eat up some food. Center Stampede. Analog should be left to die. The Vailama with the DP out. KJ will be dunked on by DM. And they do find no one, but at what cost? 3-for-1 trade is painful.
Radiant's top tower is under
You kill the Lina, but you lose everyone. You kill the Lina, but you lose everyone. Davalama needs to step in the game. He needs to run, but they could not follow him because he was really deep in the jungle. Then Fishman with a great positioning by just breaking the smoke and make sure he splits the team.
Oh, Davai.
Oh, the hook.
And Katomi has the lasso available as well. Dragon back, device, spear onto Kataomi, but they've got so many disgusting dots and it just keeps on ticking. Watson's even rushing Ags. He's got Helm of the Iron Will, second item, Ags.
He's too farm. There's no reason to not go Ags. He just got a free lane. He has 8 stacks of flash hip. So the guy is going to explode on farm right now. Centaur is going to press top. I don't think Heroic can defend top lane. Maybe if they gather 5 heroes there, but I don't think it's what they want. Fishman.
Fishman, no control onto KJ. Has the Fiend's Grip if needed. Does throw it out. Schofield, is he there to steal the Fiend's Grip? He needs to get vision. Ah, unfortunately a second too late. K1 came in too soon, otherwise he could have had that Fiend's Grip. Brings up an okay spell steal, but Grip could have been a game changer.
Entity playing really well the map. The rotations from the supports were all good. They gather kills on the whole map on top. K1 get impressed by Fishman.
Okay, one forcing borrow time, swap comes out, and that should be a dead bait.
He's going to pay the price.
Yeah, he was feeling a little bit too cocky right there.
Yeah. KJ is like, oh, you wanna mess with my carrier? Okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's the only one that you do not want to feed at this point, because K1 still has very solid farm. He's got the Echo Saber done. He's tied up with DM in terms of net worth. Obviously, the other cores have a little bit, on the Radiant side have a little bit more, but that's because there's 7 kills on Watson in a 13-minute game, which is a little bit problematic.
They need to push his top lane. I think they're going just to go 5-man because they are so strong.
Oh, Katomi's got
they can just go 5-man. It doesn't matter.
The Vailama KJ, they're trying to catch him, but Katomi jumps in. Lasso comes out.
The hook.
Grip comes out. Lasso comes out. Dragon back. KJ is actually still alive. Will get hit by the Dragon's Lake, but they will find no one. The damage is coming out from Analog. They will make it a 4 versus 2 Trey. But at least they managed to kill off the Lina this time once again. It's a little bit problematic that there was no borrow time, though. If he was able to stay alive, that could have been a game changer. Nice hook from Watson to make it a clean kill coming in. And yeah, he's on 12 flesh heap stacks at this point in the game. An extra 24 strength 14 minutes into the game.
Middle tower is under attack.
Oh no, KJ. Gotta be careful. They know KJ's nearby. The observer was placed, so they'll immediately counterward it. I do like the move from Entity. They were looking to grab the experience rune because it was 14 minutes. That's why they made a beeline towards the right side of the map. And
Yeah,
Fishman's even counterwarding the observer. No extra free money for Heroic.
The state of the game for Heroic right now, it's chaotic. They don't have too much vision. They can't respond the ganks that Entity is doing all around the map. They don't have the burst damage. They have the arena that helps to force people to stay inside the arena with flash, but they can't burst people. So it's getting hard for Heroic. Maybe they need to smoke. They need the dagger on Mars, but Mars is going to Mage Slayer first. They needed to smoke and try to kill Lina, or maybe go for Pudge if Pudge is alone. But Entity is going. It's moving top to Roshan.
It's even if you catch him alone, you're probably gonna lose a couple of heroes.
Yeah.
Catch onto the Laguna Blade comes out. Fiend's Grip as well. Jump onto KJ from the back line. No Vengeful Spirit save swap coming in. And they're just too fast on Entity. Immediately
and they're going to
TP
respond
towards
bottom.
Looking for K1. Lasso. He has the borrow time. Needs to pop it. Center Stampede coming in. DM has the blink plus stomp, but they're not going to go that deep for the K1 kill.
Was too deep. He wanted to blink, but he hesitates like, nah, that's too deep. We don't need to do this. The game is controlled. Oh, Schofield.
Oh,
he stole the grip, but
But yeah, Analog needs to
won't
save
be
it,
able
which
to
he
use
can't
it.
do. Speaking of Analog, he's gonna
Oh,
get
Analog.
caught by a random Watson walking by saying, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Divine Llama pushed back, slowed down, and Nightmare is in range. They will be able to hold Divine Llama in place, and that is going to be Watson raking up those flesh heap stacks. K1, you cannot help him.
Oh, almost.
Watson almost getting the sneaky hook on the back end as well.
Dire's middle tower. is
What a
under
steamroll! Like, Rocky just feeding on the map. They go one by one, but it can't be. They can't do too much. Like, if they show up in a lane, Entity is going to just walk in as 5 and kill everyone. Like, you have Lasso, you have Stampede to walk in closer. If anyone got out of position, you have the grip
middle tower is under attack.
to make sure you will control the target. Like, I don't know what Heroic needs to do to control the game. It's getting out of hand really fast, and Entity didn't even go to Roshan yet.
You know, the fun part is Schofield's rushing at. First item, Aghanim Scepter. That's the hero. Like, if you still grip, that's a great
Maybe
tool,
on the next game he finishes.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a while, but there's so many good Aghanim Scepter steals. Lasso, grip.
Yeah.
Obviously, a couple of combos where you can get the Pudge
But,
hook / dismember.
But I don't think it solves a problem.
Oh, no,
because
you're
it's
still
going
in
to have
trouble.
the spell steal level 2.
In comes the bat,
the jump.
drag back onto KJ. The save is dead. The rest has to run. K1
You can't
going
force
for the Manta.
towers because they have TP, they have Stampede. Game is hard. I think they are giving up the Russian because they are getting so many kills on the map. It doesn't matter if they go Russian. Like, it's better to get kills and force Heroic to run out of map instead of go Russian. Because if you go Russian, Heroic will drag out the waves and push the waves. Oh, another hook
comes out. Nightmare on Schofield, hook onto Davalama, and the kill gets secure. Schofield tries to get a nice steal. Unfortunately, he's going to just get the big old fart. Rot picked up by Schofield, a sad steal for the Rubik.
Structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top
And yeah, the plus side that they do have, normally when you see a lineup that has a Pudge, they lack building hit damage, but they got no one. He's building into physical damage, Lina. So they have someone that can actually aggress against the high ground, take down buildings when the Pudge is just, you know, farting all over the place.
And you do have Dagger on Pudge.
That's a nice one. Also the finished Eternal Shroud for the Centaur. Making sure that that Lesh damage won't be the biggest problem, which is the only damage they have at this stage.
Dire are scanning.
The Lama is way... He didn't even finish his Mage Slayer yet.
K1's going for the stats instead of the Miscoil build. Interesting. I mean, I do like the Miscoil because of the Shard.
Yeah, me too. But you need Daedalus to make sure the shard is decent, because you're going to crit every time. So right now, since he's losing the game and losing hard, he just wants a little bit of status to make sure he doesn't die. And I think Entity knows about this Tormentor. Yeah, they know, but it's too late.
Well, they have two really
Shard
good
for
shards.
Rubik.
Blink ready for the bat. Analog gets dragged back. Center Stampede in trouble. Laguna Blade. Nice triple man stomp by DM. And that is just a clean
Oh
up.
my god.
Oh, that's just disgusting. Triple stomp by... I have no idea how he caught all three of them, to be fair. They were like so spread out. That was as perfect of a stomp as you could get.
It's like you said, DM is shining.
I mean, the entire Entity lineup is shining. Everyone's been making insane plays. I mean, a couple of missteps by Fishman in the laning stage with the miscommunication with Watson, but that's been it. That's all I've really seen them do on a little bit slightly less than perfect. There's 27 assists on Bane.
Pudge?
21 minutes in, 27 assists on a +5 Bane. Oh, Fishman, he is level 13. That's a lot of money and experience that he's giving away. Jump in from Watson. They will lose Fishman. Watson, the swap comes out. KJ trying to run away. Laguna Blade onto Divine Llama, and that will be just another double. More stacks for Pudka. Infinitely scaling. Hook comes out, drags back
the hook.
and the Rubik is no more. Double kill. Godlike. Gorgeous
20
game.
stacks of flash hip. What is this?
Middle tower is under attack.
This is too much. Jesus Christ. He has like almost 5k gold on these stacks.
They're just pubbing right now. There's no other way to like. It looks like they're just having fun. They're diving, going in heavy. Obviously, everything is coordinated on the side of Entity, but they're playing a lot freer than you see a lot of other teams do, where when they're ahead, you know, they're a bit scared that they might go too deep. Entity just knows their limits.
Money to burn.
Yeah, they don't want to throw the game to the high ground because they have swap, so just chilling, pressing down the map, getting towers. They just get the bottom tower. Now they're moving mid. There's no rush to finish the game. Watson?
Okay, looking to see if we can get a good catch. Obviously, a quick kill onto Schofield. If Alama with the TP out, Kataomi, can he get anything else? Analog. It's always dangerous to pick healing lotuses when the enemies are heading your direction, because it does give away that sound notification.
But it's more exciting.
It is exciting. You're like, come at me, bro. Come at me. I'm gonna TP out anyway. Okay, one. Stomp in from DM. Does need to be a little bit careful. K1's charging forward. 2-man arena, but there's the BKB usage.
Oh, Davai missed the spear.
From no one. Hook sidestep. Nicely done. It's especially scary considering they were both next to each other. So if you misclick and accidentally press on your ally, you get weird pathing and you kill your teammate.
So BKB and Pudge. Dina almost has Scotty. Yeah, I think it's a matter of time right now. Just push the waves, make sure Rocket stays the base, try to get anyone out of position with hook, and go to slow siege. Because they can't just walk in like crazy, guys, because you have swap and you have spear back. So you need to be careful with that.
The downside is it's still a level 1 swap, so it doesn't really do anything.
Doesn't really do, but he got the neutral item, the Eye of the Vizier, who helps with the cast range. So you gotta watch out.
I do think that they're gonna need to prioritize KJ getting a little bit of experience somewhere. That swap is probably your best high ground defense tool.
Yeah.
There's still no blink on the Vailama, so he can't go for the blink spear back.
Yeah, but they can swap into spear back. They don't rely on the dagger itself. He can swap, and then the Vailama is in the position, then he spears back. It's hard to land, but it's a possibility. And I think Entity doesn't want to give this opportunity to Heroic.
Schofield, one more piece for the Aghanim Scepter. 1,000 gold left to go. Can he get it secured? The shard's already great because you have that Pudge save from the Dismember. And I'm just hoping to see some big Schofield plays at this stage with the Aghanim Scepter. Okay, one's also going for Diffusal. Jump in from Watson. Doesn't want to pop borrowed time, because it will probably cost you instantly Fiend Script afterwards. Nightmare comes out. LSA. Hook's not going to connect, but the hook gets stolen by Schofield. K1's borrowed time's on cooldown, but Schofield looking to get a catch won't be able to get a fish on his hook. Oh, bottom lane though. Analog, drag back, has the Bloodstone, but instantly Fiend Script afterwards. And they focus their attention towards top, and the kill comes bottom.
Yeah, the fast response, especially because they have a tier 1 tower on the bottom. So it's easy to connect this lasso because the team can just follow in. Oh, the jump. KJ, swap.
Can he get a kill? Oh no! Katomi will be able to get away. If he managed to get a kill there, he just jumped 2 levels instantly.
Yeah. Schofield smoked with Hulk. The guy's cooking. He wants to cook. Let's see.
Those aggressive observer wards as well placed on the low ground. Anyone that walks in his direction might just get dragged. You probably don't want to grab Pudge because he could 1v5 you.
Or Centaur.
Or Centaur.
Or Lena.
I mean, Lena, actually, she's got 3k HP with that Scotty.
3k, BKB. You don't want to drag Lena, I think.
So, if you're lucky, you can grab the Bane.
You can grab a creep also.
Yeah, maybe get closer towards that Axe faster. I think they're respecting that hook pretty heavily here on the side of Entity. Don't want to get anywhere close to the high ground.
Overall, in the last 3 patches of Dota, most of the teams are respecting high ground way more. You know, we've seen that a lot in the last TI. It's easy to throw the game on the high ground. And when you throw that advantage away, the game extends, then you rely on Roshan. And depending on Roshan going to respawn, it doesn't help it too much because sometimes you need the cheese, sometimes you need the refresher or the eggs. So most of the teams are just pushing out the game a couple of minutes just by expecting the Roshan, not forcing high ground to throw the game, throw like 5 or 10k advantage. It's part of Dota right now.
Oh, they're smoked up again, looking for a catch. Katomi, there is going to be the hook attempt, but doesn't get the catch in. Stampede, nice swap to get Schofield out of there, but he gets hold right back by Watson. You're not going to get away, buddy. Lasso, drag, hold in place, analog. He does have the Bloodstone. Plus inside the arena, they do a lot of damage with this Leshrac. They already lost the bat, but the hook save comes out. No one. Pops the BKB, Watson on the high ground. Analog is dead. Fiend's Grip onto K1, Burrow time's on cooldown. K1 drops a second. Stolen Fiend's Grip though, coming out from KJ. Will they get the kill? DM's dropping low. KJ, stun comes out. DM still alive.
Oh, Centaur doesn't die.
Analog with the buyback. Finally, they get the kill secured. Watson pops his own BKB. It's about to end, but KJ is in trouble. So is Analog up on his own high ground. Up towards Watson, who's looking for blood. Quickly jumping forward as well into the path of Analog, who is healing up really nicely. Stun comes out, this would be a big one, and Watson will fall. 10 kill streak being secured. Fishman with the TP attempt out of there will get the TP to safety. It cost them some buybacks, but they managed to get the kills, very important kills, and keep their high ground alive.
Yeah, that's why we just wait and don't throw the game. We just wait for the Russian, you know, because if Watson had the Aegis here, I think the fight would be different. The Watson or Lena, the fight would be different. And it costs a lot of buybacks for Heroic, but it's what they want. They want to buy time. They want to buy time for the Lash to grow up, maybe get the shard to help to defend the high ground. They want K1 to get some more items. They want Schofield to finally fish the Aghanims with 500 gold away. So it's good for Heroic. On the bottom lane,
they're gonna go for the tier 1 tower push. Might be the first tier 1 tower of the game being secured here. Walk in, Fishman, Nightmare comes out. And it will be the tower secured. Going in for a fight here on the Radiant side with their 2 main cores dead might be a little bit too risky. Roche is up in a minute 15. It's kind of a big plus that Roche has a very long respawn timer. Schofield, 300 gold to go. So close.
Almost there, almost there. Oh. I mean, it's going to help, but he really needs a good positioning. Oh.
Okay, I would be spamming Analog right there. Like Schofield fade bolt to the full creep wave. He's like, I'm like 300 gold away from my Ags. In comes Analog, blinks in, kills all the creeps right in front of Schofield. Like, haha, you're not gonna get it, bro. I'd be so tilted.
I was going to be mad. Oh my god. But he get the eggs now. He get the eggs now. It's okay.
KJ's got the
Okay,
shard.
we have shard.
That's also a pretty big
KJ.
shard to gain. KJ's going for the Ags as well. His is going to take a little bit longer, but now we do have Schofield Ags in a moment, and maybe he can make magic happen. He's also level 12, so not the longest cooldown on spell steal. And there's also a level 15 KJ Venge right now. I mean, a lot of experience from the previous fight.
The rush going on right now. Who's going to get the eggs? I think it's Lina because of the siege. Push doesn't need. Okay, it's Lina Aegis.
Aegis plus
Top.
banner. I still like. I know everyone's making like mentioning banner is actually not that, but I still feel like the item's terrible compared to cheese. Yeah.
I think if Ice Frog buffs this item very much, the item is going to be broken because it's going to push the waves way more. You know.
Yeah.
Like you force the creeps to be much stronger than they need to be. So I think the item needs to feel like you're feeling it right now. Like it's not that good, but it's okay.
Yeah, but the problem for me is that you get the Refresher Shard and the banner, which feels like a terrible combo. No one's gonna get jumped. He has the Aegis, so if he loses his first life, it's not that problematic. Okay, nice catch. Katomi with the lasso. Stolen lasso, though. Schofield, they will lose the Bat Rider, and that is, yeah, you gotta be careful. He's got Ags on that Rubik. He can now go for the double man lasso drag if you're not careful. Plus, I think one of the best defensive, like, best items to get on Lesh has finally been picked up, and that's the Shard.
The outplay by Schofield on Bat was outstanding. He forced Bats to use BKB because he used telekinesis and forced him to use BKB. Then he used lasso on Mars. Then Kajota could swap and he got the lasso back. So Schofield just carried the fight.
That's the
just carried the
gameplay
fight
right there.
He just carried the fight.
It gets a little bit scary now for you. You don't really want to push high ground against the lasso, the stolen Ags lasso at this stage, because it could really cost you. Oh, the
hook.
KJ gets dragged back. Nice hook by Watson. That's a nice pick. There's no save. They know there's no buyback for another 3 minutes.
You have the split earth with shard. Gotta be careful.
Lincoln's done on K1. He's still really farmed. Don't know if his damage output's gonna be enough though. No, and just from the low ground, popping up hits towards the tower. K1's gonna go in. There is still that Aegis available. Hook comes out onto Schofield. Gets the two-man lasso. Drags him back. Wants to get outside of the arena. Is very much stuck. Schofield on the edge. Will get taken on the feed grip. Holds down Analog. 2 kills secured. Devailama chased down by Watson. Hook comes in. Triple kill for the Pudka. And with that, K1 drops last but not least. Ultra kill secured. And that looks to be pretty much game for the side of Entity. For the side of Heroic. Can they get anything going? There is a buyback available on the Mars. Schofield's almost back up, but you're lacking a lot.
Watson just broke the game with landing these hooks. Every fight he's landing a crucial hook.
He's just the man's. He's
Guy's a
22, 2 and 12. 22 kills on the Pudge. This is not even supposed to be the Pudge patch. Ooh, nice sidestep there from KJ. There was a moment where every safe laner picked Pudge. Now, it's only specialists, and well, Watson's definitely one of them. Lasso onto Schofield. The spear comes out from the Devailama. Swap comes in, but immediately Watson
He stole the lasso?
knows he needs to get Schofield. No lasso usage from the Rubik. Jump in. Onto DM, they're trying to get the kill onto the center, but the hook save comes out. Fishman Bay will be left behind, and they will hold on. They will keep it alive on the side of Heroic. Watson
Maybe
still
Bet
looking.
was too deep. Oh, the hook.
Nice attempt,
Almost.
but no gains.
Maybe Bet was too deep. Because, like, the response was really fast from Heroic. And both Rubik and Vange were ready. No one is alone. The stun.
Yeah, there's going to be an attempt. No one can
Good
run away.
win.
LSA comes out. Stampede. He
Stampede.
is very swift. The entire team is still chasing after, trying to see if they can get a catch. They scan. They know they're still coming in that direction. It's level 18 Venge, so if he gets vision on no one, might be able to get the catch. Schofield's also here. They see the Dragon Slave being used, because he needs the Fiery Soul stacks.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And looking for more. They will finally back off on the side of Heroic. That was a pretty lengthy chase, and a good move there from no one to make sure that he doesn't get caught lingering.
Probably they are going to win the next Russian. There's no reason to try to force, I think. Oh, Watson? Just found a free kill.
Finds KJ. Quick extra.
One more
34
flesh heap.
flesh heap stacks.
Jesus. Almost 6k HP. On top.
Analog would be a nice kill. I still, yeah, the Abaddon, there's no damage coming. It's all analog. If a fight lasts, it's all about the Lesh running in the fight and praying he doesn't get smacked.
Yeah. They rely on long fights.
And buybacks at this stage. Speaking of which, K1 has to be a little bit careful of Stomp onto Divide.
Yeah.
Hook comes out as well,
the
dragged back.
hook.
There's no save from K1. He's even going to get nightmared immediately afterwards. Got to open with the lasso, the stolen
Oh, the
lasso.
lasso?
Schofield, he needs to get in range, but they're staying very far away. And Schofield's just going to get right-clicked down. He can't even get on top of them, and K1 is surrounded by enemies. They're just going to bide their time. Analog comes back. Schofield as well with the buybacks. They also have the KJ swap save. There is no K1 buyback money available, and K1 will be dead for the count. Charging forward is Watson. The control onto Analog. The hook again. Rampage for no one, and KJ is dead. GG gets called, and it is going to be Entity with game number 1, with in a game that lasted quite a significant amount longer than I initially expected.
Yeah. Especially because of when they went to the high ground with all the Aegis, that really prolongs the game a little bit, but it was so much advantage. The draft was way better that Heroic could just not stand it. Like, it's impossible to fight. You have cover, you have big damage, you have a Podge with almost 6k HP. You don't have that damage going through Abaddon, through Lash, because they have Eternal Shroud, they have Blade Mail, so Lash needs to be careful when they pop the spells. And you have BKB, so Entity just runs in the entire game by just outplaying. You know, they outplay the lane, the hooks destroy the game, destroy the positioning of Schofield a lot of time, and saved a lot of heroes. So Entity just outplayed this game.
There were some nice moments from Heroic when that Rubik axe came into play. There were some fights that were pretty okay, but for the most part, it was Entity playing a comfort, and they definitely made this game look comfortable for them with that absolutely insane 25 kills Pudge, 45 assists Bane. I will have to check my games to see if I've ever really had that many assists in a game, because that's a pretty high score for an official game coming in. And yeah, these highlights, it was just running in the entire team fight, and no one could touch the Pudge. He was insanely tanky, and Watson played just really well. Every single time he blinks on an enemy and then sees a little Schofield walking about somewhere in the distance, instant hook grabs him back towards the rest of the fight, and they get that team fight, that triple man stun
the
there.
3-man stun.
Oh, they're looking so good. Entity is looking like a new entity with this roster. maybe the strongest version we've ever seen.
Yeah, they didn't do really great. Let's see if Heroic is going to respond the next game, because on this game it feels like Entity is a stronger team. It's a better team, a stronger team, more together on draft ideas.
I do think that a big
So-
part of it was as well that they just had really, really strong lanes on Entity. Like Bane plus Pudge, there's just very little that wins against that. On the other side, Centaur plus Bat, same story. It's so much damage coming out on both ends. And then in the mid lane matchup, you have the Lina over the first picked Lesh. And if your first pick gets dumpstered that hard, there might need to be a bit of a switch up. Either you ban his counters in the mid matchup, or you have to go for it second phase, because the analog, like, he brought damage late game, but that early game was it cost them the side lanes because the supports had to go mid.
Yeah. They had a better lane phase, it's obviously, but overall it's all about the outplay. You can have a better draft and still play bad the lane phase and lose the lane. They just destroyed the lanes. No one just annihilated on the mid, and the pressure from both supports. Then you have the bottom lane when Watson is landing most of the hooks, and he simply can't just die. And on top that, it's a lane that Abaddon wasn't supposed to die. They still managed to get some kills on Abaddon, so I just see a outplay upon outplay, you know?
And an outplay it was indeed. Entity take game number 1 very convincingly. But don't forget, this Heroic team is no weak team whatsoever. They did take down Tundra Esports previously in the tournament, and that was after they lost game number 1. So they're looking ripe and ready for the second game. Maybe some swaps, maybe some banning of the Fishman Bane might be helpful. We'll see what they'll bring out to the table for game number 2. We'll go towards a short little break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 will be starting momentarily, but that first game was a showboating of Entity. And, well, if they got the same in store for game number 2 at Ryer, I think you're going to have to send your condolences to your two friends.
Yeah, the first game was tragic, but I want to see a game 3. So let's see if Heroic is going to ban some heroes from the last game. Let's see if they're going to play more together as a team. Let's see how lane phase is going to work. I'm excited.
Yeah, I think maybe a different change up in the drafting could be a bit more advantageous. They were lacking just damage in the late game. The fact that they got to late game was pretty surprising. I think that game was going to look to be a lot faster, but I think the draft change-up might be very important. Don't give them all the comfort on the side of Entity, because I think that's the most dangerous thing you can do. Give a man like Fishman the Bane. We'll see, of course, with the draft right there, the ban coming out, no Fishman Bane in game number 2, and that is definitely a very worthwhile ban coming in.
No Fishman Bane, no Bat. And they banned Disruptor and Lash. That it's two heroes that they are valuing too much. Heroic itself are playing too much with those two heroes they just banned. And Entity just stole the Chen. Chen just passed in the first pick Chen. Okay.
That's also a first phase ban hero in this. I mean, that's the problem. There's so many heroes that you want to first phase ban. And it might be something that they overlooked. I mean, when I see Chen in front of me and I see a Disruptor, I'm going to get rid of the Chen all day.
Yeah. Every patch, there's this broken heroes. I don't want to say Chen's broken, but every patch, there's too much stuff to ban in the first phase. Like, there's a hero that's annoying or has too much damage or press the game too much. And I think Shen, it's a nice opening for Entity, especially because KJ spammed this hero. So I feel like they're stealing the Chen from Heroic. But I want to see how Heroic is going to respond to this Chen. How they're going to deal with how to deal with him in the game, because if you mess the lanes against Chen, the snowball is super hard. Chen carried the game itself alone on the first 15 minutes of the game. So I really want to see what they're going to pick on the lane phase.
I do like the Panda pickup. It's a hero that doesn't really care that much about Chen in the laning stage itself. It's got that big ol' AoE. If you have any hero that can activate it with you, you don't even have to level Thunderclap. You just need to have a support that has pretty decent AoE spells to chime in, which is always nice. And, Brew Split, go ham, lift up the enemy safe laner. It is one of the more safe offlane picks in this patch. considering no matter what happens, as long as you get your level 6, you've had a good lane.
Rubik.
I mean, it was a pretty good Rubik pick in game 1. Though, first, when you see Chen, you're not like, yes, I'm going to steal any of his spells.
Maybe they are super confident of this Rubik pick. Like you said, it works with Brewmaster because Brewmaster doesn't rely to level up the Thunderclap. So Rubik can just spam Fade Bolt and the hero will burst on fire. But I don't know. I don't like Rubik against Shen. I don't like it at all.
How tall is no one, by the way? I was just looking at the video right now, and he looks huge.
Like huge on
like those legs,
muscles?
Those arms, that chest.
I think I think you're paying too much attention on on his body.
I'm just like that guy. The way he's sitting as well, very sensually in the chair, like wow, big macho man. I was like, damn, that guy looks big.
He's tall. I don't know if he's tall, so he gives this impression.
I will. If we get an interview with him, I will definitely ask that question.
Okay.
Just to be sure. In the meantime, someone on the side of Heroic is sleeping.
It's classic. Going through WhatsApp. We have Monkey and Centaur from.
Oh, he's
Entity.
actually going to sleep.
He's actually going to sleep. Okay, that's how South America goes for drafting, guys. People is sleeping on the chair.
That's a first for me. That's a first for me. They actually lie down. Okay, guys, you handle the draft. I don't, just give me whatever. We'll see what happens. Interesting choice. But of course, there are some picks coming through. The Monkey King plus the Centaur. Monkey King wouldn't be the most surprising if this is actually very likely that this is a Kataomi pulse for Monkey.
These guys are going to play fast. You have Chain to Monkey and Centaur. You need to be aware of this. Like the lane phase, it's super strong. Enigma.
Against... Wait. Pulse 5 Enigma then, it seems? Which is a good way to cut the trees, so Monkey can't be sneaky in that area at the very least. Centaur doesn't really care that much, though, about Enigma Pulse 5, but it does have some scary factors later in the game. Because if you miss or whiff a black hole from Pulse 5 Enigma, it's not as problematic when you use it from a safe off-lane Enigma, for instance.
I don't like this Enigma. I feel like he's going to be lost in the draft. It doesn't solve the Monkey problem, but I think they must have an idea on how to play against Chen by picking Enigma. They probably is going to put the Enigma on the lane against Chen. I think.
I mean, then you'd have KJ on the Rubik.
Yeah, I'm confused. I'm not gonna lie.
I would assume it's just going to be a way to cut the trees from the Monkey, and they're just going to play Pulse 5. It's not too problematic in the lane. I'm a full faith on that one. We'll have to wait and see how that's going to work out in the end, because the Panda plus Rubik lane is just too good to swap out.
Lifestealer ban. I like this fan pick. It helps against Chen. Massive AoE damage.
That's always
it bursts a lot of
Oof.
morph. Damn.
Okay, so you got the Watson morph on the side of Entity with a... yeah, you're going to need some big anti-healing on your last pick here for Heroic, because there's just too much healing coming out from the entity side of things, and that's going to be problematic. They don't have a BKB interrupt yet on entity, if in case this support pulse 5 Enigma ever gets really fat. So maybe find a way to either save an ally or to interrupt a black hole, no matter what. Could be helpful for their mid pick.
They can surprise on the last pick, but I don't think Enigma is a problem this game. You have too many stuff to cancel the black hole until he got BKB, and I feel like Enigma is not going to have a more it's going to be more useful in the game, because I really don't feel Enigma it's on the same page of this draft.
Okay. Yeah, it's it's kind of hard to see exactly what the plan is here. Maybe the last pick will be the bit of a surprise to melt everything together. But it is a bit scary. They do have 2 very tanky cores on the Radiant side, which I think is very big. Plus, they can survive, especially these 2 supports. Like, NT supports don't do anything against a Sven plus a Panda. And currently, the only real damage they have to deal with the Sven Panda is the Morphling. So they might be in a bit of trouble if, for instance, there's going to be a last pick mid, I don't know, DK for Entity, and they have nothing to kill off those tanky heroes.
Storm ban for Heroic. I like the Storm ban. They don't have control, they don't have disables, but it feels like it's a free puck game by now for Entity. Yeah, puck. Who would say free puck game? They just banned Storm. You have absolutely zero control for puck. You have Enigma probably going in position 5, which it sucks. Then you have a free puck game.
Which it sucks indeed.
Maybe they're going Void Spirit. They need something to stop this puck. Void Spirit is not the answer, but it helps. And they have like few seconds to pick. DK. Okay.
Yeah, they're going to go for try and out-sustain Entity with their draft DK plus Sven plus Brewmaster. They're very tanky on their cores, and hopefully for them they can survive longer. The problem is Puck is a hero that actually does do damage these days with the Aghanim Scepter shard build, so you could always go that route. Don't know if you will. It is going to be no one on that mid Puck who tends to not be... on the Puck, he probably tends to be more old school with just, magic damage build Puck. But yeah, these 2 drafts, do you think it's a lot closer this game than in game number 1, or with a heavily favor one side?
No, I'm with Entity this game. Like I'm from Brazil. I have Brazilian friends on Heroic, but I don't know. I feel like Entity has a better draft overall on the early game, on the lane phase, on the mid game, and on the late game itself, because they have burst damage, they have ways to engage fights, they have control, they have a free puck game. Like they only have decay to stop puck. But I'm with Entity 100%. And you?
Okay. It's hard to really go a certain direction. I think there's a pretty good shot here for the side of Heroic. I like the fact that the heroes are very tanky. Late game DK is one of the most annoying things to deal with, because you get the Black Dragon, Manta style, split push shenanigans coming out the entire time. And if you one-shot in a fight, if you one-shot the Morphling with the Sven, like the fight's over. That's all the damage they have. It's the Morphling, and the rest are just there to try and activate the Morphling. You could even just lift up the Morphling during the fight the entire time and ignore him, kill the rest. So I definitely think they have tools. I do, however, think that puck might be... I think that's the difference maker. If no one has a good time, this game could be very hard for Heroic.
Yeah. DK is going to kind of stop the puck game for a while, especially in the lane phase, because DK gets a lot of denies playing against puck and these matchups that the other heroes are range hero like Clash, Lina, Wind Ranger, etc. But it's a free puck game. Like, it's a dream puck game. You have zero control besides DK. If you don't mess up real hard, you're just going to blink in the fights like crazy, do whatever you want, then you get Octarine Linkins and you're just unkillable. No one can do anything to you.
Well, they are looking for a Kataomi Monkey King. Stun comes out. The monkey is in. You don't expect him to be in that position, but he does get out. Draws a lot of the enemy heroes back. They even place Observer
Nice try.
very early. They knew this was coming from the monkey.
Yeah, nice play for him because he waited to level up the 3 dance so it doesn't get cancelled by taking damage. So props for him.
And
You have
Analog in the mid
Enigma
lane.
position 5.
Analog should have 0 problems this game. That's one big plus. Even with the support rotations from Entity, they can't hurt him.
I'm not sure if Shen managed to go mid with like 2 Centaurs, maybe 3, and Monkey King, he dies. They have damage. Penitence does a lot of damage. And
okay,
if they get
if
the
he
crowd
gets
conquer stuff,
absolutely 0 support, then yes, he dies. But if there is, even the Rubik lift is probably going to be enough to keep him alive.
yeah, you have a point. You're not wrong. It's hard to kill him, but they can do it. Katomi, just free ward for him.
Yeah, obviously he knows that they had an observer ward there, considering they did hunt him down, so that's free money. They're even afraid to send out the courier with the magic wand recipe from K1. Because there's an observer ward still lurking about. It's not leaving the tier 2 position bottom lane. And Fishman with Schofield having a little bit of a rambling fight mid lane. I mean, if no one actually gets ahead in last hits, that would be pretty impressive. Oh. The courier was being sent forward. There is a monkey looking for the courier kill. And we have Katomi chasing and... Yeah! Courier snipe gaming from
First
Katomi.
one. First courier of the game.
It's like you're playing a Nature's Prophet just to piss off your opponents. You can't even guess where the observer ward is. That's the worst part. There's so many spots that he could have put the observer ward down.
Yeah, and you don't want to start spending gold on sentries and try to find these wards and leaving the farm. It's annoying to deal with Monkey doing this clown stuff nowadays. It bothers me so much to play against monkeys who do what Katom is doing. Sniping couriers, playing on the backline, dragging wave. Like, look at the mess that bottom is. He just killed a courier. DM got a full wave from him. K1 needs to farm under the tower. And it's a mess.
He's even going towards mid right now.
Yeah,
seeing if he can spot a ward. He's going to jump in on towards Analog. He is still very weak. He has 2 points in Breathe Fire, but not in Dragon's Blood. Underneath the tower, they're diving deeper though. Sidestep from Analog. TP from KJ. Can he help out? It is going to be first blood onto Analog by Noah and Kataomi on the run. And the monkey's out of there. KJ might even die afterwards.
Yeah, he's going to die.
Jump in underneath the tower. Kataomi needs to be careful. But it is Noah with a double kill and disgusting monkey practices coming into play. I think from all the game, I've casted a bunch of the Entity games recently. Courier Snipe coming in. One of the most important heroes that are banned against Entity is the Monkey King. Because of this.
Yeah, you gotta...
This exact reason.
You gotta ban this kind of stuff when the player just way too good with the hero and creates a chaos on the map like this. Like, 3 minutes in, he gets a double kill for his mid laner. He drags the wave all the way down bottom. He messes up the K1 farm. and he just running in the jungle again. He's going to find KJ.
KJ is just
Yeah,
jungling.
he wants to snipe some careers, I think.
Yeah, look at this. He's just underneath the
Oh.
tower as a tree, chasing after another courier. Oh, those sentries! Haha! No way, baby.
Adios.
No way.
And he's going to the base. Oh my god.
K1 has 0 regen. K1's gloves of haste are currently dead. He's actually going in the Radiant base, looking for the courier of the DK mid. Look at this. You gotta micro your courier. He's just chasing you down. Oh,
Oh,
if he
nice
got
try.
that courier snipe, that would have been gorgeous.
Yeah, nice.
That was
try,
a nice attempt. This is just placing an observer ward there as well.
This is so annoying. Look at
Oh,
this.
hey, courier!
Radiant's turret has been
You're gonna have to send someone back to kill the courier. To kill the Monkey King, which you can't do because it's just
You
a
can't
waste.
do. You don't have heroes to do this. Rubik can just walk in and kick Monkey or DK.
He's looking for Kawai Lama.
Oh,
He killed Kawai
Oh my
Lama.
God.
Oh my, those towers do hurt.
5 minutes of game, 5 couriers killed by Kataomi.
Luckily enough, bottom lane, there is a courier coming in for K1, so he does finally have 2 of his items to be delivered. He also has Tranquil Boots already done on the Monkey,
Go
so
find Schofield.
he is chilling. Schofield doesn't have a way to cut down the trees, so no way to control Kataomi. KJ has no Midnight Pulse either. Also, Schofield's level 2 still. Oh, KJ,
Midnight
he's
Pulse?
level 4 now. Gets Midnight Pulse, can cut down the trees.
Oh,
He
what?
guesses incorrectly! Oh no! No one gets the kill onto Schofield, but they do manage to find the counter kill. But
Oh.
KJ, what a miss click. That
And
miss.
another kill for no one. Oh my god, what a disaster.
I just want to follow more of the Kataomi Monkey doing absolute BS on the map. It's a fun little side episode in a very exhilarating match.
I've played against Monkey King doing this a couple of times in pubs, and it's unbearable. Like, it's annoying as hell. Because you need to pay attention on your hero, you need to pay attention on the lane phase, you need to pay attention where Monkey is, because he's going to kill your courier, and you need to watch out your courier. It's super annoying.
Oh,
the
they had
Bailama
the
just
observer
break.
ward, and this time Kataomi is gonna get caught and taken down. Schofield doesn't sap him down, but still gets the kill secured. Does need the experience rune because he is very far behind. Oh, this is very nice by Anlog. He's sending the DK Illusions to try and deny the experience rune from the Dire side.
Dire are scanning.
And that's very nicely done. So only the Radiant gets a Wisdom rune. Unfortunately, they did lose a Panda.
These small plays that these players do make the difference. Like, by not using the illusion rune to press a tower or to just farm a little more in the jungle, he just uses to deny the rune. This is really clever and smart and makes a difference because you deny the experience for the support. So supports are going to take longer to reach level 6. Especially because Schofield just managed to get their experience rune on top
Lama
lane.
top side. He's gonna get gone on. Still no level 6 kill for no one being secured. Another one comes in. They're also gonna immediately counter ward the observe ward on the high ground. And look to invade the Radiant Triangle. In the meantime, KJ is closing in on his level 6. Sven doesn't need him bottom lane. That's the one big plus. So he can just AFK farm the jungle himself.
Dire's middle tower
Which the
is
Monkey
under
King
attack.
doesn't have that
Radiant's
same
top
tool
tower is
yet.
under attack.
So that's actually not too shabby. Actually, the Chen Fishman is doing the exact same thing. So you got two very greedy supports being
Radiant
jungle
are
heroes.
scanning.
Bring back jungle role. And the
That's
mid-tier
something
1
new.
tower taking some heavy beating from the DK. But yeah, currently Defy Llama, he is struggling really heavily in that top lane. Watson's
On
level
top.
8. He's still not level 6.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And
The
bound to strike
stun.
in. Defy Llama dropping low. Will
Is
get
dead.
taken down again before he hits level 6. Analog TP's through. Watson still has some swapping towards strength to do, but the black hole
Oh, the
comes
black
in,
hole.
holds the Morphling in place. The first black hole of the game is a success.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Flads
attack.
is fully done on the Enigma.
Just exploding on farm.
I guess he's going to be playing off lane this game with Defy Llama on the struggle bus.
Look at Kataomi. Oh,
Radiant's
the
courier
courier.
has been killed.
Oh,
Here
Another
goes the
courier.
Mage Slayer.
got him!
Oh my god.
Double courier snipe for Kataomi. Monkey Gaming.
Look at those wards inside the base.
They're looking to go for Watson again. Schofield coming in from behind. Defy Llama has level 6 now. Watson is going to get spotted out by Schofield. Are they going to send in some help towards the Morphling? Yeah, with Stampede, that
The
should be
Stampede.
enough. Another courier snipe by Katomi in the
another courier.
meantime. Getting rid of the red. Yeah, he kills off the boots right there in the courier. The moving ward is a pain. And towards the mid-tier 1 tower, they push with the Chen behind them.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, jumping about. Kataomi has the vision on Analog. They will take out the tier 1 tower, jump onto the DK. Can they kill him off? Dream Coil comes out. Schofield is nearby. It's not level 6 just yet. Analog is dropping low. In comes KJ though on the high ground. Has the Malefice, keeps them at bay. Fishman might be in trouble himself. Is losing a lot of HP. And will
He's alive.
get taken down. He
Oh,
does
the
get
Fate
sapped
Bolt.
by Schofield. There is still Katomi nearby and DM as well lurking about. K1 will be stomped on. He's trying to join in a little bit sooner. God Strength even used. Okay. For
They
3
lose the
ticks.
chance, but they got the tower. They force a lot of move.
Topside Watson, he's rushing the Lincoln Sphere after the Dragonlance. They have some pretty nasty tools that you want to get rid of. Fate Bolt, Telekinesis Lift. DK Stun obviously is an important one. Speaking of the Morphling, it gets another Defy Llama kill.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oof.
Watson?
That's all I can say. Oof.
Watson is really huge. Dragonlance into Perseverance. Really close
Schofield,
to
level
Lincoln's.
6.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Does finally
The
get a
first steal
spell
of the
to
game,
steal.
Tree Dance.
Tree Dance.
There's not a lot of good spells this game for Schofield. It's a sad game for Rubik.
Oh, DM blink onto Analog. TM is level 10, by the way. Didn't even notice that fact. He's been solo laning in the bottom because the monkey was always gone. Black hole onto
Oh, the
no
black
one.
hole?
Dream Coil gets stolen by Schofield. 3-man catch. Analog is going to get taken down. Snap the coil onto Katomi. They're trying to run away, but no one is dead. And DM might be a second one down in the dumps. Defy Llama is even trying to lift up Fishman on the back line. DM, can he get away? It looks unfortunate because that is unfortunate. Schofield, level 6 is paying off dividends with that Dream Coil steal.
Well, I've just said that it's a awesome game for Rubik. Best game for Rubik. Only good spells.
Well, there's some, like, you don't want to steal anything from Chen. Monkey King's okay. Some of them are okay. Like, if you steal Wukong, you're still sad.
He managed to get the Dream Coil. It's a nice kill. They managed to kill Puck with the Dream Coil, but
Radiant are scanning.
I don't know. Gotta see if it's going to work
Radiant's bottom
throughout the
tower is under
game.
attack.
Watson took the gateway. Analog is again like heavily struggling. This game as well on the even on the DK, which on paper should be a pretty okay matchup.
First item Orchid. to deal with Puck. Yeah, it should be okay for him, but Monkey just broke his game by just going mid and giving a double kill for Puck. It's all Puck needed, a little bit of advantage.
Oh, top side, K1 in trouble. There is a Puck chasing after him, has a Dream Coil, snaps the coil immediately. Center Stampede as well, onto K1 they go, and they dive in to kill the Sven, which no one will be able to secure. He's got the Witchblade already done.
He was far away from
pretty
home.
scary. No one's 7-1-0 right now. Absolutely on top of his game this series.
DK is going to finish the Worship, so we gotta see if they're going to use it on a smoke. The problem is they don't have a jump, so they need to see Puck and engage her like on the fog. Otherwise, they're going to just spam the Worship from outside, and they're not going to have the range to reach Puck.
The blink on the Enigma is almost ready to be used. He is about 500 gold, 400 gold away from the blink dagger, so that will be a pretty big timing or a possibility for them to at least make a play. But the problem with trying to get a good black hole is entities, heroes don't like standing on top of each other. Like, you got Monkey in the trees, you got Morphling going for the back line, same with the Puck, but they're not next to each other at any time. Jin's just farming the jungle. And DM's there for the Stampede. All very far spread heroes in a team fight.
They're chasing Puck. Look, they want to kill Puck. But it's nighttime, so it's hard to find Puck. They need to have vision. They don't have a jump.
Got the Omi. He's looking for a courier. Speaking of which, he finds one. Haha! Also, that gives good information that the Enigma is top side. DM with the stomp, trying to run away. Center Stampede. Yeah, they know exactly what's coming. Smoke gank is not
Excellent
going to work out.
Stampede. Very good. Oh, it's so sad when you play mid laner, just get a big item like this Worship and you simply can't use it. Then you need to show up the item not the way you want it, because you need to push out waves and you need to farm, and the enemy team is going to know that you have Worship. Then the Puck is going to play the double more carefully to not die.
Radiant's courier has been
Oh, another courier. I have the count. Do you want to know?
Okay, give me.
10 couriers.
10 couriers, that's a lot of gold. And also very many annoyances in the game, because all those items are delayed. K1, gonna get jumped here by Kata Omi. Wukong's command comes down.
They have
a Dream Coil as well, but the damage is severely lacking to kill him with just the 2 heroes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
No one just used the phase shift in case Rubik was there to steal the coil, and he was right. Rubik is still the phase shift. Nice play.
Always on the steppy toes. Go for walking up. Steals the loser orb. In comes the DM stomp. But the Rubik should be able to get out of there. He's actually going to use it as a scouting tool. They need to be a little bit careful, because there's no support coming in here for the side of Heroic. There is a blink ready for KJ, but his courier's dead. So he actually has to go back towards his base to pick up the blink, so he can get to use it in a fight. Yeah.
Watson is just free farming. I mean, K1 is big, almost BKB. He got BKB right now, but he needs to or walk into the base. Oh, Kataomi?
Kataomi is gonna get caught. That's a nice kill. I mean, the plus side here for Hero is they're keeping the net worth pretty close. It's 5k. It's been around 5k-ish for the last 3 to 5 minutes. So they're in a pretty okay spot currently. I don't think necessarily that you have the biggest fear for late game, considering you do have a DK, which the hero is kind of trash until you get your items.
Yeah, I think they're going to set up Roshan right now because Fishman's it's already there. We have the trolls with
farmed.
the skeletal warriors. A lot of our Schofield.
Oh, Schofield is gonna jump with the illusory orb forward, center stampede, and that's a dead Rubik. Wukongs comes down. There's still a Katomi jumping about. Analog doesn't have Elder Dragon form. In comes God Strength charging forward.
Oh
trying to
my
kill off
God.
TM. The center, can he get taken down? No, he cannot. Black hole onto Watson.
Oh, the silence.
Onto KJ, and that is 4 kills with only the Panda to try and run away. They don't have to kill the Earth Bandit. They just have to wait. The Vailama left behind an entity destroy Heroic in that fight. Turn their attention towards Roche and should be able to get that first Aegis of the game.
DK just got melted. He jumps into the fight and he just got annihilated instantly. It was kind of funny to see. The black hole lands, but like it's easy to pass. You have Puck. You don't have BKB on Enigma, so it's really hard to fight against Entity. A lot of our auras, you have the chain, you have the global healing, and you don't have a catch for Puck. DK just died really fast, what difficults the fight even more, because if he manages to live, he can land 1 or 2 stuns and silence a good target like Puck. But
I mean, the problem in that fight was he went into the fight with still 20 seconds cooldown on his Elder Dragon form, so he was not going to do anything there anyway. He was just going to stand there and take it. Eo has level 2 Dragon's Blood, so not even that maxed out, aka he is very much not tanky. Oh, got the Omi going in for K1, BKB usage, God Strength as well. The Primal Spring does get stolen. Yeet forward. Schofield with the zap. Jumps into the trees. Watson waveform forward. And Schofield should be able to get himself out of there. So they managed to get a kill, but it cost a BKB God Strength on Sven to do it.
Watson just right-clicking K1 like he doesn't care. Puts K1 to run. Bottom.
Davai. No split. Also, pretty much no HP left. Dream Call for good measure. KJ hiding in the trees. Black Hole is going to be up in 50 seconds. Nicely done. He even swaps out the Vlads so that they don't see that there's a aura on the Eidolons.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that.
That's such a heads-up move. Like normally you see like the Radiance toggle to turn it off and stuff, but swapping out the full Vlads just so that they don't see an aura on the creeps is
I like the Aeon disc swap. When you need to commit on the fight, but you can't let your disc pop too soon because it's going to be bad, so you just swap the Aeon disc on the stash or he pop in the exact way.
Okay, Jay, there's the Wukong from Katomi. Lotus Orb, Spell Reflect, nicely done. Return damage Defy with the Bruce Blade coming in. They're looking to take this fight. Jump on the side from Schofield, lift up onto Katomi. The monkey is dead. 1-for-1 trade. There is not going to be a black hole for 25 seconds. And no, neither is there going to be a Bruce Blade. They already used, oh my lord.
Oh.
Wait, how did he?
He just killed the Brewling.
I thought that they were still alive. Like, I thought there were 3 of them alive.
No.
Oh, that's a very dead Rubik.
Yep.
And that is
how do you stop this?
How do you stop so many Dark Troll summoners as well? Look at all those skeletons.
They're going for Throne?
Yeah, Watson is Watson's busy. They could blink Black Hole though.
Oh!
This is just disaster. Watson's just breaking base. Okay, KJ doesn't have the range for the Black Hole. Oh no, Watson has the Aegis still available. They want to pop it first, but there's a turn on to K1. He pops the BKB, but K1, can he get away? Adapter Strike. Yeah, he does manage to get in his fountain in time, but Watson doesn't care. Still with that Aegis, a minute left on the timer. DM, there's going to be a jump in. Schofield's going to get jumped on. KJ has the blink black hole, but he gets stunned in the process by Watson Sven gameplay.
Radiant structures are fortified.
This is so incredibly heavily greedy from Watson. He's like, no, I want to finish this game. I don't want to spend another 20 minutes sieging high ground. Dream call onto KJ with no black hole. There is nothing to fear. God strength from K1. Can he get a target? Kataomi, two-man boundless strike. DM walking back. Gets Lincoln stuff in the process, but their ancient's under siege. Their ancient's about to drop. No fortification. That is game. They just
That is game.
Racks and finish it. Like
For Tundra. Oh, for Tundra. Damn. What a dominance. Like, they didn't provide any space for Hero in the whole series. They played very well. The hero choices were excellent. Like the dominance on the lane phase, the way they progress on the map, the way they play as a team. What a dominance!
How many, just for curiosity's sake, how many courier snipes did he end up having in the end?
I lost the count when it was 10, but I'm on 10 to 15.
Okay, well, definitely 10 plus courier snipes. The early game was disastrous to play against. And even though he died more than his entire team combined, Kataomi was the biggest nuisance possible that game. But yeah, Heroic, even with a pretty good matchup, DK against Puck, they struggled. Analog struggled way too much. Entity has had their full number that series, both game 1 and game 2. It did not feel at any point that Heroic were in control.
Yeah. I don't know. It's beautiful to see a Dota on this level. They just show high dominance the whole game, the whole series. The last pick Puck just gave a free game. Like Hero could not respond Puck on any time of the game. Nigma, as I told on the draft stage, just got lost on the draft. He didn't do anything. He didn't cut the trees from Monkey, as I said. He didn't land the black hole, and he didn't help on the stage. So
even the moment when we thought he was going to cut the creeps, it didn't happen.
Missed it.
He missed. So
it's
yeah,
life.
I guess the plus side was he did get decent farm. Otherwise, you would need to get a support that keeps chasing. But this also does show that they have too many heroes on Entity to try and ban out. Like Katomi's got his specialty heroes. Fishman has his specialty heroes. Obviously, Watson can play every single hero under the sun. How do you try and stop this team at this stage? I think, honestly, that Entity could be one of the big runner-ups this tournament. They're looking insanely ready.
I think to play against Entity, you need to have a good lane phase because they are so skillful players on the lane phase. They just unbalance the game. Like they're so good on the lane phase that if you mess up, if you get 1 or 2 kills, the game's going to be harder. So you need to focus on the lane phase itself. It's what I think. So we need to see how they play against teams that are strictly trying to play on the lane phase and focus on draft with stronger heroes on the lane itself, and maybe we can deal on the mid and late game. But let's try to win the lane.
That was for both these games pretty much a disaster. They got stomped in the laning stage on both sides. We are going towards a very short break, ladies and gents. We'll have an interview with Kataomi once we return, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That was a one-sided affair, and a big part of it has to do with every single player of the team, but of course, also with Kata Omi. We'll have him on the mic right now. Thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations on that second win of the Swiss stage.
Thank you, thank you. Good evening.
So yeah, obviously you guys have had many iterations of the entity roster. You have been part of pretty much all of them, as together with Fishman, you are the longest standing two players of the team. Do you feel that this is the strongest version of entity that you've had so far?
I wouldn't say the strongest, because all of our versions was very strong. Like, it was, I think, never we had in our team weak players. We always take like one of the best players on their roles. So I think, I mean, by results, we didn't achieve yet what we want. So we will see in the future. Yeah.
Okay, Ryer had a very important Pudge question, obviously. So go away.
Yeah. Pudge is not in the meta, but it feels like you guys don't care too much and just proceeds to pick. It's more a hero strategy, or you guys simply trust too much on the player who is going to play Pudge, which is Watson, and just put in the hand of Watson.
Patch was always a part of entity in all of stages. We always liked patch carry, but because we always had carry players who really like godlike on patch. They like best players on carry patch, I think, ever, like Watson and Pure from before when we played. Yeah, they were one of the best players on carry patch. So even if this hero is not meta, like for example, Watson just is his signature hero, and he ready to play it in any game. I mean, if it's a good game for patch, of course, we're gonna pick it. Yeah.
Nice.
And for me, a question, obviously, you know, you had two very big stomps. Do you guys, after the drafting stage is over, do you already immediately feel like, yes, this is our game, we got this? Or was this 2-0 like a bit more than you initially expected? Did you expect it to be this one-sided?
No, of course. I mean, from drafts, we already knew that we probably winning this game, like 70%, because, like, if you saw last game draft, they give us Chen, Monkey King, Pac, plus Kentaur, plus Morphling. It's like our most comfort zone ever. You cannot give us more comfort than this draft. Of course, we're gonna like expect win. Yeah. And first game, it was not so super out draft. They had alright draft, but they just did some mistakes, like crucial ones, and yeah, we won first game just by like skill. Yeah.
And I also had a curious question, because obviously you're playing with DM now as your laning partner. You previously played with Toby, some of the few peoples that like to play the Veno offlane. But do you think that they are very different offlaners, or do you think they're like a similar type when you play with them?
I think they have one similar thing, is they really like to watch replays and watch a lot of Dota, like live plus replays, yeah. But overall, they different personalities, of course, like in different hero pool, yeah. But this is the only thing that they're very like similar.
Okay, so very professional and very much ready to grow. And you know, DM, he's a player that has impressed me. Obviously, in a previous team, he didn't get to shine. Do you think that the difference in your team setting, maybe you guys enable him more, is the reason why he's? I mean, right now he's like rank 8 in matchmaking and such. Do you think it's like the lane partnering with you guys, or the support coming from the rest of the team that helps him grow?
I think his hero pool is very suiting our team currently, and he give us, he like talked to us about, I mean, as I said, he watched a lot of replays and he always give us like some info, like how we should play. Like he see some replay of some good team and he see like cool play that they did and he like will show us like how they did this play. Yeah.
Okay. It's always nice to have more people to help you with any possible strats, because of course you got the big old fishman and he can always have extra little bit of love from any member in the team. But yeah, I mean, currently you guys are one of the hardest teams I think to ban against. It's because your hero pools are kind of stupid how far apart they are. I mean, obviously you're also one of those players. You got what the previous Sven pulls 4, the Ember pulls 4, Monkey pulls 4. You play everything. Watson plays everything. Do you feel like that is the biggest strength for Entity right now, or do you think it's the individual skill of the laning stage, for instance?
I mean, I agree. We have a lot of heroes that enemies need to ban on first stage, or we will get some imba hero. This for sure. I mean, of course, we have one of the best like personal skill players because they rank is top 10 on like mid, offlane, and carry. They're like all top 10 players. So yeah, we're like all very skilled individually as well.
Well, I mean, that definitely helps if your cores are top 10 all through.
Yes.
But nonetheless, big props. You're now 2-0 in the Swiss stage. Obviously, next team will be a very tough team to beat. Good luck further, and thank you very much for the interview.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Yeah, Ryer. I mean, obviously, you're going to have to send your condolences to your buddies over on Heroic, but this Entity team, what a team, right?
They are monsters. Like they are really good at the game. It's hard to draft against them, like you said before. And we can see the confidence, like he said, they're playing over the comfort zone. Heroic could not help them better to play on the comfort zone, and having 3 guys rank 10 on the team obviously is going to help. So the way they finish the game, the way they see the game, it translates to us that are watching on how confident they are and how strong this team is.
It's a deadly team, and as was mentioned, you know, it does help significantly if you have 3 players that are pretty much top 10 of their respective roles, and then you got the 2 very experienced supports behind it. Everything at 2-0 on this round 2 coming in. That is a pretty surprising statistic right there too on the stream. It means a pretty quick day, all things considered. Yeah, big props. Looking forward towards the next couple of matches coming in, but this Elite League is starting off swinging, and I cannot wait to see how the Entity roster is going to grow.
Yeah. Let's see the rest of this Swiss stage. That it's a killing machine.
Yep. It's also nice to see, you know, of course, no one coming back in full swing. Currently, there is still stream going on. OG versus Nouns Game 2 is on the way. I have been told by reliable sources that Tomato is balling insane. So for everyone that is curious, OG is looking pretty fly with the Tomato guy. Nonetheless, don't forget to follow the channels as you can see on the stream right now. There's plenty more Dota coming in. This is only the Swiss stage. And after the Swiss stage, we have a glorious round robin stage. And there is so much more Dota to witness. I mean, afterwards, there's, of course, still the playoffs. So you're going to have a lot of fun and a lot of Dota on the Elite League, brought to you by ESB. And thank you very much, Ryer, for joining me for the evening, because I definitely had a lot of fun. Ladies and gents, hopefully you enjoyed the show as well. Last words from us, Ryer?
It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to cast here and to cast with you again. I'm excited to show up here again and see some Dota, watch some high-level Dota, and I hope you guys enjoyed the show.
Hopefully you all enjoyed the show. My name was Dika Truman. I was joined by the lovely Brazilian Ryer. Don't forget to check him out as well. Ex-pro player because he couldn't make it. Now a great streamer for the region. Have a wonderful evening, ladies and gents. And in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.